Horses on track for the Saturday opener to kick off Ohio Fair's Championship and Courageous Lady Night 2025. One Lily Gray Sail, Emmanuel Miller drives for Corey DeArmond, who cones with the Cap Equine Estates. 2 Showstop and Genico, owned by Jacob Rodolter and by Oscar Johnson Jr. with the services of Justin Irvine. Number 3, Tequila Time, owned by Aaron Colley, trained by Jessica Rogner, Tyler Angus in the sulky. 4, Julie's Grace, Power Play Racing 87, the owners, James Day trains and drives. 5, Rising Fire, Dan Noble up for Corey Kreiser and JMF Racing. Tracy Kropek, Susan Kosminski, and Deborah Schoeffel own the 6, Better Than Ever. Aaron Merriman aboard for Sean Johnston. 7, Greatest Honor, Kurt Zug drives for Jessica Milner, owner Royal Roland. 8, Athleta, Timmy Johnson drives for owner Tommy Vosick. The 9, Sunny Money, John Sioka Jr. drives for Stephen Harrison, Madison Hochstetler. He wins. I go 5-3-1-6 in race 1. Best of luck. call. The Gary Long starting car moves into motion for the first of 15 times on Saturday night. Best of luck on Courageous Lady Night. Here they come. Often pacing at Northfield, Lily Grace Hill from the rail down the center. Rising Fire put into play off the car. Tequila Time between them. Sunny Money from the second tier not far away. Fifth is Julie's Grace early on. Then it's Better Than Ever, who came out racing in sixth. Going inside the course went Sunny Money, making a miscue on that opening turn as Lily Grace Hill uses pole control to a 2.5 length lead across the backstretch. Tequila Time second. Rising Fire is this big 1-5 favorite. She's third and unhurried to the opening quarter, which is complete in a solid 27-3. Better Than Ever is next in front of Julie's Grace. 3 back to Showstop and Jenica, then Greatest Honor and Athleta, and about 8 back to Sunny Money, who made the bobble. So they're well strung out as they round the far turn with Lily Grace Hill dictating the tempo over Tequila Time. Rising Fire, Noble still has her glued to the pylons. Patient so far through the first 3/8 of a mile. Better Than Ever is next and in fourth. 2 clear, Julie's Grace races from fifth. Showstop and Jenica in line sixth, 9 lengths behind. Greatest Honor and Athleta far back to Sunny Money. 56-4, the time for the half mile, 29-1 in quarter two. From this leader, Lily Grace Hill and Manny Miller. Tequila Time tripping out from the pocket. Rising Fire, this favorite's asked to do it first over tonight. She'll come to the outside with 3/8 the pace. Better Than Ever on her back, 5 better than Julie's Grace. Nothing else threatening from the backfield as they drive toward 3/4. Rising Fire confronts Lily Grace Hill, and now she takes over. Rising Fire powers right past Lily Grace Hill. Tequila Time at the inside of Better Than Ever, 3/4, 125-1, and they swing on to the final turn. Rising Fire now by 3. Better Than Ever is up to second. Lily Grace Hill back to third. Tequila Time is fourth. Julie's Grace is fifth. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Dan Noble and Rising Fire 4 lengths to the good. Off the turn into the stretch. Rising Fire all alone for the final 100 yards. Tuck the whip, Danny Noble. This one's over. Rising Fire back to back with a 7-length score. Julie's Grace is going to get up for the place spot at a big number over Lily Grace Hill, Tequila Time, and Better Than Ever. 154-3. 5-4-1-3-6 unofficial. Back into the winner's circle comes the 5, Rising Fire. Owned by JMF Racing, trained by Corey Kreiser, driven to victory by Dan Noble. She's a 3-year-old bay filly by Catch the Fire out of the field in Frisky Mare Awakening, bred by Marjorie Paul Hamus of Ohio. Third lifetime win, third this season, 154-3. Haley Pogue of Barberton and Derek Graham of Maple Heights. Please report to the program stand check-in station. Haley Pogue and Derek Graham. Please report to the program stand check-in station. We'll send it down to the winner's circle. Michael Carter standing by with winning driver Dan Noble.
Well, Dan, you kick off Courageous Lady night. It's good to get the monkey off your back, so to speak.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a rough night last night, so it's pretty nice getting the monkey off the back early.
Let's talk a little bit about Sammy Jo Hanover, who you'll drive at the Courageous Lady later this evening. Last drove her in the Nadia Lobel down at Scioto, just missed by a neck over odds-on Chesapeake. Tell us about how she was that night. What you think about her tonight?
She was really good that night, and had I known a little bit more going into the race, I probably would have been a little bit sharper that night. We'll just have to see how sharp she is tonight.
Now you got to be happy the draw gods were in your favor. You draw the rail, so it gives you a little bit of an opportunity to maybe have a little bit more control.
I was just hoping the rail really works out for my favor, especially here tonight. I think the track's going to hold up with speed.
All right, Danny, best of luck later on and throughout the rest of the night.
Thank you.
Kenny?
Congratulations, Dan Noble taking the opener. He drives the 1, Sammy Jo Hanover, in tonight's $125,000 Courageous Lady. The results of the opener are official. The exact is $38.20. Trifecta $117.40. The high five $86.34.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks for joining us up here tonight at Northfield Park. I'm Ashley Daly. Beside me, I have Doug Ballinger, and of course, behind the camera, Matt Clark is going to bring you all of the action tonight. Not only is it the $125,000 Courageous Lady Night, but we are celebrating the very end of our Ohio County Fair racing season with the Ohio Fair Championships tonight.
8 go postward tonight, Ashley. They all come together, all four conferences
was
for the
third,
first time. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, the Southern Valley Circuit, Ohio Colt Racing Association, and the Home Talent. Some of these horses have never met. They're going to meet tonight.
Right, and I'm so glad you brought that up. Tonight for the OFCs, the Ohio Fair Championships, it is unlike any other Saturday night at the races that we do host, any other finals, because all season long for the Buckeye Stallion Series or the Ohio Sire Stakes, we watched all of those horses meet up, but as you said,
most of the time these horses meet in the Buckeye Conference or the Sire Stakes at least once. Some maybe not, but most of the time they come head to head. Here, we're going to crown champions. Some of these horses from the Southern Valley Circuit that stay that way are going to come this way and meet up with, the Southern Valley Circuit. Some of them could go head to head once in a while with the Home Talent. Those two kind of work together. And then the western part of the state, you have the Ohio Fair Conference and the Ohio Racing Conference. They kind of go head-to-head some.
In my opinion, I feel like specifically with the Ohio Fair's championship, it could be anybody's game to win because of this exact reason. And in that same vein, we don't know how fast some of these horses can go because, they might have a 202 mark on a track that's not well maintained, that is not shaped very well at all, going against a horse that might have a mark in 58 at Delaware, but you never know.
Those 202 two-year-old trotters that we're going to see in the second race when we kick things off with the Ohio Fair Championships, 202 is a nice mark at a county fair for a 2-year-old colt trotter. they very well could trot in 57 and a piece here tonight.
Yeah. But with that, let's take a quick break to thank our sponsors, and we'll head into race number 2 in our first Ohio Fair Championship.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661. Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead Sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K Hanover by world record holder Walner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
We are back here at Northfield Park at Ohio Fair Championship Night. Matt Clark at the camera, Doug Ballinger, Ashley Daly. It's coming to an end tonight. It all began June 9th at Paulding. A lot of races at Paulding that night. A hot night. We ended exactly 4 months later on Thursday, October 9th at Lancaster.
I said we just wrapped that one up. What a long season it has felt like, Doug. But at the same time, when you're in it, it feels so long. But truthfully, in a blink of an eye, every season, every year gets faster and faster, doesn't it? 125
days of racing. The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association has broadcast this year. Probably a good 1,800 races went postward. I know that one week, I believe it was Tom Pye. It was a week at Hicksville. There were so many qualifiers and makeup races. That one day, 600 horses in Ohio, Northfield Park, Scioto Downs, they both raced 14 and 16 races that day. We had about 15 at Hicksville that night. Somebody else was racing in qualifiers. But that day in August, 600 standardbreds went behind the gate. That is unreal.
And that is just in time. Here we're going to turn it over to Kenny Livengood, the post-parade of the second race and the 2-year-old colt trotters.
Trotters on track for tonight's second one. MJ's Peg's Prodigy. James Bolin Jr. trains for owner-driver Charles Bolin. 2 short range, Charlie Myrick owns trains and drives. 3 Smoking Anson, Eddie Miller owns trains and drives. 4 Dublin Sydney, Dan Noble driving for Brian Georges and Philip Groves. The 5 is Eckerd Hill Brady. Ronnie Wren Jr. driving for Rosie Weaver, Cones with Cabby D, and the voice, Roger Houston. 6 What Luck, Greg Bateson drives for Ernest Ayers, Cones with Ellen Bellamore. 7 Mogul Maverick, Manny Miller drives for Rosie Weaver, Cones with Gentry, Weingartner and Rogers. The 8 Buckeye Baron owned by Earl Lee Bowder and Chris Page. Timothy Grubb trains, Justin Irvine in tow.
And that will do it. Our 8-horse stepping onto the track. This is going to be that very first race tonight. Every single division of the Ohio Fairs Championships will go for a total of $50,000. Before we take a look at this field of 8, something I meant to mention earlier on is we know what these fairs go for, right? We consider this our grassroots level of racing, and maybe that's not as much money as, for example, the BSS, of course, goes for in the Sire Stakes. But out of all of our 8 divisions going forward tonight between our 2 and 3-year-olds, we have over $2 million between the field of 64 horses tonight. And that is quite remarkable, thinking most of that was made at just a county fair level. Fairs.
Well, for instance, real quick, before we take a look at the field at Lancaster, when these races don't split, they were going for 12 and 13,000.
All right, so here we go. On the rail, MJ's Peg's Prodigy, James Bolin Jr. trains Chucky Bolin in the bike. This is one coming off of a win from Dayton Raceway just in the fair stakes last Sunday. Was a winner there by a nose in 159-4. Final quarter 30-4. This is a long Tom gelding out of a Pegasus spur mare owned by Chucky Bolin himself of Jeffersonville, Ohio. MJ's Peg's Prodigy has hit the board 12 of 16 starts this year with 5 wins, 4 seconds, and 3 second-place finishes to make over $23,000.
The 2 is the 2-year-old Bay Goat, son of the Hot in Range, an $8,000 yearling purchase. Charlie Myrick will drive short range. He also trains and owns. 13 starts for this 2-year-old this year. 2 wins, 7 seconds, 2/3, 17,205 and 3 at Canton for the 2 short range.
Something maybe we should mention is short range actually was 13th coming into the fair points today. So even though, you might have hit the top 8 if you didn't drop in the box.
Yes.
We could have had a slew of different horses come in, and we're seeing that with short range here. Our 3 horse is Smokin' Anson. Edward Miller trains and drives as well as owns this Mr. Anson gelding. Has gone 2 wins in a row, both at Dover and Coshocton. Time before that, actually stepped it up at Delaware in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Unfortunately, had some bad luck there. The last 2 wins have come wire to wire, so interesting to see what he'll do here out of the 3-hole. Last go at Coshocton, as I said, the win was by over 3 lengths in 2:02-3. Final quarter 27-4 at Coshocton. He's had 6 wins and 11 tries and over $18,000 at his bank.
Dan Noble will drive number 4, Dublin Sydney, for Brian Georges. Philip Groves owns the 2-year-old Bay Colt by What the Hill, a $28,000 purchase. Bred by Dublin Valley Farms, one of our fine sponsors. 14 starts this year, coming off a win by 13 1/4 lengths at Dayton last week. 157, 30,000 in the bank for Dublin Sydney.
Ronnie Wren Jr. for Rosie Weaver on the 5, Eckerd Hill Brady. This is an in-range gelding of a muscle mass mare. Rosie does co-own alongside the voice Roger Houston and Cabby D LLC. Now, this guy actually did make the BSS championship last Saturday right here at Northfield. Unfortunately, made a break behind the gate, but still came back 100. He ended up 3rd there and 158-4. Time before that, though, he had 2 wins in a row, both at Coshocton and Dover. This guy has won 9 of 15 starts this year, a total of 13 of 15, and he's made over $62,000 for that team.
Number 6, Watluck. Greg Bateson drives for Ernie Ayers. Ayers owns in partnership with Ellen Bellamore of Sylvania, Ohio. This is a 2-year-old Bay Goat, son of What the Hill. Bred by Ayers. This is a homebred in 11 starts, has 5 wins, 6 seconds, 33,205 and 3 at Bowling Green.
And our 7-horse, Mogul Maverick. Rosie Weaver also trains this 2-year-old gelding by What the Hill. Manny Miller is going to be in the bike. We have lots of wins. This horse is actually looking to go 6 in a row. His last start was at Coshocton, wire to wire there in 2:03-4. He does get quite tired coming home, however. The best mile that I have, best last quarter, I guess I should say, was that time at Coshocton. He came home in 30-4. He has not shown a lot of versatility. This guy likes to go to the front. I'm not sure what we're going to see out of the 7-hole. Drew Neal is actually normally the mount behind him, so I'm not sure how Manny's going to handle him tonight, but we know Manny has proven himself time and time again. He's won half of his 14 starts and made $27,000 for Weaver, Gentry, Weingartner, and Rogers.
On the outside will be the 8, Buckeye Baron, Justin Irvine for Timothy Grubb, Harold Bowder. Chris Page owned the 2-year-old Brown Good, son of a Long Tom. 5 wins, 5 seconds, and a 1/3 in 12 starts. Pushing 27,000, 2 minutes and 4/5 at Delaware. Last time out at Dayton. Finished 2nd, 159-3. 2nd to Dublin Sydney, the 8, Buckeye Baron.
And there is your field for the 2nd race. Remember, $50,000 for this group of fair horses. The Ohio Fair Championships for 2-year-old colt trotters. We should go behind the gate momentarily. taking a look further, we didn't mention much about purchase price, but our most expensive at public auction was the 7-horse Mogul Maverick, originally sold for $37,000 in the Ohio selected sale. And we only have one homebred in here, and that is the 6-horse What Luck. Ernest Ayers, who, again, trains, also bred and still co-owns this gelding.
So a field of 8 completing their warm-ups. The post-time favorite, the fans like the 5, Eckert Hill Brady at 4-5, 5-2 on the 3, Smoking Anson, and the 4, Dublin Sydney at 5-2.
Now, Doug, did you watch the BSS Championships here last week on Saturday?
Some of them. I actually was at Keeneland last Saturday and watched the feed on my way home.
Did you get to watch Eckert Hill Brady?
Yes, I did.
So I don't think I watched that one. I should have watched the replay coming into today. Do you know what happened behind the gate where he made that break?
He made a little break, said he got bumped, but I knew this was going to be a good horse. I was covering the Bell Fountain Fair, Logan County, for the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. And Eckert Hill Brady, he didn't make a break that night. He just got away bad. One of his first starts, and he spotted the leader that night by 15 lengths, and he was just inching in with every stride, and he nailed that horse right at the wire. You knew right then Eckert Hill Brady was a good one. He went 9 for 9 in the fair season this year.
Yes, you're right. He was undefeated when it came to the fairs. Hopefully, we'll see if he can do that again today.
Yes. If he stays trotting, I think he's one to beat.
There have been a couple horses, as we mentioned, that kind of stepped it up into that second tier. Brady was one of them, as well as our 3-horse Smokin' Anson. Did make a couple of checks in the BSS. Unfortunately, did not make that consolation or the final for the BSS. But regardless, I remember Eckert Hill Brady. I think one of my most impressive starts have been for him is when he stepped it up into the fair, the state fair at Scioto Downs, and was a very game second place finish. And especially, these are all 2-year-olds, and it's going to be interesting to see how this entire group of 8 will mature coming into next year.
Our 3 favorites are from post 3, 4, and 5. It's going to be tough to win with any kind of horse here. Went on a half-mile track. If you have post 7, it's got to set up for you. You got to get the trip if you're on the outside. The wings of the gate open. The gate is rolling. It is post time. The $50,000 2-year-old colt and Gilly Trot, MJ Peg's Prodigy. Short range, Smokin' Anson, Dublin Sydney, Eckert Hill Brady, What Luck, Mogul Maverick, and Buckeye Baron. Kenny Livingen's got to give us a call as we kick things off here at Northfield Park.
Field of 8 make the turn. Here they come. Off stride the 5, Eckert Hill Brady makes a miscue at the start. Good beginning for Dublin Sydney, far outside. Buckeye Baron shows speed. In between rivals, Mogul Maverick toward the inside is What Luck, who went on a break there. What Luck jumped it off in between rivals. Meanwhile, Smokin' Anson's got a good trip down at the inside, so the field scatters themselves through the opening 1/8 of a mile. They're scattered across the course, and Buckeye Baron from post 8 at 31-1 is going to take over command. Dublin Sydney gets the pocket ride. Third is Smokin' Anson. Mogul Maverick is 4th. 3 clear of Short Range, who's in the 5th spot. Eckert Hill Brady has caught the touch of the field. He's back in 6th. 5 back to What Luck, and far back to MJ's Peg's Prodigy, who also made a miscue on the opening turn. That quarter complete. 28-4. Dublin Sydney removes to the front for Noble. Buckeye Baron now gets a cozy 2-hole trip. Eddie Miller has Smoking Anson at the pylons in 3rd as they bend down bias for the first time. Mogul Maverick at a big price is 4th. Short Range given a nudge to keep up 5th. The 3-5 race favorite is Eckert Hill Brady. He's back in 6th, 9 lengths off the leader through a half and 59 seconds. 3 back to What Luck in the trailer, MJ's Peg's Prodigy. Into the payoff half, Dublin Sydney leads the way. Buckeye Baron, still a good trip at the inside, but he's lost about 2 lengths now to Dublin Sydney. Smoking Anson 3rd, Mogul Maverick is 4th. Eckert Hill Brady tries to rebound after the tough start. He comes to the outside now 5th with 7 to pick up. Dublin Sydney looking strong across the backstretch with a 4-length lead. Smoking Anson picking up the slack, and he's closing in. Smoking Anson, he's making a nice bid at Dublin Sydney as they drive past 3/4 in 1:28. Eckert Hill Brady's up to 3rd. Around the final turn, Dublin Sydney by a length and a half. Smoking Anson giving chase second. Eckerd Hill Brady third. 7 lengths off the leader. Up to fourth, Mogul Maverick. 1/8 of a mile left to go. It appears it's down to 2. Dublin Sydney inside. Smoking Anson outside. Off the turn into the stretch drive. Smoking Anson's gathering up momentum. Dublin Sydney pleading for the wire. Smoking Anson's got it won. Smoking Anson 3 in a row for Eddie Miller. Dublin Sydney second. They were well clear of Eckerd Hill Brady third and Mogul Maverick fourth. 157-3.
Interesting fact, I think. We're going to see this horse's full brother, the 3-year-old, in the 12th race. He drew bad, but I think that's pretty impressive that mare has had
Proven mare,
two
yeah.
very good colts. I think that horse is an age 60,000. His brother, Let's Go to Paris in the 12th.
That's who it is. And
Okay.
Miller has that one as well, right?
Yep, same connections.
Well, we already maybe get the jitters out of the way. Edward Miller trains and drives our winner, Smokin' Anson. Remember, that's a Mr. Anson gelding. Is now 3 in a row, but most importantly, just picked up $50,000 in a new lifetime mark, 157-3. A little bit of an interesting start.
Yes.
To our race. We had a lot of breakers. I think I was the one. MJ's Peg's Prodigy was on a break, but first it was our 5.
3,
of course,
4,
Eckerd
5,
Hill,
7 unofficial.
Eckerd Hill, Brady, and then also our 6. What Luck made a break.
Actually, the 8 Buckeye Baron, Justin Irvine got him out of there. I believe he got the first call. He was on
did.
top.
What a trip.
Yes.
Justin did his very best with that horse. I don't know if he stuck on to pick up a check, but Justin put him in the race, and sometimes that's all you can do, especially out of the 8 hole. Looks like we do have an inquiry with the 5. So we're going to probably take a minute to go official, but right now it's posted 3, 4, 5, 7 for that super. Smokin' Anson now, that is 7 wins and 12 seasonal starts. Coming into today, he just had $18,000. He's going to add an extra 25 to that in just one start. Great closer, too. And kind of saw that if we're looking at his lines. His last start at Coshocton, he came home with 27-4.
Owned, trained, and driven to victory by Eddie Miller. 2-year-old brown gelding by Mr. Anson out of the Giant Hit Mare, Paris Philly. Bred by Adrian Hochsteller of Ohio, 7th lifetime win, 3rd in a row for Smoking Anson, and a lifetime best 157-3. Making all our trophy presentations tonight, Frank Frost of the OHHA and Amy Holler, also of the OHHA. To all our fair winners throughout the card. This is the first of 8 $50,000 championships. 2-year-old Colton Gelding Trotter winner, 3 Smoking Anson.
See, again, we do have an inquiry on this race, but it will not affect our winner, Smokin' Anson.
The inquiry is on the 5 Eckerd Hill Brady. I'm sure it's on the break at the start. Probably if he lost ground would be my guess.
Yeah.
Order of finish, 3,
Yes.
4, 5, and a 7.
Didn't take long to sort that out. He clearly lost some ground there
did.
at the start.
And he can just trot 100, though.
Now we'll
It's
send it down to
something
the
they,
winner's circle.
look at
Jess
normally
Ott
when
standing
there
by
is a
with winning
break.
owner, trainer, and driver, Eddie Miller.
A slight upset in that 2-year-old Colt Trot Ohio Fair Championship. Owner, trainer, driver. Eddie Miller standing here next to me. First and foremost, Eddie, you've had this guy from the get-go. He seems to be pretty nice for you.
Yeah, he's really nice. If you are patient, he runs. We had a little. That's what the fairs are for. You take him, teach him, and then he turned out all right. He's a free horse, so it doesn't get better than that.
He's coming off a really 2 good efforts there in those last 2 starts out, Eddie. Tonight, there was a lot of going on behind the gate. You had a couple of breakers. You had one leaving from the outside, but you were patient with this guy, and it paid off in the end.
Yeah, I got lucky. Just got in the right spot, drew good. So, hope.
I was teasing Ashley a little bit there. I said, diapers are a little expensive. Nice to get the job done in this nice $50,000 final.
Right, exactly.
Nice job.
Thank you.
There you have it. Eddie Miller, owner, trainer, driver on Smokin' Anson, upset in the 2-year-old Colt Trot.
Congratulations to soon-to-be dad Eddie Miller on the winning drive in the second with Smoking Anson. The exacta $37.20. Trifecta $90.20 in the daily double, $20.60.
That makes us official then for the second race, wrapping us up in that first Ohio Fair Championship. What a one to get us going, though, Doug.
Yes, that was a nice one.
We're going to turn the page now. Race number 3. So we're going to step away momentarily from the OFCs. Up next, we've actually got the Ladies Drivers Tour. So let's step away and thank our sponsors for letting us do what we do.
Don't miss the North American Standardbred Mixed Sale, Mount Hope, Ohio, December 18th and 19th. Specializing in high-quality racehorses and broodmare prospects with industry-leading pedigrees. A live auction with online bidding and payouts in 7 days. Our first sale, we sold a Legion for $925,000. Buyers from all over North America and other countries can visit our website, NorthAmericanStandardbredMixedSale.com. Mount Hope, Ohio, December 18th and 19th.
Hi, I'm Dean Gillespie, and I want to tell you about the Ohio Colt Racing Association. There's 19 member fairs, and they sponsor the Partial Futurity in Greenville, Ohio. You need to race in the OCRA. Great racetracks, great people. Bring the kids and come out to the fair, and remember, fair time is fun time.
I love it. Don't get goofy like some people do. Oh my God.
Well, actually, I shouldn't say join us now, but thanks for coming out and hanging out all evening long. It will be too. We just wrapped up with race number 2, and that was our first Ohio Fair Championship. Up next is race 3. We're going to take a step away. Actually, our ladies drivers are going to take the reins next, but first, we have Bob Roberts with us.
Nice
today.
to see you, folks.
Yes.
Glad you're going to do the marathon tonight.
Yes.
And a good way to describe it. Bob, I was thinking, I know you. We introduce you a lot as the Hall of Fame communicator.
Yeah, that's okay.
How do you describe yourself if you're introducing yourself for the first time to somebody?
That's a good one. I'm just a ink-stained wretch. I've been a newspaper reporter since I was 17, 18 years old, and I don't mind telling you, I'm 77. I sat down and I go, how could it be? I've written in 7 decades. I started in the late 60s, and I've made it into the 2020. So 7 decades as a writer. So I'm blessed. I wanted to be a sports writer. My dad took me to a Cleveland Indians game, and we're sitting in the upper deck, and I said, what do those guys sit behind home plate? It looks like they're at desks. He goes, those sports writers. I go, wait a minute. They got paid? They got in for free, and they're paid to be here? He goes, yeah. And I said, well, that's for me. I want to be a sports writer. So I knew him when I was young, and my dad was a plastering contractor in the old days. People didn't have drywall, they had plaster. And he would check the jobs, and at 12 o'clock his truck would point to the racetrack, and I would tag along when I was 11 or 12, and I just loved the glory and the color of everything. And we'd go to Thistledown in the daytime and come here at Northfield at night.
So you're not a stranger at all to our broadcast, even if we've got some people that have watched fairs all season long. So you've helped us out a little bit.
Yeah, I did Lorraine, I did Cuyahoga, I did the Lake, I did Estabula. Yeah, I did right. There was a pizza joint in Estabula that we introduced everybody to called Colucci's, and my son-in-law has an uncle who lives in Jefferson, so they would always go to Colucci's. About 3 weeks ago, he sent me a text message. He goes, look at this. Colucci's goes up in flames.
Oh, my.
There was a fire in the one of the ovens or something. They must have overdone a pepperoni pizza.
Yeah.
But I guess they got it under control, and they're going to reopen. Really good pizza. If you ever come out to the Ashtabula Fair, I know that's a hike for you guys, but really good pizza. Yeah. You have your favorite fair food?
Have I had my favorite fair
What is your
food?
favorite fair food? I mean, you did a bunch of fairs, both of you.
Oh. So if I'm talking generic fair food, I actually love fried cheese. Guilty pleasure. I know that is probably one of the most generic things I
Well.
could say. But then Lancaster, so we just wrapped up
Yeah,
the very end of,
right.
just the regular county fair season. And Lancaster has a smash burger, I guess I'd call it.
Yeah.
Jawbreaker.
Jawbreakers.
Like
It's
They call it a
Jimmy-
jawbreaker?
Jimmy
Called- yeah.
Jawbreakers. And it is, I waited 30 minutes in line for this thing at a county fair. That is the only fair that, when I go, I know what I'm getting there, and it's
Yeah.
absolutely the Jawbreaker.
I love it. How about you?
Fish fries, probably.
I did the Canton Fair last year, and there's this big line. I guess there's a tavern called Tim's Tavern, known for their fish. I didn't get it. I don't know why, but they line up for that guy's fish sandwiches. So, yeah, fair food's great stuff.
You never know what you'll find at a fair either, right?
Right.
And I want to go back a little bit to your career. So you were introduced really just through your dad, spending time with your dad.
Right.
How long have you been writing, though, about the
I
industry?
started at a little paper. There was a twice-a-week paper called the Menor Morning Monitor. So I was so anxious. I'm an overachiever. I dropped out of junior college to become a sports writer. I didn't even get a degree. I'm lucky because I was at this little paper called the Menor Monitor twice a week. Then there's a paper called the Willoughby News Herald. I went there. They liked me. They sent me to Columbia University for sports editor seminars. I met the Cleveland Press sports editor. When I got back, he hired me at the Cleveland Press. I was there from 73 to 82, went out of business. The News Herald took me back. And then I'm covering the Kentucky Derby, and I get a call from the Plain Dealer. And I hopped over there in 85, and I was there until 2006.
Really?
Yeah, I covered every Kentucky Derby from Secretariat to Barbaro.
I didn't even know that about you.
Yeah, and I covered several Little Brown Jugs. I used to cover the Lake County Fair like it was the Kentucky Derby.
Because it
Picks.
is to the Lake County. Come on.
Yeah, there was Bob Sidley and Jerry Osborne were both Lake County guys. They had a bunch of tons of horses.
How about Earl Bowman's that name?
Earl, I chased him. Yeah, he's from Medina on the other side of
Red and white colors, am I correct?
Yes.
Yep.
And he
but I
had
mean, we're going back in the 70s and 80s?
Yes, exactly. So he had a double. I chased him back into the barn to get a quote. He goes, who wants to quote me? Yeah, Earl Bowman. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You got it, Medina. Yeah.
You said something earlier before we went on air that you do like your thoroughbreds. You like playing with the thoroughbreds, but you like writing about harness horses.
I love betting thoroughbreds, but I love writing harness stories. We got two in the oven. In fact, one just landed today. It's on.
Will you, talk about what you're doing for OHHA?
Yeah,
and
I do 2 stories a month for the OHHA, and they move them around to different PressPros.com magazine. Frank says they're going to start stacking them on the website, the OHHA website.
Yep, we've got features up now.
So we got one on Stu Stockwell and Gary Manning, a trainer-owner combination. There'll be a box in a story. They have 6 horses they paid $35,000 for, and the horses have made
for the total of them.
Right, and horses have made over $700,000. So that just landed today on the website, and now I got one on Lauren Harmon.
Yeah.
That's coming up, and I just interviewed Rosie Weaver, champion trainer for the year. I'm going to do that one, and then the stories pop up, and we just keep writing them. I love doing it.
It looks like we might go to post parade, but hang on for just a moment. I want to talk about Lauren.
I want to stay until 1 a.m. with you guys.
You are so welcome.
No,
you might be here till 1.
No, you will.
Horses are coming out to the track, being led by our post parade pony and Ronnie Wren Jr. And that is Colton alongside Ronnie Wren Jr. Leading the lady drivers out to the track for tonight's third one. Ain't Easy being me. Christina Johnson driving for owner-trainer Elson Miller. Lauren Harmon drives the 2. Heave Ho for owner-trainer Lori Alley. 3 is Warrawee Extreme. Mandy Jones in the bike for Candace Brandstatter Hall and the Royal Rock Racing LLC. 4, Brave Stranger. Angie Coleman drives and trains for Stan Shaputis. Angie co-owns. 5, Stateside Deuce. Emily Hay in the bike for Keith Cass Jr. Owners Glenn Goller, Stephen Demeter, and David Postman. The 6 is Dance Traveler, owned and trained by Aaron Lehman, using Elizabeth Snyder. Jennifer Main on the 7, Headbanger for Greg Bateson and the Hater Stables. Prairie Run Stable send up the 8, Fox Valley Treason. Leslie Joyce in the bike for Oscar Johnson Jr. And Mary Burkhold owns, trains, and drives the 9, Amore Cruiser.
So there, a quick introduction to your third race, a field of 9. You don't know. We score 8 wide here at Northfield, so that 9 is going to start from that second tier. But our 2 horse is driven by Lauren Harmon And Bob, you actually got to talk to Lauren a little bit this year.
Yes, she was honored last year at the Goshen Hall of Fame induction dinner as the Amateur Driver of the Year. And she broke down crying. She was real emotional. Her parents were there. So I figured she'd be a good story because she works here. She's got a couple of her own horses, but she works for the McDonald.
Yes, the stable. The stable,
yes,
I believe.
Yes, exactly. So I interviewed her, sat in an empty clubhouse one afternoon. Real confident, really smooth. So it's a good story.
And she's just 25. She's very young.
Yeah, and she's been in the business like 7 or 8 years, and she's, like you said, only 25.
I think she has a nice. I did an interview with her also at Oak Harbor right when she got back from the hall that weekend. She got a nice 2-year-old trotter. She did very well. She'd been driving it, had finished 3rd or 4th in some stake races, a fire stake actually.
Exactly, and it just finished 2nd and 3rd, I think, in the consolation. Down at Dayton.
The Gray Championship.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
exactly. Yeah, so that's a good interview, right? Rosie's going to be a good one because, man, boy, do they work their butts off.
Oh, yes, they
My
do.
God, I never realized. I just assumed that if you go to, like, from where she lives to Paulding 3 hours, you sleep in a Winnebago, because you got to be there for the second night. No, they have to take all those horses home, put them in their stalls, reload, and go out the next morning and go back. Wow. She said she thinks she drove 30,000 miles.
Oh, I bet
This year.
easy.
Oh, she
I bet easy.
very well did.
Yeah.
And they
'Cause
have a team.
yes.
They really do. They are a remarkable team, and that's been proven throughout the
Yes.
entire fair season.
And she said you're going to give her 10 cents a mile because you had a good year betting and announcing.
Well, I called a lot of her winners, but I don't know if I had any influence on
Well,
those
you
coming
never
home.
know. You never know. You never know. Horse bettors are unique people. I knew a guy that would get alive in the daily double, but he couldn't watch the second half of the double. He'd go in the men's room and just put his hands over his ears and come on and say, who won? He couldn't handle the pressure of betting. Bettors are a unique breed.
Yes.
Well, speaking of that, Bob, you've been here all day, so I want to thank you for giving us a few minutes of your time. And,
My pleasure.
And talking to us just about your career and everything you do for OHJ.
I'm going to go home and watch baseball, the Cubs and the Brewers, but I'll have you guys on my laptop.
Hey, we appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you so much for stopping by.
Best of health to you. Okay.
Take care.
Taking now a look at the field of 9 for race 3. This is a $10,500 purse. The Lady Driver Tour. These horses in here are non-winners of $25,000 in 2025. There's a field of 9. 7 of these 9 have made over $100,000 in lifetime earnings. From the rel, we've got Christina Johnson for Elson Miller. 8 Easy B and Me. This is a 6-year-old gelding by Well Said, coming off of a win right here at Northfield. His last go out, that win was in 1:54.3. We go some time back, however, at Scioto Downs. He did go as fast as 1:51.2, and he's got $160,000 made lifetime.
Lauren Harbin will drive number 2, Heave Ho. 10 lifetime wins, 119,000, 51-4 at Dayton as a 3-year-old.
And the 3, Worry Extreme, Mandy Jones for Candace Brandestatter Hall. This is a Sweet Lou gelding. We go 3 back. Baltavia was a winner by a neck in 1:55.2. He's got 2 wins and 25 starts this year and $144,000 made with a lifetime mark set at 4 years old a couple years ago in 1:51.4.
Angela Coleman will drive number 4, Brave Stranger. She also trains and owns in partnership. 4 career wins, 4 of those wins this year in 22 starts, 23,000, 54-3 at the Meadows this year.
The 5, Emily Hay, will drive stateside Deuce GB. Keith Cash Jr. does drive the 6-year-old, train the 6-year-old gelding. Last go at Northfield Park was in a 5-claimer. He ended up 5th there in 1:56.2. Has got over 100,000 lifetime, 4 wins and 29 starts this year.
Elizabeth Snyder, the 6, Dance Traveler. 38 career wins, 168,000, 53-1 at Running Aces.
The 7 is Headbanger. This is one we do know around the fairs because he's gone in the ladies driving series. Greg Bateson trains Jennifer Main in the bike. This is a 9-year-old gelding. A handful back at Montpelier in September, was in the ladies series, was 2nd in 2:03.3, 2 wins and 30 starts, 163,000 made lifetime.
Leslie Joyce will drive number 8, Fox Valley Treason. Leslie Joyce, Ashley, won a lot of the lady races at the fairs this year. She had a very good year. Fox Valley Treason, 6 career wins, $60,000 in earnings, 153-3 at the Red Mile.
Rounding out the field from that second tier is the 9, Mare Cruiser. Mary Burkhold trains and drives, as well as owns, the 7-year-old gelding by Yankee Cruiser. Coming off a second place finish at Dayton in the Terry Colton Youth. I believe that was the final there. Should mention that actually Harrison Levan was previously the trainer on this one. This is going to be the first start under Mary. But he's had 1 win, 1 second, and 4 third-place finishes in 26 seasonal starts. Now this 7-year-old has made $133,000 lifetime, has a mark set 4 years, or at 4 years old at Dayton, and 152-1. A lot of these ladies, actually, we're pretty familiar with a handful of them. They do race around the county fairs in the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series. As you said, Leslie Joyce, Mary Burkhold, Jennifer Main. Who else? Emily Hay, of course, Mandy Jones, Lauren Harmon, Christina Johnson. I think the only one I maybe am not too familiar with is Angela Coleman on the 4.
Yes, that's with me. Now, the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series, they've been the sponsor the last 4 or 5 years, but the ladies' pace actually started in 2015, and Bill Peters informed me that I announced that race that night at Paulding. He usually calls Paulding. Bill had an illness, I believe, that year. Maria Howard drove straight comic to a victory in 156-3.
And I might be incorrect on this, but I think I'm right. So Bill and actually Emily Hay, who's driving in here, really head and take care of that ladies series around the county fairs. Of course, here tonight, this is not part of the Springhaven.
I think Emily was one of the big ones to start it. Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
And a lot of fairs do offer the ladies' pace, sponsored by Springhaven Farm Lady. And the champions, your top point getters, all come together in Delaware. This year it was on a Sunday for the championship.
I think most of these girls, of course, we see in the ladies, but Lauren Harmon actually drives quite a bit outside of that
yes,
as
she
well.
does. Yes.
That's why she was named the Amateur Driver of the Year. And as well, she just recently, a handful of months ago, came back from Ireland.
Ireland
with Roger.
With Roger, and I believe she was second over there.
I think she was. Here's your field of 9. We will roll it up to Kenny Livengood for the call of the 3rd, the ladies driving tour.
It's the 1, Ain't Easy Being Me from the rail, Heave Ho, 7-5. Christina Johnson, Lauren Harmon inside post, and they're on gate. Here they come. And they're off and pacing. Good beginning for Stateside Deuce down the center. Brave Stranger and Ain't Easy Being Me tries to hold down the rail as Heave Ho ducked over to race behind Ain't Easy Being Me into the opening turn. Warrawee Extreme came out in 3rd. On the outside, Stateside Deuce roughed up 3 deep there. In the 2-path is Brave Stranger down along the inside from the second tier. A Moore Cruiser just slid into 4th. Then it's Headbanger in front of Dance Traveler and Fox Valley Treason at the back. Across the backstretch, pole control to Ain't Easy Being Me and Christina Johnson up to the opening quarter, 28 1/5. Heave Ho tripping out from the pocket. Warrawee Extreme is 3rd. They're 1, 2, 3 into the far turn for the first time. A Moore Cruiser is 4th. Parked out 5th. Brave Stranger at the inside. Headbanger 6th. Second over Stateside Deuce 7th. Then it's Dance Traveler and the trailer is Fox Valley Treason. 5/8 of a mile left to go. Ain't Easy Being Me at 3-5 calls the shots. Heave Ho. Favorites 1, 2 coming to the half. Warrawee Extreme is 3rd for Mandy Jones. Still 2 clear of a Moore Cruiser who's 4th. Tough Trip, Brave Stranger 5th. They have 1 lap to go. The half was 58 seconds. 29-4 in the second panel. Buried at the inside is Headbanger. No place to go as they bend back onto the turn. Then it's Stateside Deuce who's outside of Dance Traveler, the trailer, Fox Valley Treason, entering the backstretch with 3/8 to go. Ain't Easy Being Me has been there since the outset, leads by 2. Heave Ho trying to keep up from the pocket. Warrawee Extreme is 3rd. 2.5 back to a Moore Cruiser, the other struggling from there. Headbanger's 5th. 3/4, 126-1. 20 early, 8-1. Throttle down from Christina Johnson and Ain't Easy Being Me into the far turn. Heave Ho is second. Warwick Extreme third. More Cruiser off stride from fourth in front of Headbanger as there's an eighth of a mile left to go. Ain't Easy Being Me turns on a length and a half lead. Heave Ho second. Warwick Extreme is third. They're into deep stretch. Ain't Easy Being Me. Heave Ho's had the trip coming to the outside, trying to reach Ain't Easy Being Me. Ain't Easy Being Me. Christina Johnson wins 3 years in a row. Heave Ho is second. Warwick Extreme is third. More Cruiser fourth. 154 and 2.
154 and 2. Ain't Easy Being Me. Christina Johnson notches that one, I guess, for the third year in a row.
Third year in a row. Didn't notice Christina at the fairs that much this year. A few fairs maybe, but and actually Lauren Harmon too, who finished second here, got the 2-hole trip behind Ain't Easy Being Me. Just couldn't quite get there in 54 and 2. Lauren Harmon really, I know she drove at Oak Harbor. Other than that, I don't know if she had driven in any many of the ladies' races or not.
There's so many fairs, Doug. There's so many places that that Springhaven series goes that it's hard to keep track even for us. That was a great drive, though. They were stepping coming home. Look at that. Lauren almost got up, but that was Ain't Easy Being Me. Well, that was virtually wire to wire, right? Of course, you know, staying true to who these ladies are and how they race at the county fairs. We got a couple that were hung.
Yes.
On the outside, a couple got parked. What is it? Roger Houston is always very open and saying one of the most exciting races that you ever see is always going to be at the county fair.
Roger, a great supporter of the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series. Front end speed holding up. Danny Noble, after that first race victory, said front end speed is holding up.
Especially at a track this size, a track this shape, right? We're going to see that a lot. Actually, our 9-horse did get up for a 4th place finish, especially starting from a second tier. Not too bad. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 9. Unofficial.
Winners at 7 o'clock. Please head.
Say we were. Christina still is on the backside there, probably waiting for the groom and the car to come back over to meet in the winner's circle. That is 5 seasonal wins in 29 tries for Ain't Being Easy. Elson Miller trains and owns that 6-year-old gelding by Well Said out of a Keystone Raider mare. I'm a Forget Me Not. Adds another $5,000 on the seasonal earnings to push him about $24,000 on the year. And that's 2 in a row right here at Northfield. Trying to remember last year, Doug, was Christina the leading point getter in the series, the Springhaven series?
She won the driving title, I believe, in 24, the championship at Delaware.
Yep.
I believe.
She's always put on a lot of nice mounts, too.
Yes.
She's got the power behind her, and she's very confident,
nice job.
and she's smart about where she's going to place one. Saw that once again here this evening. She took advantage of her rail post. Just kept it going. Did she go off the favorite? I think she might have, even money or
1 and 2 both.
Returning to the
were
winner's circle, a very familiar
7-5.
face in October is Christina Johnson. This is her 3rd consecutive ladies driving pace victory. The judges are taking the inquiry sign off the board. The result standing 1, 2, 3, 9. Ain't Easy Being Me was owned and trained by Elson Miller and driven to victory by Christina Johnson. 6-year-old begun by Well Said out of the Keystone Raider mare. I'm a Forget Me Not. Bred by Patrick Sweeney of Ohio. 19th lifetime win. 5th this season. 154 and 2. The result is official.
We'll hang out here for just a moment, see if we're going to get an interview. Hopefully we do. It's not too often that we have just a ladies series, but actually Northfield does a great job. They host a lot of GLADA, a lot of amateur races, and they'll host their ladies and make it very special for them occasionally as well.
Send it down to the winner's circle. Michael Carter standing by with Christina Johnson.
Well, Christina, 3 years in a row. You never get tired of coming to the winner's circle, but 3 in a row here at Northfield Park. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You had rail advantage. You went to the lead, and things just kind of worked out your own way. And tell us about the trip.
The horse likes the front. Elson told me that he was tough on the front, so once I got to the lead, I kind of just sat back and let him dictate the fractions.
What's it mean to come back to the winner's circle in this race? Obviously, you've driven in some of our other events throughout the year, but what's it like to come back each and every night on Courageous Lady Night and win one of these?
It's a big deal obviously it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and, I have a lot of people that I know that have either passed away or battled breast cancer, so it's nice to know that I'm out here kind of representing and standing up for them.
Christina, congratulations.
Thank you.
Kenny?
Christina Johnson, for the third consecutive year, picks up a victory in our ladies driving event. 1, 2, 3, 9 result is official. The exacta $4, trifecta $13.20, superfecta $4.60.
Very nice interview with Michael Carter, wasn't it? 154 and 2 official. There's your super. We go 1, 2, 3, 9 across the wire for that third race. Now, Doug, I know we both looked at the program through and through, but eventually they start to run together. Do we have another?
Yes,
ladies?
There's another ladies.
Later in the evening, right?
But up next, fourth race, 2-year-old fillies for $50,000 Ohio Fair Championship. We got another ladies, and we got the Courageous Lady coming up.
We do. It is ladies' night, but as you said, first we're going to take care of another division of our Ohio Fair Championships. Join us back here in just a moment.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at BigD'sWeb.com. Sign up for text messaging and receive $10 off your order. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres' experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
Race 4 up next. Thanks for joining us. We have plenty more to go. Race 4 is going to be the 2-year-old filly Pacers, the Ohio Fair Championships. It's just the second of 8 total divisions that we're going to bring you tonight up here at Northfield Park. Doug, I've said this many times before, but I don't get the opportunity to come up here because I'm a Southern Circuit girl through and through. The only reason I came up here growing up was for stakes, right, for finals and legs and things of that nature. And I didn't realize. But you're not very familiar with Northfield either, are you?
Not that familiar. I was up here probably in a 69 with a horse by the name of Catfish. That's how I got my start as an announcer. He would race up here, a guy by the name of Don Hay, and I don't think I'd been back here till about 50 years later when I came back about 3 years ago to cover the fair championships.
And so, of course, maybe if our viewers aren't familiar with how Northfield is laid out, but the backside really is on the backside.
Yes.
It's not right beside us like Dayton. You know, Dayton Raceway does have the paddock, and now Scioto Downs as
Yes.
well. They are located right there.
Well,
But
this would be the only harness track in Ohio where you stable anymore.
Yeah, good point. Of course, Scioto was for a very long time,
Yes.
but when Virgil built his Winter Circle Training Center,
Yes, a lot
is
of
when
them went
everybody
there,
moved
yes.
out of there, and so of course Northfield still does have dormitories where a lot of grooms and they live, and there's a lot of horses stabled here year round.
And we're up in the clubhouse area. That's where we're situated tonight. Right down below us, a nice meal going on. Maybe we can get some of that.
I
after a while.
know we're catching the
Yes.
catching the wind, right?
Yes.
The whiffs. But so what do you think of Northfield so far?
Oh, it's a nice facility, a fast track,
Yeah.
sweeping turns, like they say.
This is the home of the flying turns,
Yes,
right?
the flying turns. The last time I was here, it was Jay Wolf, Frank, and myself, and we would take turns. We were upstairs right by the announcer's booth, and we would take turns. We'd had to do the winner's circle then, interviews. And then when I was doing the interviews between races, I would go inside and the bottom level, a lot of people down there.
I say again,
Nice crowd.
Don't get here very often at all. Actually, this year for maybe the second or third sire stake leg we had a pet project in, I actually got to come up here and not work for the first time ever, and I got to hang out downstairs, and I really compliment Northfield on the atmosphere that they've been able to create, and they have it almost every single weekend, if not every night. I'm just only up here on the weekends, but just the excitement, like people are here to watch horse racing, right?
Yes.
It's quite a bit
nice crowd.
Yeah, it's quite a bit different than any of our
And it is so
Paramutuals.
big, it's just hard to tell how many people.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
It is a very big facility. The clubhouse goes the length of the grandstand, and it's a pretty long grandstand.
And we actually can't even see the apron to know how many people are out there. It's a little
we
chilly
can't.
tonight,
Yes.
but the track is fast, and I know lots of people, even if they're hanging out, before the post parade, they're going out to watch that race. And it's a little bit different, actually, as you mentioned with the paddock at Scioto. Northfield here is the last one that doesn't have a ship in, ship out paddock. It's just a 3-race. I'm trying to remember correctly. Yep, just a 3-race paddock. And, of course, they do have ship in barns there on the backside. But they race here year round. It is the only track of the 4 Paramutuals in Ohio that go consistently.
I'm going to go out. I'm pretty sure they go close to 250 days, 2 1/4 to 250.
I would believe it. That's a Frank Frost
And
question.
it varies most of the time, 4 days a week. I think their schedule does change up, time of year. But we're getting set for a post parade here for the 4th. $50,000 2-year-old Philly Pacers are coming to the track.
On track for our second Ohio Fairs Championship, freshman pacing fillies, one Me So Fine. Hank Levan drives and trains for the Winchester Bay Acres Incorporated. Don Irvine Jr. trains for owner-driver Justin Irvine, the 2. I'll be home first. 3 VH Goldie, David Young the 2nd in the bike for owner-trainer Tim Van Horn. 4 She's So Fast, home of the Winchester Bay Acres Incorporated. Hank Levan trains, Dan Noble drives. 5 Delta Lady, Ronnie Wren Jr. in the sulky for Walter Haynes Jr., Jeff Font Racing, Carsey, and Maria Haynes. 6 Stone Creek Girl, Braden Rhodes up for Betty Clegg and Kimber Clegg. 7 Mount Camus, Manny Miller drives, Furman Hagerman, Cones with Melinda Hirschberger. And from the far outside, racing artist Aaron Merriman in the bike for Bill Webb, who cones with Denny Miller.
A full gate of 8 for race 4, $50,000. 2-year-old Philly Pacers on the rail. Me So Fine. Hank Levan trains and drives for Winchester Bay Acres of Orlando, Florida. Of course, this is a filly by Me So Fast of a Western Terror mare, Safe from Terror. She has had 6 wins in 18 starts this year. She's hit the board a total of, 16 times? 16 times, somewhere close to that. And has made $23,000 on the year. Last go out, she did put up a mile at Dayton Raceway in the Fair Stakes and won 58-1. If we go 3 back, however, she was a winner at Upper Sandusky in 203 and 3.
Justin Irvine, the 2, I'll be home first. Justin owns this 2-year-old bay filly by Zuma Kalade. His father, Don Irvine Jr., is the trainer. 6 times a winner in 14 starts this year. 31,000 took a mark at Delaware Jug Week, 57-4.
The 3, VH Goldie, Tim Van Horn, trains and owns this Dancing Yankee filly. David Young, the 2nd, does get the call. Has had 10 wins in 16 starts, has hit the board a total of 14 times to make over $47,000. VH Goldie was originally just a $7,000 purchase from the Buckeye Classic sale. So talk about a return on your investment there. Actually, VH Goldie was bred by Edward Miller. I'm going to assume that's the same Edward Miller,
I would
possibly,
assume so, yes.
that just won our 2-year-old colt trotters earlier. VH Goldie actually did make the BSS Constellation last Sunday right here at Northfield. Unfortunately, drew the 8 hole, so he's got a little bit more post relief this year. So was out of the money, but went her mile and won 57-3. If we go 3 back, however, was a winner at Dover.
Dan Noble picks up the drive on the 4. She's So Fast. Winchester Bay Acres owns this 2-year-old bay filly by Me So Fast. Hank Levan trains. 3 wins in 18 starts, 8 seconds, 3/3, 21,000. 2 minutes, 3/5 at the Darke County Fair in Greenville.
Our 5-horse Delta Lady, Ronnie Wren Jr. for Walter Haynes Jr. This is a Catch the Fire filly. 15 seasonal starts, 9 wins, and 3 second-place finishes. She is coming off of a wire-to-wire win at Dayton Raceway, just in the Fair Stakes. Won 56-2, final quarter 28-4. Delta Lady originally coming from actually the Jeff Nysonger stable. That's who purchased her last year for $20,000 out of the Ohio Selected. But Walter Haynes Jr. purchased with his partners. I don't know if he is. He is not co-owner, but however, still, of course, trains. Has had this girl since September or so, so they know her pretty well, and has made $40,000 on the year, though, for Delta Lady.
Number 6, Stone Creek Girl. Betty Clegg trains. Nick Clegg drives. Kimber Clegg. 2-year-old bay filly by Pet Rock. 4 wins in 23 starts, 24,000, 202-1 at Bucyrus.
And the 7, Mount Camus. Manny Miller for Herman Hagerman. This is another Catch the Fire filly. Unfortunately, last week here at Northfield, just a 2-year-old, non-winners of 1. Drew the 9 hole, so started from that second tier, got shuffled back a little bit. But Delaware, however, was second. Tried to go wire to wire, but got just a little bit tired and got nipped by a head at Delaware in the Fair Stakes. Won 56-3, final quarter 29-4 there. Before that, Mount Camus had 3 wins in a row at Burton, Wasion, and Upper Sandusky. She's won half of her 14 starts this year, an additional 5 second-place finishes. 31,000 made with a mark at Wasion and 159-4.
And number 8 is Racing Artist Aaron Merriman, Bill Webb. This is a homebred. Bill Webb's a lot of homebreds. That's what he mainly races. This is a 2-year-old bay filly by Racing Hill. 7 wins in 12 starts, 32,000, 157-4. It was gate to wire last time out here at Northfield Park on the 26th of September for Racing Artists. So a field of 8 completing their score for 50,000. We're going to crown a champion here in just a few minutes in the 2-year-old filly division.
So something we don't see too often that I definitely want to mention is usually we'll have maybe the top 10, maybe the top 12 drop into any final at all. However, specifically here, it is horses in point standings 2 through 9.
2 through 9.
The number 1 horse was not eligible. Juliet Capulet raced in the Gray Championship.
Oh, okay, so that made her not eligible.
Yes, exactly. So I'm sure you've noticed as we've been introducing a handful of these horses, a lot of them did try to step it up into the Buckeye Stallion Series. A couple of them made the $75,000 championship. A couple of them made the consolation. But Juliet Capulet also raced in the Ohio Sire Stakes. She made the Gray $100,000 championship. And if you make the Scarlet or the Gray championship per the OFC rules, you are not eligible for the fair finals. That is not the same for the BSS. It is just that top tier racing.
So you could win the Buckeye Stallion and also come down the next week and race in the Fair Championship and win back-to-back here.
And the only reason we really don't see that happen is because that requires a lot of starts. right?
Yes.
These horses, you're seeing this is our 2-year-old fillies. We've got from the rail down 18 starts, 14 starts, 16 starts, 18 starts. The lightest start actually is 12 out of the 8-hole Racing Artist, because it's just really tough to manage, and especially if you're going to try to throw sire stakes and BSS in there while maintaining enough points as a fair championships. It requires a lot out of any 2 or 3-year-old, but specifically a 2-year-old that probably still going, through a lot of pains and just figuring out how to do their job. In kind of that same vein, our 6 horse has had a great year, but I think maybe she getting a little bit tired. This is a Clegg horse, Stone Creek Girl. She's had 23 starts on the year. I think was a pretty heavy hitter when she first came out. She's been pulling checks her last handful of starts, so we'll be interested to see here what she can do today. She's gone as fast as 159 flat, and that was actually at Coshocton 2 back.
We got 3 horses that are homebreds in here. Me So Fast, Winchester Bay Acres, out of Me So Fast. Me So Fine is horse Me So Fast. Then you have She's So Fast, Dan Noble, also a homebred, Winchester Bay Acres. And as we mentioned, Bill Webb sends out Racing Artist, another homebred.
And when we first introduced the show to everybody, if you weren't watching, we talked a little bit about for some of these horses all night long. It's going to be the first time that they meet up, because we have a total of 4 county fair racing circuits throughout Ohio. So there's that. We don't know really how fast some of these girls and boys can go because they've been on wonky fair tracks. And then let's put another layer on it. For example, the 4 and 5 horse, Dan Noble, has never driven She's So Fast.
Yes.
Ronnie Wren, I don't think has ever been on Delta Lady, right? So we're going to put some different drivers behind them that are proven. Those are 2 that do not need a whole lot of introduction around really anywhere, but specifically in the state of Ohio. And they're leaving out of the 4 and 5 hole. They're leaving in the middle of the pack. So what is that going to do? Looks like, thinking about that, what's our...
Still hasn't moved. Must have some long lines, or we're trying to not go over another track. That's the games they play when you get to, the big track at Northfield, Scioto. They don't want to go over, they're going to what they call drag time. They don't want to go over. Maybe Hoosier right now is going, or
Dayton's probably going as well right now.
Yes.
And that's not something, specifically, I know horsemen, we get a little tired, right? We want to go home. We race till midnight every night here, and that's just part of the name of the game. But I was not familiar with why they did that or how they did it until I started working for Scioto a few years ago and got to
so
see
many
all
of these tracks. Now, I'm not going to name them because I don't know how many do it, but there's a guy in Chicago.
Yep.
They pay him, and he sets your post time. He's sitting home. He has all the screens on the wall. He's watched, say, Hoosier. He's watching Northfield. He's watching Dayton. Those are the 3. And also probably thoroughbreds. You don't want to go against thoroughbreds.
Oh, you really don't want to go against thoroughbreds. You're right.
But it's so they can get their bets in on each track.
Right, and here we go. The wings are open for race number 4. The 2-year-old Philly Pacers, $50,000, and a very nice field of 8. Let's see what these girls can get done. Let's give it up to Kenny Livingood, the call.
Here they come. 2-year-old fillies sent on their way. She's So Fast, living up to her name off the car. There goes Mount Camus, Racing Artist from the far outside, hunts forward position for Merriman, and Me So Fine tries to hold down the rail into the opening turn. I'll Be Home First is next. VH Goldie is third last, and then it's Delta Lady, and Stone Creek Girl can see them all. So they sort themselves out, and driving to the front is She's So Fast, trying to wrestle command from Mount Camus at 45-1, who secures a pocket ride. Me So Fine is third. Off her stable companion, She's So Fast, as they click off a snappy 26-4 opening panel. The freshman pacing fillies into the far turn first. I'll Be Home First is in the 4th spot. Racing Artist left aggressively off the car, but was forced back into 5th as there were levers to her inside. She's 7 lengths behind with 5/8 to go and coming to the outside right now. VH Goldie picks up cover, so too to Delta Lady and Stone Creek Girl the trailer. Racing on down to the halfway point, She's So Fast and Dan Noble pave the way. Length and a 2.5 to the good. Mount Camus is second. Here's Racing Artist on the outside. First up and driving. Me So Fine is at the inside. I'll Be Home First trying to get off the rail. That's going to force Delta Lady 3 deep. VH Goldie never fired. Stone Creek Girl inside of her. The half was 56 seconds as Noble backed it down, but Merriman's quickening it right back up with Racing Artist up to the throat latch of She's So Fast. They're stride for stride. Mount Camus is third. Me So Fine pinned in by I'll Be Home First. Stone Creek Girls bottled up in traffic inside of Delta Lady. Racing Artist has made a clear lead. 3/4, 124 and 3. They bend back onto the final turn. Racing Artist steps in front of She's So Fast. I'll Be Home First is rallying up into third. 3 lengths to come. 4 back to Mount Camus and Delta Lady. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Racing Artist will turn first. I'll Be Home First continues to gain. She's So Fast back in second as they turn for the money. Racing Artist with the lead. I'll Be Home First down the center. Racing Artist is shortening up. I'll Be Home First is surging. Racing Artist holds on. I'll Be Home First with a valiant try. She was second. She's So Fast third. 155 and 2.
155 and 2, and of course a new lifetime mark for Racing Artist. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of happy backers. I think we went off the favorite at 9 to. No, that's not 9 to 5. Where are we at? 6 to 5. 6 to 5 on the 8. What a performance Aaron Merriman gave us there. And Doug, you caught it very early on. Opening quarter for Danny Noble, and She's So Fast was 26 and 4. Holds on for what, a fourth or third
I thought he
place
would
finish.
get to the lead. He actually didn't get to the lead right away like I thought he would. I figured he would go right, get to the front. But the 7 Mount Camus, Manny Miller, shot out of there and got to the top, and Danny came right back, wanted the front end. Fractions of 26 and 4, 56, 24 and 3. Holman 55 and 2. Ashley, our stakes record, Tyler Smith with Bittersweet Sympathy set in 2021 of 152 and 4.
Wow. Whew.
For 2-year-old filly pacers.
But for Aaron Merriman, I'm going to say that's probably one of his first drives as well for Racing Artist. Our 2 horse, I think, came in second, was a little bit of a long shot, might be an upsetter there for the exacta. 21 to 1. Justin Irvine got it done for his dad, actually. I'll Be Home First for second. And of course, I think She's So Fast. Dan Noble has a way of keeping one live, and he did that for our 4 horse as well.
4th of 5, Delta Lady, Ronnie Wren Jr.
Off to a very exciting start. We're not even halfway through.
No, we got a ways to go.
You have plenty to go. Here comes Aaron Merriman back into the winner's circle. Bill Webb, bred, owns, and trains.
Here to the winner's circle, number 8, Racing Artist. Aaron Merriman, the winning drive for Bill Webb, who co-owns with Denny Miller. She's a 2-year-old bay filly by Racing Hill out of the Artistic Fella mare. Little Miss Artist, bred in Ohio by Bill Webb. This is her 8th lifetime win. She goes back-to-back here at Northfield. Racing Artist in 155 and 2 for a lifetime best. Joining Racing Artist in the winner's circle, we'd like to welcome the Shaker Heights Interest Group.
Now on the year for Racing Artist.
Oh, our blanket's half fallen off there. We got to redo it. Now, do you know Bill Webb very well?
No, I don't.
Say, I wish I knew him better, but I think he's just got a small stable of homebreds, right? But he's
a lot of homebreds.
He's done very well. Done very well this year. Aaron
Races
Merriman.
a lot in the Ohio Fair Racing Conference.
Is it OFRC?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe he trained Nob Hill High, who stood stud.
We talked about this not too long ago, didn't we? Aaron Merriman is actually just tied Ronnie Wren Jr. for all-time records. Both now Ronnie Wren Jr. and Aaron Merriman tied for leading all-time wins with 9 each in the Fair Stakes. How many years has Aaron been leading driver here at Northfield?
Oh, boy. Lots.
We do go official A245 Across the wire, 155-2 for Racing Artist. 8 on the year and 13 goes. Looks like Jess Otten is down there. We're going to get another interview momentarily. We talk a lot about having the 8-hole, and it sucks, especially at a track, a half-mile track like this.
The exacta returns $51.40. The trifecta $198.20. Superfecta $81.86.
Finishing my thoughts there, but when you're the best, you're just the best, aren't you?
Yes. Well, out of the 8-hole, it's got a setup for you.
Oh, it really does.
Hot fractions, 26 and 4.5 and 56. And she's normally a front-end runner here all of her lives, but most of this is county fair. That's a little bit different. Getting to the front end at a county fair, maybe a 5-horse field, than here at Northfield coming out of Post 8.
Merriman.
Racing Artist gets the job done. The 2-year-old filly pace Ohio Fair Championship winning driver Aaron Merriman. Nice filly to pick up going for 50.
Yeah, it was. The 8-hole didn't really help, but Bill and Chris was here tonight, and they're usually not here, so I knew there was a lot of pressure on me.
Let's talk about the trip a little bit. Looked like you were going to be pretty aggressive off of the gate. A couple levers there inside. You kind of had a abort mission going in the first turn.
Yeah, I did. She shows a lot of ones, so it looked like she's pretty handy, and she was. This guy always has his horses very well trained and very, very easy for me to drive.
Danny's horse was full of steam on your back. You had one coming from first over from quite a bit way back, but you seem pretty confident in her. You had to use her quite a bit to the wire, but you still seem pretty confident.
Yeah, I think she's going to be happy for a break, especially after that drive. I really, really raced her hard, but this is probably her last start of the year, and looks like she's raced a lot of good miles anyway. You had a horse coming at me in the stretch there that had a lot of live pace, but she hung on.
Let's talk about the Courageous Lady. Time in the season, good draw for her. She's coming off a really nice win over at the Meadows.
Yeah, she is. I drove her a few times, and she's just a really, really nice professional filly. Another, great people I get to drive for. I'm sure the trip's going to make a big difference. Looks like there's going to be a lot of speed in there, and she's very, very versatile, so I can do whatever I want.
Speaking of that, I was at the Little Brown Jug in the Jugette, and I was watching her score down. She was one of the horses who really caught my eye on the track, and it looks like she puts forth a really solid effort every time she puts steps foot on the track.
Yeah, she does. Like I said, I drove her the few times I've raced her, and she's an absolute professional, just like you said. She's a gorgeous mare, and I know she's a stable favorite.
Good, nice job, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you very much, Jess.
There you have it. Racing Artist gets the job done. The 2-year-old filly pace.
Official. I don't know if anybody else caught that. It must be getting a little chilly outside. We got a lot of steam rising off of the horses there, but that's why we're providing those nice champion blankets, right?
Well, up next actually is the 5th race, another championship. This for 2-year-old colt and gelding pacers. Field of 8. Our number 1 point getter on the year, Herman Eggerman's I Am the Sea. Dan Noble will pick up the drive.
So we'll take a deeper look. It actually is horses ranked as far as standings go 1 through 8 that have dropped into the 5th race. Join us back here in a moment. We'll tell you all about them.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K Hanover by world record holder Wallner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio. At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Don't miss the North American Standardbred Mixed Sale, Mount Hope, Ohio, December 18th and 19th. Specializing in high-quality racehorses and broodmare prospects with industry-leading pedigrees. A live auction with online bidding and payouts in 7 days. Our first sale, we sold a Legion for $925,000. Buyers from all over North America and other countries can visit our website, NorthAmericanStandardbredMixedSale.com. Mount Hope, Ohio, December 18th and 19th.
In Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm has the stallions you are looking for. like What the Hill, Uncle Peter, and In Range, as well as Branded by Lindy, Jug winner Luz Pearlman, Racing Hill, and Guardian Angel Oz. Hickory Lane will offer a host of Ohio sired yearlings this fall, including 6 by In Range, 5 by Uncle Peter, 4 by Guardian Angel Oz, and 1 by What the Hill. Find out more at hickorylanefarm.com.
We are back at Northfield Park. Matt Clark, Doug Ballinger, Ashley Daly. Ashley, field of 8. 2-year-old Colton Gilding Pacers for $50,000. The stakes record 153-2. Phelan Western, Ronnie Wren Jr. 5 years ago in 2020.
Who was last year's winner up here at Northfield?
No, he is the stakes record.
No,
last
but who
year's
did
winner
win last
was Unique Catch, I believed.
And a Darren Harvey horse, yep.
Yes.
So with our field of 2-year-old colt pacers, 8 of 9 in this, or excuse me, not 8 of 9. How about 7 of 8 in this field? I believe have a sub 2-minute mile on a fair track. That is something special.
Yes.
Looks like
Woodsfield,
only our
57-2 for I'm a Dancing Man. 58 at Bucyrus for Fired Up Henry L. Delaware, that is a fair track.
It is a fair track, yeah.
The Town Mailman, 58 at Wellington for Pumpkin Skin, and 58-4 just last week at Coshocton for the 8 Tsunami King.
Let's roll on over to our post parade of the 5th.
Horses making their way to the track for tonight's 5th. $50,000 on the line. 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers. Number 1, working up a lather. Nick Clegg does the driving for Betty Clegg and Kimber Clegg. 2, I'm a Dancing Man. Luke Henderson the bike for Eric Nesselrode. Cones with Powell, Ruff, and McCourt. 3, Fired Up Henry L. Hank Levan drives and trains for the Levan Stables. The 4, I Am the Sea. Dan Noble drives, Herman Hagerman and David Beachy. 5, The Town Mailman, owned by Mark Kalina, trained by Craig Bowman, Aaron Merriman on the bike. 6, Zuma World, Ronnie Wren Jr. driving for Jeff Nysonger. Cones with Gorby, Coaster, and Roth. 7, Pumpkin Skin, who will race on Lasik. Braden Rhodes drives Betty Clegg and Kimber Clegg. And then 8, Tsunami King. Austin Hanner's driving for generic Nesselrode.
The field of 8 and from the rail, working up a lather. It's coming in to this race second in the point standings. Of course, Betty Clegg trains. Nick Clegg in the bike, owned by Kimber Clegg of Pennsylvania. This is a lather up gelding out of a Some Beach, Somewhere Mare beach work. Fortunately, the very last start a few days ago at Lancaster did have a break behind the gate. Before that, Coshocton was a wire-to-wire winner in 2:01 and 1 final quarter there, 29-2. At Delaware, actually in the fair stakes, ended up second. We should mention the mile time, though. This guy's gone as fast as 1:56.4. Originally, working up a lather was a $5,000 purchase out of the Ohio Selected Sale. Has now made $37,000. He's got 7 wins, 8 seconds, and 4 third-place finishes in 27 seasonal starts.
Before we get to the 2, I'm a Dancing Man. The Cleggs you're talking about the purchase, they do not pay the big dollar, but they get everything out of like Duncan, an $8,000 to $10,000 purchase.
Yep.
So many more. They've got something on the stick. They can
got
train
it
a
figured
racehorse.
it out, right? They've got something figured
Betty
out.
Clegg, 91 training wins this year at the fairs. The 2, I'm a Dancing Man. Luke Hanners, Eric Nesselrode, 2-year-old bay gelded son of a Dancing Yankee. Brett McCool Farms, 8 wins this year, $25,901, 57-3 at Woodsfield.
The 3, Fired Up Henry L. Hank Levan trains and drives for the Levan Stables. This is a Catch the Fire gelding. Looks like he got a little tired his very last start out at Dayton in the fair stakes. Tried to cut the mile, ended up 4th. on 54-4, however, so keep that in mind. Start before that was at Dover, was a winner, wire to wire there, and won 58-2. Fired Up Henry L. has had 7 wins, 5 seconds, and 2 third-place finishes in 19 seasonal starts and $43,000 made. This must have been a private purchase at some point. We do not have any public sales records, so not sure how much they got him in the stable for, but it was originally bred by the Folk Stables.
Here's a bargain, a $7,000 purchase, the 4, I Am the Sea. Dan Noble will drive the son of Down by the Seaside for Herman Hagerman. David Beachy owns of Berlin, Ohio. 8 wins, 7 seconds, 5 thirds, $39,000 on the year. Mainly in the home talent colt stake this year. A lot of seconds and third, pacing some miles on 59-2. A qualifying mark here over a sloppy track at Northfield Park of 58-2. The 4, I Am the Sea.
I'm not sure if we caught it, Doug, but this is actually the very first start under Herman Hagerman. I Am the Sea has spent all of the season under the Clegg stable.
Okay.
So not sure if, we're kind of going through a little bit of dispersal. They're trying to take on babies, and you got to sell one when they're good, right? Or no one else wants them. So not exactly sure how that happened. But I Am the Sea was also number 1 in the standings coming into today. But our 5 horse is not one to overlook either. The Town Mailman, Craig Bowman trains. Aaron Merriman now going to get the call. This is a well-said gelding, raced very hard at Dayton out of the 8-hole. Looks like he was parked quite a ways. Unfortunately, got really tired, but maybe that means he's going to be extra sharp here today. 9 wins and 14 goes. 2 back at Delaware, overcame that second-tier start out of the 9-hole, was a winner, and 157 flat. $25,000 made for the Town Mailman, and $7,000 purchase is all he was.
Ronnie Wren Jr. will drive number 6, Zuma World. This is the 2-year-old bay goat son of Zuma Kalade. Jeff Nysonger trains Kathy Gorby, Nysonger stable. B. Roth and M. Kester's own, 11 times a winner in 15 starts, second and a third to go along with that. $42,000 this year, was a winner in 2:03 and 2 at Montpelier, a winner in 2 minutes at Kenton about a month ago.
Another Clegg trainee in the 7, Pumpkin Skin. Braden Rhodes, just 20 years old, is going to get the call behind Pumpkin Skin. Last go at Lancaster, did have a second-place finish, but if we go 3 back to Dover, was a winner there in 2:01 and 4. Actually, at Delaware, put up a pretty nice mile as well. Was 5th, so hung on for a check, and 157-1 final quarter at Delaware, 29 and 4. Pumpkin Skin, a very odd name. Not sure where that came from, but 8 wins and 25 starts and an additional 10 hits on the board. Originally a $15,000 purchase out of the Ohio Selected. He has made 37 so far this year.
Number 8, Tsunami King. Austin Henners drives for Eric Nesselrode, who owns and trains his bay goat son of Dancing Yankee. A winner 7 times in 12 starts with 3 seconds, $24,574, 158 and 4 at Coshocton just 2 weeks ago.
And there's your field. As we said, a couple drivers, first-time drivers, behind a handful of these. I think Luke Hanners on the 2 will be his first time. On I'm a Dancing Man, Dan Noble on I Am the Sea, Aaron Merriman, the Town Mailman, and Ronnie Wren, Zuma World, and the 8-horse, Austin Hanners, Tsunami King. So it just completely changes the game, too, right? When we're talking about a different kind of track and completely different drivers.
Different driver, yes. Luke Hanners picked up his 1,000th win last weekend here. At I know I was calling races, and they Friday
in the BSS finals,
yes,
right?
Last Friday I was working at Dayton calling races, and they told me, they said, Luke needs 2 more for 1,000. He's got a good shot at getting it. He didn't get it, and he came up here Saturday night then in the finals of the Buckeye Stallion Series and got his 1,000th career win.
I do think it was, he got it on a 2-year-old filly trotter in the BSS finals, so a very nice purse. Yes. You're going to remember that 1,000th win, of course. And Luke is just 25 years old, and then from the outside we've got older brother. He's only 26, though, Austin Hanners. That's one cool thing that we see around the industry is lots of families going head-to-head. On the way up here, Doug, we were talking about Tim and Trace Tetrick. We've got 2 brothers there that drive against each other. And
well, we got, talking about Luke Hanners, Austin Hanners, Tyler Smith.
Yeah, Trevor.
Trevor Smith, all their cousins, all from the Washington Courthouse area.
Yep, I forget about that every once in a while. They are cousins. A big family affair. I'm actually surprised, which it's a little bit of a drive for the Smiths, but not seeing any of the Southern guys come up. But, of course, they're racing at Dayton tonight anyway.
The Nobles. Right now we have Dan and Colton, but you had Ohio Hall of Famer Chip Noble, the late Chip Noble, the father of Dan, and then his father was Bruz. I believe you have 1, 2, 3. There would be 5 generations of Nobles.
And they're very good horsemen.
Yes.
And you say what you want, and we saw it even in that last race where Danny he has a knack, and he's driven a lot of horses for us, very nice horses over the years. And you just can't put a flame to him a lot of the times, and especially as he's moved up here to Northfield, we see that night over and over and over.
He can keep a horse alive on the front end.
Can he ever? And it's been quite interesting to see his transition up here at Northfield Park and how he just changes the game. And thinking about that, I've said that a couple times actually when David Miller, who I think is supposed to be here later, he's at least listed on a couple horses, maybe in the Courageous Lady, I want to say he's listed there. I always said, like, when David comes back, although it's going to be in a different form than we've seen him, of course, on the Grand Circuit, but when you've got a really good driver, it just changes the game because they can make a good horse something, or excuse me, even a mediocre horse something.
So we got a field of 8 going to the gate. Working up a lather, I'm a dancing man. Fired up Henry L. I am the C. The Town Mailman, Zuma World, Pumpkin Skin, and Tsunami King is on the outside. And the gate comes to the top of the stretch. Let's send it upstairs to Kenny Livingood to give us a call.
On gate. They're off and pacing. Good start. The Town Mailman down the center, working up a lather in between his I'm a Dancing Man into the opening turn. Fired up Henrielle is next. He's inside of I Am the Sea. They're 4th and 5th. Out deep on the course, Zuma World, Pumpkin Skin, and Tsunami King at the back. It's Nick Clegg working up a lather, using that inside post to his advantage. He's in front a length and a half. I'm a Dancing Man. The pocket sitter, The Town Mailman left, but is 3rd for Merriman early on. Fired up Henrielle is 4th in front of I Am the Sea, who's 5th off a 27-3 opening panel and coming to the outside right now. There goes I Am the Sea for Noble. On his back, Zuma World. The two at the back are Pumpkin Skin and Tsunami King. Fired up Henrielle tried to get off the rail, but Zuma World beat him to the spot, so he's going to be pinned in here and shuffled the spot as they have 5/8 of a mile left to go as they just went past the 3/8 mark. It's working up a lather at 21-1. Upset-minded for Clegg. I Am the Sea on his outside. I'm a Dancing Man locked in the box. Second over, Zuma World is 4th, only 3 lengths off the leader. Third over comes Pumpkin Skin outside of The Town Mailman. Tsunami King is 4th over, and Fired Up Henrielle got buried back in last in a 4-hole as they race to the backside of the course. Working up a lather, got a 30-second second quarter breather. I Am the Sea to his wheel, jammed in. I'm a Dancing Man, ready to come 3 wide. Zuma World only 2 to pick up, and Wren gives him the green light now. 3 across with just over a quarter of a mile left to go from the back. Tsunami King's out deep. Shaking off the rail was Merriman with The Town Mailman as they go past 3/4 and 1:26-3. They're coming from everywhere, and Zuma World has come away with a 3-length lead. The Town Mailman, what a steer by Merriman. He ended up in the 3 path, and he's up to 2nd. Tsunami King wide but 3rd. Pumpkin Skin is 4th. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Zuma World turns on a 2.5 length lead. The Town Mailman trying to come get him. He's drifting out. Zuma World's drifting in. The Town Mailman's out of time. It's Ronnie Wren Jr. and Zuma World. The Town Mailman and Tsunami King, 155-3.
155-3. Man, I know we've had a handful of exciting races tonight. I don't even know how to describe that one.
They were
coming from everywhere.
Stacked up, and as Kenny Livingood said, they're coming from everywhere. Aaron Merriman, the way he steered that The Town Mailman, he had a hold on him, nowhere to go. Finally got him out right at the 3/4, weaving in and out of traffic, but could not catch Zuma World. Ronnie Wren Jr., Jeff Nysonger trains this 2-year-old Bagel, the son of Zuma Kalade, bred by Jay Burkholder. 12th win in 16 tries this year. Now we'll get a lifetime mark of 55-3. The mark before that showed a qualifier of 57. Was a winner 2:03 and 2 at Montpelier, 2 minutes at Kenton. Rattled off 4 in a row, 2:03 at Findlay. And paced in 58 and was a winner by 6 lengths at the Allen County Fair in Lima. But it is Zuma World and Ronnie Wren Jr. to take the 2-year-old colt and gelding pace for $50,000.
After I just said Aaron Merriman tied Ronnie Wren for all-time driving wins in the OFCs, he's going to move right back up in the number 1 now with 10 total OFC victories. And Doug, look at the prices on that. Oh my gosh, the super. Even that try. Our winner went off 6-1. The place horse 11-1.
11-1 on the Town Mailman.
Yeah, that was a nice price for that horse.
20 on the board on the
No, you're right.
8 Sadami King.
You're right. 41-1 is
okay.
That was
That's
his morning line.
Morning line.
I know.
Okay.
I caught myself looking
Yes.
at that the other day, or earlier this evening. But 41-1. I was a great drive by Austin Hanners as well. Really got that horse going to finish third.
Back here to the winners are the 6 Zuma World, owned by Gorby Nicesonger Stables, Roth and Coaster, trained by Jeff Nicesonger. Driven to victory by Ronnie Wren Jr. 2-year-old big on by Summa Cum Laude out of the Western Ideal Mare. Show the World, bred by Jay Burkholder of Ohio. 12th lifetime win for Zuma World, 155 3/5.
Not quite official just yet, but you see it there. We're going to go 6, 5, 8, 3 across the wire.
Fired Up Henry L. Hank LeVan, our favorite, I believe, went off at 5-2, one of the post-time favorites. Took the shuffle. He was buried on the inside, but shook loose. I didn't see how he really finished. I was watching the Town Mailman in the first 2 coming to the top of the stretch. But Fired Up Henry L. completes the super, finishing 4th.
I can't wait to see what this group of colts does next year as sophomores. Truly, after seeing that race shake out the way that it did, I think we're going to be in for a treat every year. It just gets better. This breed is
Back
phenomenal.
in the day, 3-year-old pacers at the fairs, if you went 2-3, was something.
Wren Jr.
Here the winner circle with winning driver Ronnie Wren Jr. Just how you planned it there, huh?
Yeah, just the way I wrote it up. I'll tell you what, it definitely feels like fair racing, a little dangerous out there.
I tell you guys got sort of stacked up. You had to come off the rail there a little bit. You had to come 3 wide off the last turn, but boy, this one really was good tonight.
Yeah, I spoke to Jeff earlier today, and he said the horse had one really good move, so I was able to save the horse as long as I can, and she responded well.
Let's talk about odds on Chesapeake a little bit later on tonight. Winner of the Nadia LaBelle has won a lot of things this year for 3-year-old filly pacers. What do you make of her?
Yeah, she's a really nice filly. I've raced against her all year, and Virgil does a great job with her. 2 holes, great spot tonight, and we'll be looking to put her in play.
Now, it's good to have you finally back home. You've won every stake just about that there is to win this year. You're having one heck of a year. How's it feel?
It's been a great year. I'm just thankful to be able to drive for Ronnie Burke and the other guys I drive for as well on the big circuit. But, Lou Prince, a special horse. He's raced great all year, and hopefully we can finish the job the next couple weeks.
Congratulations. Best of luck later on.
Thank you.
We are official 6, 5, 8, 3. Zuma World returns at $15.20. What is that try? Look at that try. $2 try. Pays over $1,800. Even the exacta. Not too bad. The 20-cent super pays $1,900. Guess you got to know how to pick them, but that was going to be a hard one to try to pretend to know how that one was going to shake out. But what a year Ronnie Wren is having. Of course, this is, for him, a little bit small beans, just $50,000, but I'm sure he appreciates every single start that any trainer is going to give him, and especially any win. But if you want to win, you got to put up Ronnie Wren. That's going to do us, though, for race number 5. Turning the page, we're going to take a break from the Ohio Fair Championships. Up next is the $20,000 Fillies and Mares Open Pace. Actually, just a smaller field, just 6 girls going to go behind the gate, but join us in a moment and we'll tell you all about them.
In Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm has the stallions you are looking for, like What the Hill, Uncle Peter, and In Range, as well as Branded by Lindy, Jug Winner Luz Pearlman, Racing Hill, and Guardian Angel Oz. Hickory Lane will offer a host of Ohio sired yearlings this fall, including 6 by In Range, 5 by Uncle Peter, 4 by Guardian Angel Oz, and 1 by What the Hill. Find out more at hickorylanefarm.com.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 66 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
We are back here at Northfield Park on Ohio Fair Championship night. I am joined by the executive director of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, Frank Frost.
Hey, glad to be here. This is great. This great night. All the travel that we do during the summer to watch these horses and these horsemen at the fairs, it all comes to an end tonight. And this is what they race for all summer long, is to try to get here and get that trophy.
As Ashley and I had mentioned, in your Buckeye Stallion and in your Sire Stake, most of the time before the final, these horses have met. We have 4 different fair circuits: the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, the Southern Valley Home Talent, and the Ohio Colt Racing Association. Some of these horses have never met. They're meeting tonight for the first time.
Well, and that's what I had somebody tell me. It's a lot easier when you're at the fair picking winners. You come here and you got the best from all 4 circuits, and it's hard to pick winners here because we're seeing the best of our fairs.
At the fair, so many times you have a 5-horse field, and 4-horse fields. People don't understand that, but you got to split them when you have 8 in a race on a half-mile track. Most fairs will not race 8. You end up with 4 and 4. It's so much different when you come here. That favorite could be in post 8, and you get these drivers. They'll switch drivers from your regular fair driver. They might drive their own horse, but the money's on the line here. They're going to put somebody else up.
And it's funny, you look at how many starts they have and wins. We got a post parade going on.
Keith Cash Jr. drives and trains for Bruce Salisbury. 3 Salzbrook Mabel Dan Noble drives for Corey Kreiser and Todd's Auto. 4 Naked on a Hill. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives for Ron Burke Racing with Buscemi. 5 Stinka Galaxies. Justin Irvine drives for Corey Kreiser. Owners Amir Nader and Thunder Racing. And the 6 is Soft Shot. Aaron Merriman drives for Sam Scalacci and Paul O'Neill.
So what I was saying is, you look at the, their lines and everything. You see how many times they've won, and and these horses are coming in 8, 9, 10 wins. Sometimes you look at an overnight race and you see a horse with 7 or 8 wins. You go, okay, that's something special. But at the fairs, they're racing an awful lot, they're winning an awful lot, so that's what makes it tough. But so far so good. A lot of great racing. So right now we've got next up is the Open. Why don't we tell them about these
Open
horses?
Pace, the one, Polk Salad Andy, Kurt Sugg for Ed Miller. 27 career wins, 204,000, 150 and 4/5 at Scioto Downs earlier in the year.
The number 2 is Two Pistol Annie. Keith Cash Jr. drives and trains for Bruce Soulsby. This is a 5-year-old mare by Lazarus N. Has 4 wins this year in 25 starts. Lifetime 89 starts, 19 wins, $388,000 on the card. Was a winner 2 back here in the Fillies and Mare Open on September 20th.
3, Salzbrook Mabel. Dan Noble looking for his second driving win of the evening. Corey Kreiser trains his 5-year-old bay mare. Looking for her 18th career win, 112,000, 51 and 4 at Northfield Park last time out.
The number 4 is another $380,000 lifetime winner, Naked on a Hill. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives for Ron Burke. Burke Racing Stable and Weaver Buscemi are the owners. Dennis Shaner was the breeder. This is a 4-year-old mare by Nob Hill High. 21 starts this year, 7 wins, 3 seconds, 4 thirds.
Justin Irvine will drive number 5, Think of Galaxies for Corey Kreiser. 29 career wins, 552,000, 150 and a 5th at the Meadows.
The number 6 is Soft Shot. Aaron Merriman drives for Sam Scalacci. This is a Heston Blue Chip 4-year-old out of the Better's Delight mare Alms Whisper. Paul O'Neill of Saratoga Springs is the owner. 11 starts on the year, 3 wins, 3 seconds, and a third. Has a mark of 151 and 3. Took it at the Meadows for this year.
So that's a look at the field. Open Pace. We got another ladies driving pace coming up. Pace for the Cure. We got the Courageous Lady, and we got about 5 more fair finals.
Yep, 5 more. Yep, fair finals.
And consolation.
To come. Yep.
They offer a consolation here at Northfield Park. I believe next weekend.
Yeah, next weekend. We have nothing to do with that consolation. That is all Northfield.
But that's nice
taking
purse
that.
money.
It is.
Again.
It's nice.
It's about a $10,000 or $12,000 purse for the consolation.
Dave Bianconi, the race secretary here, takes that upon himself to write that race. So it's kind of nice that the second tier of these horses gets the chance to come on out and race here at MGM Northfield Park.
Frank, the season's coming to an end.
Yes.
For most of the yes, it's been a long season, but a fun season. But you're already planning. What goes on in the off season? You're already planning. Your office is planning for next year.
Well, it's kind of funny. We the first thing we'll do is we'll start on some publications. We've got the Stallion Directory that's going to come out. We've already started working on that. We will review all the rules that we had for the Sire Stakes, for the Buckeye Stallion Series, for the Fair Championships.
And see if you want to make any
changes, any adjustments. We'll look at that. Change some wording just to make them easier to understand sometimes. So we'll start on that. We still have a magazine that's going to come out. We got the Breeders' Crown in 2 weeks coming up.
Yes.
Several of us will be going up to that to kind of see that and get a really good close look at that, because the Breeder Crown comes to Scioto Downs next year, so we're going to get ready for that. And then we got our banquet. Our banquet is in January. Anybody that's a member can come. Even if you're not a member, you can come enjoy our banquet with us, where we'll honor our divisional champions. We got the voting for that. We'll also name the horse of the year. So, yeah, a lot of it. There's really no downtime.
Yes.
We'll be doing that in the office. Matt Clark will be cleaning equipment, getting all the dust out of it from the fairgrounds. That's what Matt will do.
There's a lot of dust.
Plenty of it.
I remember the night I was working the broadcast at Findlay, and we had no cover there, and it rained, and Matt said we can't cover anymore. We gotta he wrapped it up in towels and everything.
Yep, that's
because the equipment can't take water.
Exactly.
And we got it. We missed about 4 or 5 races, so we came back on with 2 races to go. Just did the post parade, and it's a downpour again, so we called it a night.
And sometimes that happens. You know, you get some of these places that they don't have a roof over our heads, and we try to see what we can do. But no, it's we're going to have a lot of stuff going on in the office over the next couple of months. So there really is no. It slows down. Let's say that slows down. There's no downtime, but it does slow down a little bit. We're not running all over all over the state of Ohio, getting to all these fairs and doing it. But it's fun, and we'll start planning for next year's fair season very early on. Seeing it was, and this year, the way the calendar falls, it looks like things are going to be moved back a week.
Well, your fairs, your fairs are based, if you have a Labor Day fair, it all depends on, Labor Day being the first Monday in September. You always get a Labor Day fair, so that's the way your schedule goes.
So we'll stagger all of that kind of stuff. We'll look at that, and we've got some fairs that have talked about maybe adding a day of racing, which would be great.
That would be great, yes.
We'll start talking to them. We'll meet with the 4 circuits. You had mentioned the 4 circuits. We've got the Southern Valley Colt Circuit, the Home Talent Colt Stakes, Ohio Colt Racing Association, the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. They'll get together. The consortium will get together, and they'll talk about different things and make sure we're doing things the right way. So we're looking forward to those
125 days of county fair racing. That includes Delaware.
Yep.
But and every race was covered on a live broadcast feed, and we had viewers from anywhere. Just can't imagine where all they came.
We had them from all over. I love telling the story. I was doing one fair, and we had it was a middle of the afternoon, a 2:00 fair, and we had a gentleman jump on with the comments who was in England, said he had just finished dinner, and then another person jumped on, said he was in New Zealand and just ate breakfast, and watching Ohio County Fair, not betting on it, just watching it for the enjoyment and see how well these horses did. So, but this, and this great card with the Fair Championship, you throw in this open handicap, filly and mares going for $20,000. You get to see some great horses, and then coming up tonight, the Courageous Lady is just going to be a fantastic race. Looking forward to the Courageous Lady later on tonight. But you do double duty. Not only do you help us with our fair broadcast, but you're announcing a lot of these. Yes. So, now you're
Ashley and I were
slow it down a
talking
little
on
bit.
the way up. I worked 71 stations of doing something this year, and I think I was at 33 county fairs.
I see you're still wearing your wedding ring, so your wife hasn't gotten rid of you yet, has she?
No. That's what I was. No, not yet.
Doing all that, she may be liking that,
Yeah, she might be trying to line up a couple more.
Well, that's what I said. Jug week, I was gone all week, and then when I got home, she left with her sister to go to her other sisters in Vermont.
So she said the Doug-free vacation.
Yes, and then last week, where was I out of town last week? This week I was out of town at Lancaster, and right before I was out of town, she went on a golfing trip with her. So we haven't been together. Maybe that's a good thing.
That is a good thing. The horse is milling around in that first turn, getting set to go. It's a beautiful night out here. Very crisp. It's a beautiful fall night out there. Perfect weather for the horses. We've had big crowd. We got a big crowd downstairs. They've got their Players Club, Northfield Parks Players Club. They're doing a promotion down there tonight, so they've been giving away T-shirts and some other things, and a lot of people down there, and we had a lot of people in the winner's circle. Some groups are here tonight, so we are set to go with the Filly and Mares Open Handicap. From the rail out, Polk Salad Annie and Kurt Suggs, Two Pistol Annie and Keith Cash Jr., Salzbrook Mabel and Dan Noble. Ronnie Wren drives Naked on a Hill. Think of Galaxies and Justin Irvine and Soft Shot and Aaron Merriman. Let's send it up to Kenny Livingood for a call of the 6th.
Open pacers at the head of the lane. Here they come. Often pacing. Great start from Salzbrook, Mabel, and Soft Shot. Two Pistolani gets in front of Polk Salad Annie into the opening turn. Soft Shot tries to loop him, and she'll make the front. Salzbrook, Mabel on the outside. We'll see what Noble wants to do. He wants to drive to the frontier outside of Two Pistolani. Merriman does have a tight hold of Soft Shot as he's going to let Salzbrook, Mabel drive past. Polk Salvani is fourth. Naked on a Hill is fifth. And Think of Galaxies is the trailer. 7 lengths separate the entire field. Salzbrook, Mabel has moved to the lead off a quick 26-4 opening panel. Salzbrook, Mabel on top. Soft Shot, who had very quick legs off the car, is in the pocket spot. A length and a half off the leader, Salzbrook, Mabel. Two Pistolani is third. Polk Saladani is fourth. They're followed by Naked on a Hill and Think of Galaxies. They were nose to helmet single file through 3/8 of a mile with Salzbrook, Mabel calling the shots. Soft Shot pocketed up here. Drafting in behind this favorite. Two Pistolani third as they're halfway home in 55 flat. 28-1 from Salzbrook, Mabel. Soft Shot second. Two Pistolani third. Polk Saladani is fourth. Coming to the outside, Naked on a Hill. And Think of Galaxy still the trailer. About 7 lengths separate them as they pace by 5/8 and head to 3/4. Salzbrook, Mabel the target. Soft Shots enjoyed a good trip. Two Pistolani third. Uncovered, Naked on a Hill. No help from fifth. First up on the outside. Think of Galaxies on her back and Polk Saladani now the trailer. 3/4 tripped. 1:22-3. 27-3 backside. Salzbrook, Mabel puts the pedal to the metal. Soft Shots had the trip if she's good enough. Two Pistolani hasn't spent a penny. 3 wide. Think of Galaxies. Naked on a Hill is stalled. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Merriman kicks the plugs out on Soft Shot and asks her to go get Salzbrook, Mabel, who turns on a 2-length lead. Soft Shot is second, then Two Pistolani into deep stretch. Salzbrook, Mabel give Noble a double. Soft Shot second, Two Pistolani third. Think of Galaxies fourth. 151-1.
Oh, I forgot about that.
151-1, and that was Salzbrook, Mabel. Dan Noble's going to notch another driving victory on the night. This one trained by Corey Kreiser. That is 3 in a row, actually, for Salzbrook, Mabel, and 9 of 17 on the year. Joining me now, though, we've just hopping all over. We're trading mics back and forth and back and forth.
We're playing musical chairs here tonight.
I should always know when there's a hot mic around, apparently, but, it is what it is. Salzbrook, Mabel here over Soft Shot.
Yeah, that's looking back. That's what 6 out of 7 that you can see on the lines. So
yeah, just a really impressive effort for Salzbrook, Mabel, right? I mean, it's been racing in the that claiming series that we had here. What's weird about Salzbrook, Mabel, check this out. Ready? Raced in the 17.5 series, was claimed.
Yep.
Stepped up in class. Faced the 25 claimers. Okay, that was leg 2. Then in leg 3, they're like, yeah, you know what? We'll move up. We'll see what happens. And raced very well, and then raced in the second leg of that series. So, just one of those things.
And now here we just won the open handicap pace, right?
Yeah, listen, it's.
You take a look,
with last year's Jugette winner sitting on her back.
And man, but
pulled
Soft
away
Shot,
from her.
I'm gonna say, I didn't get to hear you guys introduce this group of girls, but man, has Soft Shot been in some tough company her last handful of starts.
Twin B. Joe Fresh won the last 2 she's been in. That's pretty good.
Who's that? Who's Twin B. Joe Fresh?
Right.
Coming back for maybe a second run at Horse of the Year, maybe?
Guess we'll see. And it looks like we're going official already. We'll go down to the winner's circle for the presentation.
No interview here. This was my interview.
All right.
This was my interview.
So sorry.
No interview. Come on, Ash.
Blue winner circle of 3,
Hold on,
Salzbrook, Mabel,
I can
but
run
Todd's
down
Auto,
there.
trained by Corey Kreiser. Give Kreiser a double. Give Dan Noble a double. Say 5-year-old Bay Mare by Malicious out of the Sports Writer Mare. South Window Aces, bred by the Salzbrook Stables, and Rebecca Hamilton, 18th lifetime win, 9th this season, 3 in a row. What a claim from the Kreiser barn. Back on September 13th, this horse has finished second ahead and won 3 straight, including an Open. The result is official in 151-1, lifetime best.
You looked at that winner's circle, and there was the trainer and the driver. Every other race tonight, if you guys sold tickets to that thing or charged admission, you guys be making a lot of money down there.
I got to tell you, man, it's been good. But
$30.80.
Were you down there for the last race? Mm-hmm. Do you know what we did for the last race? So
it was the anniversary race.
It was,
yep.
Yeah. That couple was married 30 years ago here, 30 years ago today. And, MGM's big on making wow moments for, our guests. And we did it upright, and they had a great time. They were so happy. The tears were flowing. I was trying not to cry myself.
Oh, jeez.
Listen, I'm a very, listen, depending on who you ask, I'm a very emotional guy. It's just what I do. You know what I mean? It's just how it is. I cry more than most guys. What can I say?
And talking of maybe about some wow moments, hopefully we'll see some more later on. But, man, our little fair championships are giving us a show at Northfield tonight, aren't they?
Did you hear what Ronnie said in the last
Yes, I did. It's shaping up a little bit to be like a true fair race.
I told him, I said, the trip worked out just like you planned it, did he? He goes, oh, yeah, just like I drew it up. That's exactly what I said. But, no, there's been some excitement. And, I give, you guys a lot of credit. Jess and I were talking downstairs on the pregame show about, how, it's funny because you can't just win one fair and you're going to make the final, right?
Exactly.
You got to win 4, maybe 5 races. I mean, that's tough to do.
Honestly, anymore, it's more than that. A lot of these horses all night long, the lightest that we've had management-wise is maybe 12 starts.
Yeah,
a lot of them are getting up.
And you look at some of the, the point totals, you're looking at, 300 points. You get 51 for a win. And, you got to be in that 300 range and up, to have a chance in the top 5.
It's more than that, Frank.
I know there were a couple 400s in there.
No. I mean, if you're barely squeezing by if you're in the 400s, right?
Yeah, to get in there, you better be racing and winning a few of these things. So, it gets a little crazy.
Right. You see that? Yeah, she's ready to get
I come prepared on that one. But, no, Michael, also I want to talk to you about this is a big night for you guys. Of course, we're here for our fair championships, but the courageous lady, that's a big deal, and you've got a very nice field coming up.
What a great field that Dave has put together for this race. We've seen some world champions, we've seen some horse of the years, Test of Faith, the year Frank and Jay did the show, was here. I mean, she went in 150 and won that night, and at the time was a track record, right? So, we've seen some of the best, and we've got some of the sports best. And what I love about the field today is we got some of the sports best. We've got some new shooters who maybe haven't had the opportunity like Prolific Fire. You've got time of the season. And how about the story of our honored defender?
I'm so glad you're bringing that one up.
I mean, I spent time all week, and I mean, you guys get my emails at the start of the week. I have a very heavy release schedule throughout the week. And, I got 2 stories in, and I'm like, what am I going to write about? Everybody reads about Rodeo Drive Deo all the time. Odds on Chesapeake, everybody reads about the favorites, and I get the phone call that the 8 horse is going to scratch, and Our Honor Defend's getting in. Guess what, boys? We're writing about Our Honor Defend.
So can you talk about, this is an invitational. The Courageous Lady is a $125,000 invitational.
Yep.
What made, I'm assuming Dave is who makes that call, what made one of the Our Honor Defend just notched last week the BSS championship, so not even the top level in Ohio. But man, she put out a show there. So why is she here today?
So it's funny because I got to write about this a little bit in the story. Keith Gisser, we all know what a jokester Keith is, right? And so he called Dave up on Saturday and was like, hey, just if you need a horse for the Courageous Lady, we'd be interested in coming. And what started out as a lighthearted, joking conversation has turned into this huge ordeal. And what happened is Dave does the draw on Tuesday. Well, I've been saying to Dave, and he's not around, right?
He was down there eating.
I've been saying to him forever, we got to have an AE in this race. Every year, for one reason or another,
something happens.
We have a scratch for whatever reason, and so I joke with him, and it's always pre-scratch time. I'm like, we got to have an AE, and he's like, well, these some of these Grand Circuit horses, they don't want to be AE, right? I'm like, just put an AE in there, right? So the draw sheet comes out, sure enough, there's an AE, and he says to me, he goes, yeah, I decided to listen to you, it's fine, whatever, right? So, we, again, didn't think anything about it, and then we found out Thursday morning that Pillar Hanover was going to be scratched, and it was just, it all worked out in the cards. Keith and his team are so excited when I called Scott Betts. I think nobody was as shocked as Scott Betts was on Thursday morning. And I told him, I said, listen, you get $1,250 just for showing up. So worst case scenario, you're going to walk out of here with $1,250.
Right.
So, and we really pride ourselves on that is we pay all the way back. We pay a percentage point all the way back from 6th through 9th just to, it helps get everybody here. And, we don't charge an entry fee for the race unless you scratch. And then you have to pay the entry fee. But, you get $12.50 just for showing up to this race. So, I mean, they're here. They were in detention earlier this afternoon. They've got high hopes, but they're sensible, right? They know this is a really, really tough test. Now they got to be happier that the 7-horse scratched, and so they get to move.
Oh, so yeah, they're sliding down.
Sliding down a little bit. So, I wouldn't be shocked to see them get a piece of it at least. Finish in the top 5, and
you never know.
A piece, 5% of $125,000 is still a nice paycheck.
Yes,
let's be honest.
$62.50. That would be great, right?
Exactly.
And I'm not very familiar with the Courageous Lady itself. Can you tell us about its history?
Well,
or can
Ashley,
we read about its history?
I sure can. No, we've got, like I said, we've had some really nice horses. We did have a dead heat 2 years ago. It was the first dead heat we've ever had in any of our stakes races here at the home of the Flying Turns. Test of Faith was in this race several years ago. Funny story behind that, they didn't have eliminations for the Breeders' Crown. So I'm like, yeah, let's go make a quick $65,000, $70,000. Yeah, let's ship over to Northfield Park. So Sassa Hanover was in this race. At a time, we actually had 2 divisions of this event. It's not our, it's funny. When the graded system came out, everybody was like, oh, grade 3, It's never been like a stellar, you know what I mean? It's never been like that eye-popping stakes race. And, it is what it is, and we're okay with that. The Milstein here lately, and Frank, you guys probably know this, it's kind of become the Olympics of the 3-year-old colt pacers. So we really try to get the top horse from each jurisdiction to come into Northfield Park for the Milstein to race. Well, in this case, Courageous Ladies almost turned into a Grand Circuit Ohio bred-ish event, right? We get a lot of Ohio breds this time of year. The hard part is Ontario does their Super Night tonight. So, the likes of, say, Chantilly, who would have loved to come here, doesn't come here because she's probably up at Woodbine Mohawk Park, right? So, we've had some really nice horses. I'm sure that Dave could go into this list and tell you, this horse was good, that horse was good, blah, 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 blah. But, I love some fillies and I love some mares. And the mares, like Zenyatta was my favorite thoroughbred racehorse of all time. As speaking of the ladies, they're coming out onto the racetrack now, and how cool is this? By the way, I guess I'm going to change the topic now. How cool has this been? We had not 1 but 2 lady drivers' paces tonight.
Yes, yeah.
Congratulations to Christina Johnson. She won for the 3rd year in a row. Here's Colton Hay coming onto the racetrack with Ronnie Wren Jr., who, by the way, and I'm putting this on the record right now. Mark the day, October 11th. 2025. My vote for driver of the year, it's already over. It's already done. It's already done. It is Ronnie Wren Jr. And people can say what they want to. I'm putting it out there. They can say what they want to. They can call it a Midwest bias. I said it during the interview.
Yep.
He has literally won everything there is to win this year. I don't care what happens at the Breeders' Crown. To me, Ronnie Wren Jr. is driver of the year.
A couple championships there, and it's cemented.
Yeah, I mean, listen. Here's the thing. I mean, it's hard, right? Because when you look at, at drivers as a whole, right? I mean, Aaron Merriman could very well be driver of the year every year, right? The Dexter Dunns of the world could be driver of the year every year. But this has been a spectacular year for Ronnie. And listen, had Blueprint not had to have surgery,
it'd
probably come here to the Milstein.
Even better.
Yeah, it'd be even better. Right?
Exactly.
And so, Luadipa, I mean, amazing.
I know, and it's like,
breathtaking.
and he's not even just winning these races to win the races. Like, these are stakes records, world records. It's amazing. I can't imagine. Ronnie Wren really does deserve it, and I'm sure Hunter might be playing a part in that. I know that he thinks about Hunter every time he steps on the track. I don't think there's a doubt about that. But it's quite remarkable. We've got this guy from Michigan who's making a name from himself. Making a name from himself up here in Ohio, and then just continues on the up and up. If you want to win, you got to put up Ronnie Wren.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of Hunter, and I meant to mention it when you were here last week, and I forgot, and I'm going to do it now because you guys deserve a ton of credit. By you guys, the OHHA. The Hunter Myers mural.
It's coming along great, isn't it?
Listen, it looks fantastic. And,
getting emotional again.
It's hard because, it's first thing I see every morning, and it's the last thing I see when I leave the race office. And, you guys did a remarkable job getting that all set up, all put together. I know Brent was super thrilled to work with you guys on that.
Amy
So,
Holler gets
Amy
all
Holler.
the credit. She really spearheaded that. So, props to Amy for that. So,
Looks like they are coming out on the track, so here's a post parade of the 7th.
To Molly's Game, Emma Wahlberg drives for owner trainer Tommy Vosick. 3's Winston, Devin Miller in the bike. For Stacy Van Wiesen and owner Charlie Miller. For Western BB, Mary Burkhold drives for Dale Edwards and David Pernstill. The 5, JD Camden, Mandy Jones in the bike for Ron Burke, Burke Racing and Weaver Buscemi. The 6, PFC, KC Winton, owned by Ben They're Done That Racing, trained by Corey Kreiser and driven by our outrider, Nadine Hepke. 7, Pro Beach, owned by the PT Stable, trained and driven by Candace Brandstatter Hall. 8, Blue Spanks, owned by Joseph Boza, trained by Keith Cash Jr. with Jennifer Main in the bike. And the 9, Best Nay Ever, Lauren Harmon drives for Krista Harmon. Owners Kia Morgan and Robert Williams Jr.
A full field, 9 horses to go. This is our second division of the Lady Drivers Tour. Remember, all of these horses dropped in here are non-winners of $25,000 in 2025. The purse is $10,500. On the rail, Rocket Party. Oscar Johnson Jr. trains. Leslie Joyce is going to get the call of this 5-year-old gelding by Party at Arts Place, owned out of Illinois. Coming off of a second place finish, actually. Is that Woodstock? Is that what that code is?
Yes.
Woodstock there.
Yes,
Has been
Woodstock.
racing
That's
quite.
in Virginia.
That's what I thought. Okay. They coming quite off a lot of starts there at Woodstock, but like I said, coming off of a second in the non-winners of 3,500, last 4 with a claiming tag at 154 flat, final quarter 28-2. We go a handful back to the beginning of September. However, Rocket Party did race right here at Northfield Park and put it up a mile 156-3, 4 wins and 31 tries this season, and $22,000 made on the year.
Actually, the 2, Molly's Game, Emma Wahlberg drives, 11 career wins, $101,000, 52-4. Winner last time out here on the 5th of October, 154-1, gate to wire win.
Devin Miller is to drive the 3, Winston, for Stacy Van Heusen. This is a 10-year-old gelding by Western Ideal, owned by Charlie Miller of Columbus. Last week here, actually I shouldn't say last week, a couple weeks ago here at Northfield, the non-winners of 1,500 was second just by a neck at 155-4. However, if we go a little bit further back at the lines, was racing down at Scioto Downs and put up a handful of 53 miles. Didn't start last year at all as a 9-year-old, but now in 2025 has 10 seasonal starts with 2 wins, 1 second, 1 third, just 5,600 made, but lifetime for this 10-year-old, it's almost $200,000.
For Western BB, Mary Burkhold drives for trainer Dale Edwards, 10 career wins, 3 of those wins this year. $81,000, 154-2 right here at Northfield Park.
Our 5-horse Mandy Jones for Ron Berg, JD Camden GB. This is still a stud. It's a 5-year-old horse by Sweet Lou, owned by Weaver Buscemi and Burke Racing. 2 back here at Northfield in the non-winners of 1,500. Was a winner in 155-1. 15 starts on the air with just that single win for JD Camden. Lifetime, however, he's made $84,000.
Number 6, PBC KC Winton. Nadine Hepke drives for Corey Kreiser. 14 career wins, $92,000, $154 at Northfield Park last year.
The 7-horse Pro Beach, Candace Brandstatter Hall, trains and drives another 10-year-old gelding by some beach somewhere out of Better's Delight mare. This one is owned out of New Jersey. A handful back, is actually racing quite a bit at Batavia. And the non-winners are 3,500. Last 4, 3 back was a winner, wire to wire up there, kind of mid-September, and 154-4, final quarter 30 flat. 2 wins and 17 starts for Pro Beach. $14,000 made on the year. However, should mention $339,000 made lifetime. Originally Pro Beach some years ago, 9 years ago, was a $450,000 purchase. That was a lot of money
Yes,
9 years
was.
ago.
Oh, yes.
It's a lot of money now, but you know what I mean.
Oh. Number 8, Blue Spanx. Jennifer Main, a driver's change from Kiera Morgan. Keith Cash Jr. trains. 413 starts for this 14-year-old. A 14-year-old gilded by Santana Blue Chip. Bred by Kentuckiana Farms. 44 wins and 413 starts. 379,151 at Northfield Park.
And rounding out the field, best neigh ever, Lauren Harmon for Krista Harmon. This is a 4-year-old mare by Well Said. Last go out, actually was over at Hoosier Park. And I feel these mares, looks like non-winners are one, maybe. I'm not sure how they write their tags there. But that was all the way back on September 27th. So it's been a couple of weeks, but went the mile there at Hoosier and won 53-3, final quarter 28-3. And back in August, early August here at Northfield, was a winner in 154-4, and that was the only win on the season in 11 tries for the 9-horse. Now, I'm going to claim some ignorance here, as I've said many times, that I'm a Southern Circuit girl. I'm not very familiar with Northfield at all, unfortunately. But now, who is our outrider here?
I couldn't
I
begin
think it's usually Nadine who's driving.
Okay, it
in
could
the
be.
6-horse. And if I remember correctly, this is the only time every single year that Nadine drives.
Okay.
She drives one start a year. I think she usually wins the one start a year. I think she was the winner last year for this division.
The year I was here 3 years ago, they really decorated the horses up in the ladies' pace.
Okay.
And as I mentioned 3 years ago, we were upstairs. And this is a very, very nice facility. I didn't get a chance to look at, we walked up this level, but we went right upstairs and got up. We was up there the rest of the night, actually in a room by herself. Couldn't see the track at all. Well-lit track. I think they put new lights up here in the last few years. This is a very nice facility up
really
here.
is.
A very nice clubhouse. If you've never been here, get this way to Northfield Park. Ohio has a lot to offer in our 4 standardbred racetracks.
Especially when it comes to something like the Ohio Sire Stake Finals. They have such a big clubhouse. I mean, they put on a great event. They held the Sire Stake Finals last year. Of course, it was a date in this year. Next year, Scioto has a big year. Of course, they're holding the OSS Finals as well as the Breeders' Crown. But if you really need a reason to come all the way up here, Northfield, it's going to rotate back to Northfield, the Sire Stake Finals, and they do a great job. And it helps that this place, this grandstand, this clubhouse is so big.
Be back probably in 27 with
yes,
the
it will be
Sire State
27.
Final.
Yep, 27.
Dave Bianconi, the general manager, just walked through here momentarily. He's been sitting down in the clubhouse. We could maybe get him to stop up, give us a little bit of history on Northfield Park. He went underneath. If I can catch him when he comes back out.
Looks like our ladies are slowly gathering for the 7th race here. Pretty nice field of 9, as I said when we first started our introduction. All these horses are non-winners of $25,000 in 2025. There's a lot of back class. We've seen a lot of back class.
What horse did I mention? Blue Spanx, 413 career starts. 14-year-old by Santana Blue Chip. Now, that Santana Blue Chip name in the day was some name. It's something you don't hear much of anymore. But they are behind the gate. They will be swinging around this way to the top of the stretch. A field of 9 for the ladies driving tour. 2nd division. We still have the Courageous Lady and about probably 4 more or 5 more of the 5 more championships to go. So let's send it upstairs to Kenny Livingood to give us a call.
Series on gate. And they're off and pacing. Winston firing to the front for Devin Miller. Down toward the inside is Rocket Party. Best Nay Ever from the second tier. Up on heels is Lauren Harmon's trying to leave aggressively inside of Molly's Game. At the inside is J.D. Camden. Then it's Western BB, who's outside of Pro Beach. At the back of the field are Blue Spanks inside of PFC Casey Winton. So they step onto the backstretch and drive to the opening panel. Winston and Devin Miller out front. Rocket Party in the pocket spot. Best Nay Ever. Up on heels there, racing third. Parked out, Molly's Game fourth. Also parked, Western BB with PFC Casey Winton. J.D. Camden at the inside with Pro Beach, and the trailer is Blue Spanks. The opening quarter was complete in 29 flat as they double tier already, with Winston at 16-1. Offensive-minded here. Rocket Party jammed in the box. Molly's Game, tough trip for Emma Wahlberg. Best Nay Ever pinned in, no place to go down on a 3-hole. Second over comes Western BB as they race on over to the halfway point. Buried is J.D. Camden inside of PFC Casey Winton. Pro Beach and the trailer is Blue Spanks. Halfway home in 60 seconds. Winston leads the way after a 31-second panel. Molly's Game on the outside, continuing to apply a bit of pressure. Locked in Rocket Party. He's had a great trip. Western BB will have to come 3 wide if good enough with 3 to pick up. Still nowhere to go. Best Nay Ever inside of PFC Casey Winton third over. Then comes J.D. Camden ahead of Pro Beach and Blue Spanks the trailer. Across the backstretch, Winston turning away Molly's Game. Fanning wide goes Western BB and PFC Casey Winton. Rocket Party's had the trip. 3/4, 129. Best Nay Ever behind a wall of horses. Pro Beach from the back trying to get involved inside of J.D. Camden. They're fanned across behind Winston, who leads the way with 1/8 of a mile left to go. Rocket Party trying to get out of the pocket. Molly's Game. Best Nay Ever's got open road up the inside. Pro Beach continues a rail skimming trip. They turn for the money. Here's Rocket Party out of the pocket. Best Nay Ever up the inside. Rocket Party wins it. Rocket Party. Best Nay Ever got second. Winston was third. PFC Casey Winton fourth. 157-4.
157-4, and it was our one horse, right, that got up. Rocket Party, Leslie Joyce for Oscar Johnson Jr.
I believe Lauren Harmon with the 9 may have got up for third.
I think she might have over Devin, right, over the 3. Is that who?
First division went in 54-4. I believe this one in 57-4. Some slow up front fractions, just a soft quarter 29 and a 30-second breather there. I got to the half of a minute, 3/4 to 129, but they came home with flying up 57-4. And Rockin' Party, Leslie Joyce, who's having a great year on the ladies' circuit.
Looks like we're going to get that up close. I do think you're right, Doug, and putting the 9 over the 3 there. But we'll wait for that to get posted. And I say they're just pushing up the 1 right now. They're going to go to the photo for the place and show. And there we go. We're going to go 1936 for that super. For Rocket Party, that is 5 wins on the year and 32 goes. Was already sitting about $23,000 on the year. Going to add an extra $5,000 to it.
Going through my mind now, at Greenville, they had the Annie Oakley shootout. Jason Beatty's, who wore
Bobby Joe.
Bobby Joe Brewer.
Bobby Joe, yep.
Coming to the passing the stands for the first time. It's all ladies pace. She has Jason Beatty's colors on, and I said, "Here comes Jason Beatty with so and so."
Because you do, you just get used to looking
those
at
colors.
them.
And Jason Beatty was nowhere on the track. He was in the barn area. Probably thought, "Who is this idiot calling these races?" But she was wearing Jason's colors, and but I caught myself and corrected it.
And that's what Leslie Joyce wears, Tyler Smith's, right?
Yes.
That's what I see her on the camera right now, and those are Tyler's colors. So every once in a while, when she gets out there during the fair season, we'll mix them up. Actually, no.
Somewhat like Tyler's.
I think, but who? I say we are going to go official. Just heard Kenny say that, but somebody wears Tyler's colors, wasn't it? Somebody wears Tyler's colors, so I'm not too crazy. I just I saw gray from afar with Leslie, but she looks like she's got her own, so I stand corrected on that one. But some lady on the fair circuit wears Tyler Smith's.
I'll get the name here in a minute.
Say Matt doesn't have his headset on, or he might be able to correct us.
No, Matt knows everything. Matt's about like a Jay Wool. He can go
Let's
back
go,
there. He's here. He's listening to us now.
Joyce, 5-year-old big only by Party at Arts Place. Side of the Cam's Card Shark Mare. Armbro Dasher, bred by Mary and Adele Jeffers of Illinois. 22nd lifetime win. 5th this season. Rocket Party, 157 and 4/5.
So, Matt, I do think we're going to have an interview for this one, but what Doug and I were saying, somebody wears Tyler Smith's collars during the fair season. It's a lady. Is it? I thought it was Leslie Joyce, but looks like she's got her own now. Did you see that? I'm going to say it looks like maybe our eyes are deceiving us. We're quite a ways away from the winner circle.
Sutton standing by with winning driver Leslie Joyce.
Rocket Party gets a job done in the second division of the ladies' pace. I have winning driver Leslie Joyce. Now, Leslie, I've seen you've been traveling over the last year. You came out to the East Coast, of course, in Delaware and across some of the fairs as well. It looks like you're having a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, plenty. It's been quite a fun trip.
Let's talk about the trip a little bit tonight. Devin was aggressive off the gate with a bit of a long shot. She rated that mile pretty good. You look like you were absolutely loaded. I'm sure you were happy to pop the pocket there late in the stretch.
I was just hoping she was going to get me to the head of the lane and it was going to open up and I could just scoot on by.
Nice job.
Thank you.
There you have it. Rocket Party, Leslie Joyce take the second division of the ladies' pace.
We are official 19367 to complete the top 5 of race number 7, 157 and 4 for Rocket Party and Leslie Joyce.
Well, we're just about halfway through. We are halfway through.
I'm having a good time, Doug.
Yes,
I was a little worried. I'm coming up to Northfield, and I know these are some long nights up here, but hopefully everybody else is enjoying our commentary. I know we've watched some great races. We have plenty.
And our trip up was quick.
Yeah.
We did a lot of talking.
I know. We've talked all day, haven't we?
Yeah.
For those who don't know, Doug and I live somewhat close to each other, at least on the opposite side of the state. So he's in Salina, I'm in Tip City. So we met up in Wapak and drove 3 hours here, talked the whole way, and keep talking tonight. So we might have to be quiet on the drive back tomorrow, Doug. Turning the page, though, as we said, race number 8 up next. We're going back to our Ohio County Fair Championships. It's going to be our 3-year-old filly trotters. Looks like we might have a handful of commercials to catch up on. So let's thank our sponsors.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead Sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K Hanover by world record holder Walner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
Wallem Racing has been racing and breeding winners for over 5 decades, specializing in the development of young horses racing in Ohio. We are currently looking for new partnership opportunities as the fall sales approach. Our facilities feature a half-mile all-weather track, a sand track, beautiful turnouts, and everything that is needed to set your next quarter filly up for success. Want to own your next resource and have fun doing it? If so, contact us today and join in on the thrill of Ohio harness racing.
For 100 years, the values of BNSF Insurance have been clear. Do the right thing. These values have been at the forefront of what we do, and that will never change. But as the world changes, so must our business. That's why the time is right to change our name to CoverLink. When tragedy strikes, we protect our clients, we cover. And the connection of our values of doing what is right is the link. Combine the two and you get CoverLink. While our name has changed, nothing else has changed. Great service from great people. CoverLink Insurance. At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
We are back at Northfield Park on Ohio Fair Championship night. Been a great card so
It
far.
has. It's actually been more impressive than I thought it was going to be. We say that the Ohio County Fair racing is the grassroots level. We're aware of that. We don't, try to make it something that it's not. But at the same time, there's still such quality on the fair circuit now.
yes.
It's amazing. Throughout the entire season, we started early June. I think, Doug, you knew the day. It's June 9th?
June 9th we started, and we just ended Thursday, October 9th, 125 days of county fair racing.
Over 66 racing fairs. Those are
Yes.
county fairs and independent. We've got a couple independent fairs in there as well. But out of the 64 horses racing tonight, they have a combined seasonal earnings of over $2 million. And like you said earlier, some of these races, if they don't split into divisions, the fair races,
Yes.
can go up $15,000.
Yes.
But a lot of times, they are splitting divisions, going for 6, 7. Sometimes somewhere like Delaware, everybody wants to race. They go for 3 or 4. But to rack up over $2 million in earnings just in the fairs, that's quite an accomplishment. I think that speaks a lot about Ohio racing.
Yes. Every year we have a official school in the spring that Mike Wemkenberg puts on, and I usually attend. Somebody from Illinois area comes every year. He is so impressed just by, I know one year we had it at Courthouse. Last couple of years it's been at Urbana. Those two fairgrounds that he gets to, he just said, compared to our, it's just what you guys have to offer here in Ohio, it is just amazing.
It's really still growing. If you think about all of the money that not even just OHHA does invest in the grassroots level, but every year, the way that those purses, of course, people are nominating more and more horses into it every year, so they're technically growing. Last couple of years, I think it was maybe 2 years ago, 2 seasons now, OHHA, kept upping the purses too, that we keep adding more money into what these horses are going for. And this is the kind of quality now that we're breeding. That's important to say too. And it was pretty cool. I did some time earlier, and that was yesterday, and I looked at the total of 64 entries that we're seeing tonight. Long Tom by far has the most with 7 entries, 7 offspring racing tonight. But would you believe me in saying only 6 of them are trotters?
There's one pacer.
There is one pacer. Do you know
he's
who it
pretty
is?
Good. No,
he
but
is
I know
pretty
he's
good.
pretty
He
good.
made it here, right? It's Believe in Tom.
Okay.
Believe in Tom he's pacing, but he's
Okay.
Long Tom. He's trotting bred. And then What the Hill follows behind with 6. And when you go over to the pacing side, Catch the Fire also has
Catch
6.
the Fire. Zuma Kalade, a hot number this year. In Range, a hot number on the trotting
There is.
side.
In Range has a total of 4 in tonight.
4 in tonight.
4 in tonight. I was actually kind of surprised to see Down by the Seaside actually only has 2. 2. Because we see him at the top level.
Oh, yes.
A lot, and usually we see him quite a lot even at the smaller grassroots, but he just has 2 in the night. And Catch the Fire is really giving Down by Seaside a little bit of run for his money. He's had a great season as well.
I believe Zuma Kalade had a Next Generation winner. Covered that night. I'm pretty sure we had Jay Mossbarger up there. Frank and I covered the Next Generation, and I believe we had Jay Mossbarger of Midland Acres up there, and he was so happy with Zuma Kalade.
And that's what, if I catch myself every single time we bring up Summa Cum Laude, that he also goes back to Some Beach Somewhere, right? Do you know, Doug?
I don't know.
I'm
that
pretty
for sure.
positive. So he's still, Down by the Seaside. We've had
Very well
such great, numbers from him. Summa Cum Laude also goes back to that same bloodline. So it's Some Beach Somewhere that is pretty proven.
And we just finished our sales, the final sale. Steve Cross's Buckeye Classic was just over, so they're all getting ready for next year.
And we are getting ready for the post parade of race number 8. Let's go up to Kenny.
1, Strike a Pose. Luke Hanners drives for Rory Moore. Cones with Susan Sandstrom. 2, Callie L. Aaron Merriman aboard for Hank Levan. Levan Stables, Megan Levan, Perry and Perry. 3, Dublin's Martini. Braden Rhodes driving for Betty Clegg and Kimber Clegg. Darren Harvey owns, trains, and drives the 4, Count on Luna. 5, Annie L. Hank Levan drives and trains for Levan Stables and Megan Levan. 6, Stars in My Crown, Dan Noble driving for Herman Hagerman. Anthony Miller and Hagerman racing the owners. 7, IB Cream, Ronnie Wren Jr. drives for Charles Vigneron, who cones with Donald Spencer. Hagerman Racing, Martin Yoder, Lucinda Belcher team up with the 8, Suds and Ritz. Herman Hagerman, the conditioner, Emmanuel Miller in the bike.
A field of 8. Here we go for race number 8, the Ohio Fair Championships for 3-year-old filly trotters. Say, Doug, you were taking a look back at the history of this division.
Yes. 56-2 for Electric Ridge back in 2020.
Now, was that here at Northfield?
That was let's see. The fair, the last few years they've been here at Northfield. A few years ago, I know Dayton had them for 1 or 2 years. This was at Northfield here. So we go back looking in 2019. We were at Hollywood Gaming Dayton. 2016 at Dayton and 2015 at Dayton. So we had a run at Dayton. Now we're back here to Northfield.
Yeah, and you're not really sure. Again, that's a little bit above my pay grade. I'm not involved with those meetings. Of course, the Ohio Sire Stakes and the BSS finals, those rotate.
Yes.
But I don't know how the Fair Championship is decided. Of course, for me, it makes the most sense. This is a half-mile track. That's what these horses race on all year long. And I think Northfield does a very good job at hosting it.
Maybe that's why they went that way. I have no idea.
And so the last time Dayton has hosted it, it's only been at Dayton or Northfield. It's never been held at Scioto, as far as we know.
I'm pretty sure.
Early in the season.
The fairs are not over yet. Then it would be too early.
So I'm not sure what that conversation is like, but we're having a heck of a night here already. We're seeing lots of new lifetime marks for these 2 and 3-year-olds. But going into the 8th race from the rail, we've got Strike a Pose. Luke Hanners for Rory Moore. This is a filly by Muscle Up the Goal out of a Perfectly Mare Perfect Picture owned by Morams and Susan Sandstrom of Grafton, Ohio. 9 wins and 14 tries, has hit the board a total of 12 goes this season. Last start at Dayton Raceway, and ended up 4th in 1:58-2. However, we go back to the very end of August, beginning of September. We had a string of first place finishes. What I can see was at least 3 in a row at Kitten, Van Wert, and Lima. Actually, Strike a Pose set a lifetime mark this year at Delaware in 1:59-3. $39,000 made on the year. Quite impressive considering as a freshman she just made $3,700.
How things change.
Yep, how they mature.
The 2, Callie L. Aaron Merriman, Hank Levan trains this, and she's a 3-year-old big filly by Watt the Hill, a $15,000 Lexington Select, owned by Levan Stables, Megan Levan, Max Perry, and E. Perry. 46,000 career, took a mark at 202 2/5 at Dover just about a month ago.
The 3 is a Clegg trainee, Dublin's Martini. Braden Rhodes, 20 years old, is going to get the call. 26 starts this year for this Uncle Peter filly. 7 wins, 6 seconds, and 5 third-place finishes. She's most recently coming off of a second-place finish at Lancaster, going a handful back. The best beaten time I can see was actually at Wauseon. That was beginning of September on the 2nd, 2:02-4. She's hit the board, like I said, total of 18 times and made $36,000 this year.
She currently is 15-1 on the board. She's our 20-1 morning line. She was our top point getter. Dublin's Martini. It's set off right now at 15-1. The 4, Count on Luna, is 5-2 morning line. She was 7th in the point standings. Darren Harvey trains, drives, and owns. This is a homebred. All 4 positions. A homebred, owned, and trained and driven by Darren Harvey. 3-year-old at Bay Phillip by full count. 13 career wins, 8 wins this year, 75,000, 158-3, taken as a 2-year-old at Sourdough Downs, just coming off a win at Coshocton of 202-1, her best time of the year.
The 5-horse Hank Levan trains and drives Annie L. This is a long Tom filly owned by Levan Stables and Megan Levan. 5 wins, 10 seconds, and 1 third-place finish in 25 seasonal starts. This was one that stepped it up into the Buckeye Stallion Series. We did see her start in the BSS 2 back at Delaware and a 4th, so got a check there, and 156-4. Most recently, she was also 4th at Dayton, just in the Fair Stakes, and 159-4 as well. She's made $39,000 on the year. She was a pretty nice 2-year-old as well. Lifetime, she's earned $77,000.
Dan Noble will drive number 6, Stars of My Crown, who is 5th in the point standings. Danny looking for his 2nd win of the evening. Herman Hagerman trains a 3-year-old bay filly by Marseille. Anthony Miller and Hagerman Racing own 10 wins and 26 tries this year, Ashley. 4 seconds and 2/3. 64,000 this year. 81,000 lifetime. 155-1 at Sourdough Downs earlier in the season.
The 7-horse Ronnie Wren Jr. for Charles Vigneron. This is a De La Creme filly. IB Cream. 10 wins in 23 tries, an additional 3 seconds and 2 third-place finishes. Recently coming off of a 2nd at Dayton. However, the start before that, she was a winner. Actually had 2 in a row, both at Delaware in the Fair Stakes, and then moved over to the Meadows in a non-winners of 2 for fillies and mares. Over there, she went in 156-3 final quarter and 28-4. She's made $43,000 on the year, and that win at the Meadows was a lifetime mark.
Number 8 is our 2nd point getter. Standing number 2 is Suds and Rinse, Manny Miller for Herman Hagerman. Hagerman Racing and Martin Yoder and Lucinda Belcher own. 3-year-old Bay Phillip at Wat the Hill was a $30,000 Buckeye Classic purchase 2 years ago. 76,000 lifetime, 48,000 of it coming this year. 14 career wins, 10 this year. 159 at Scioto as a 2-year-old. 159-1 a few starts back at Northfield Park this year.
Now this group of 8 has made lifetime, I believe this. No, this is just seasonal. I think this is seasonal earnings. I can't remember. I think it's seasonal that I added up, has made $329,000 in this field. So, because we've got, the 6-horse has already got $64,000 just this year alone. I mean, all of these fillies are quite remarkable. And as we were going through the list here, Doug, the only thing I could think about, as I was saying, we've got multiple horses with marks in 56, 55, best beaten times that fast on a little bit more manicured track, of course. But a handful of years ago, when we still have it hanging in our barn office, we've got big blown up pictures of sire stake legs for trotting fillies. Mm-hmm. And a 202 used to win a sire stake.
Oh, yes.
And now here we are, fair championships, and these fillies.
2-year-old Pacers going 57 and 58 on county fair tracks.
Right.
As I mentioned earlier in the show, back in the 70s and 80s, 3-year-old Pacers, if you had a 3-year-old Pacer going 2-3, you thought you had something. And back in my day, when I started announcing, the boys and girls went head-to-head. They were not separated at the fairs.
Okay. Do you remember what year that would have happened?
I'm going to guess 78 to early 80s. Doc Fields, Dr. Clyde W. Fields was involved big. He was director of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, and he was instrumental in changing that. He's one name that I know. Several, but and we also had back in the day what we called a Scarlet and a Gray series. They had different levels
at the fairs.
Certain tracks, like I'm going to say Urbana, Bucyrus, and maybe Greenville went into this. It was called kind of the elite. Mm-hmm. It was a little step above your regular colt stakes. They tried that for a few years. But, yes, back in the day, the fillies and the colts would go, they would race together.
We're moving behind the gate now for race number 8. Sophomore filly trotters, $50,000. Another Ohio Fair championship for the field of 8 from the rail out. We've got Strike a Pose, Callie L, Dublin's Martini, Count on Luna, Annie L, Stars in My Crown, Ivy Cream, and Suds and Ritz. We are going to throw it up to Kenny Livengood for the call of the 8th.
Our 4th division of the Ohio Fairs Championship. 3-year-old trotting fillies. They're on gate. And they're off and trotting. Stars in My Crown gets the first call. Count on Luna. And from the rail, Strike a Pose not far away as they head into the opening turn. Stars in My Crown and Strike a Pose, who cuts the corner and has control. So forced into the pocket is Stars in My Crown. Callie L came out racing in 3rd. Count on Luna is 4th. IB Cream leaves around a pair, gets away in 5th in front of Dublin's Martini, Annie L. And at the back, Suds and Ritz. Across the backstretch into the opening quarter they go. Strike a Pose and Luke Hanners show the way. 27 and 3 was the opening quarter mile. Strike a Pose a length and a half in front. Stars in My Crown 2nd. Callie L in 3rd to the outside. IB Cream is now 4th. Outside of Count on Luna 5th. Dublin's Martini pinned in by Annie L, who gets into the flow. And the trailers, Suds and Ritz. That's the 8 of the sophomore trotting fillies that head on over to the half with $50,000 on the line. Strike a Pose leads the way. Stars in My Crown and Dan Noble, perfect coveted pocket trip. IB Cream with the tough first over grind from 6th. First up right now. On that one's back, Annie L. Pinned in is Callie L. 3rd over Suds and Ritz outside of Count on Luna, who got a shuffle to second last. And the trailer, Dublin's Martini. Just over 3/8 of a mile left to go. Strike a Pose to reel in. IB Cream's been grinding it on the outside. Now 3/4 of a length behind. Jumping it off from the pocket goes Stars in My Crown. So the beneficiary of that is Callie L as they race up the backstretch. Annie L flanks that one on the outside. 2.5 lengths to pick up as they head over to 3/4 in 1:28. Back into the far turn. Strike a Pose. Trying to go all the way. IB Cream on the outside's had a tough go of it. Ready to come 3 wide goes Annie L as her barnmate Callie L just slid through at the inside. Suds and Ritz is 4 wide from the back. Count on Luna's got a shot from there. IB Cream jumps it off. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Strike a Pose has done all the dirty work. Callie L is 20-1 and she dives down low and here she comes. Callie L up the inside trying to reach Strike a Pose. Count on Luna too late. It's Callie L in front. Strike a Pose 2nd. Count on Luna 3rd. 1:58.
1:58 flat, and that was Callie L and Aaron Merriman at the last moment.
20-1, I believe I heard
she was
Kenny Livengood mention.
Yep, you're right. 20-1.
She just came right up the rail. She tripped out, probably never left the rail. A lot of action, a lot of breakers here in the stretch.
At the very end, too,
Yes.
Man. That makes you just want to.
We got a half
Makes
of
you wanna
58
cry.
and 3. Final half and 59 and 2. So it was Luke Hanners and Strike a Pose as we watched the replay. And Callie L just slips up the inside, and we had a late closer then. I don't know who that late closer was. I'm looking here.
I think the 4.
It is the 4. Count on Luna and Darren Harvey.
So I think it's going to be posted 2-1-4-8. There we go.
And Ashley, Callie L just made it. She was the last horse to make it.
You are right.
8th in the point standings at $25,000. A payroll tonight gives her $51,000 on the year.
Hank Levan does train. Hank also drove in the 5-horse, actually. You know, when you've got a couple in there like that as a trainer, how do you pick which one you're going to drive?
Well, Annie L came first up. It looks like it was setting up for her at 3/4. And I thought she had a big chance. She had cover. He tipped her 3 wide, and she acted like she was going to close, and she just kind of went back the other way.
For Aaron Merriman, though, that is already 2 victories for the Ohio Fair Championships on the night. So he is once again tied for all-time leading driving wins of the OFCs. It's going to be 10 now for both Ronnie Wren and Aaron Merriman. Hank Levan, that is going to be his first training victory of the night. He was very busy. That's something we haven't talked about quite yet, but we'll get to it. Let's go down the winner's circle.
Owned by the Levan Stables. Megan Levan, Perry and Perry, trained by Hank Levan, Aaron Merriman for a driving double. 3-year-old Bay Filly by What the Hill out of the Claudius Augustus mare, Sandy Song. For Jake Wicke Jr. of Kentucky. 4th lifetime win, 3rd this season for Callie L in 158. It'll be a lifetime best. The judges do post the inquiry sign against the unofficial 3rd place finisher. Number 4, Count on Luna for a possible pylon violation. 2148 unofficial. The inquiry sign is on the board.
That shouldn't take too long, though, to go official, but inquiry on the 4 for a possible pylon violation. But there's our winner, the 2-horse Callie L. That is 3 wins in 27 seasonal goes now for that 3-year-old filly trotter.
She a $15,000 Lexington Select purchase, bred by Jake Wicke of Kentucky.
Went off, actually exactly like the morning lines predicted, 20-1. We actually have seen is, again, as much as people, and I'm included in this, complain about drawing the 8-hole, especially on a half-mile track, we have seen a lot of 8s get up to get checks tonight. Far outside.
Well, especially in a trotting race, where you get some breakers and they're going to get a better position, more so than in a pacing race. I'm not saying that's the way it's been tonight so much, but when you get those inside breakers, you are going to find a seat.
Yeah, that's what it was kind of interesting. The 6-horse was shaping up to be the perfect pocket trip with Danny Noble. Stars My Crown, and then she jumped it off, I think on the backside, maybe?
Yes. Maybe past the 5/8. So that's a big win for the Levan Stables. Hank Levan, our second leading driver, I believe. I do have the final driver standings here I got from Roger Houston. Hank Levan is second in the driver's standings with 93. Most likely he's 3rd or 4th in the training standings. Our leading trainer with 101 wins is Rosie Weaver on the fair circuit, and Betty Clegg with 91. Our leading driver on the fair circuit, a record 166, is Drew Neal.
A record by far.
By far.
Exact 100.
We do go official. There they are up on the board. Callie L returns 43-40 to win. We go 2-1-4-8 across the wire there to wrap us up. We are now, Doug? That's going to put us halfway through just the fair championships, of course. But the OFCs, now we've just got 4 more remaining. Turning the page, I think we're going to stick on the OFCs. Race number 9 is going to be the 3-year-old colt pacers, kind of the glamour boys no matter where you're at. But join us and we'll introduce you to the 8 coming up.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
In Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm has the stallions you are looking for, like What the Hill, Uncle Peter, and In Range, as well as Branded by Lindy, Jug Winner Luz Pearlman, Racing Hill, and Guardian Angel Oz. Hickory Lane will offer a host of Ohio sired yearlings this fall, including 6 by In Range, 5 by Uncle Peter, 4 by Guardian Angel Oz, and 1 by What the Hill. Find out more at hickorylanefarm.com.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at BigD'sWeb.com. Sign up for text messaging and receive $10 off your order. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Cool Winds Farm is one of Ohio's premier standardbred breeding farms. Cool Winds stands the popular Dancin' Yankee, Jug winner Southwind Aussie, and the royally bred Western Fame. Cool Winds Farm is proud to present our yearling consignments at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 12th, and at the Standardbred Horse Sale in Harrisburg during the cool winds of November.
Welcome back here. Thanks for joining us. Headed next into race number 9. We're going to stick with the Ohio Fair Championship. Next race, though, is the 3-year-old colt Pacers. Before we introduce you to the field of 8, we've talked a lot about Our Honor Defend, but this time we do have an owning connection. Keith Gisser, of course, Our Honor Defend is going to be in race 11, the $125,000 Courageous Lady.
It's remarkable.
It was so funny. So, of course, for those who don't know, Keith is on the OHHA board, so we have each other on Facebook. And I saw Keith share a couple things, and you're like, man, only if, at least we're also eligible, A1,
yeah.
yes. And then all of a sudden it was like, 12 hours later, you're like, wait,
Well,
we actually.
The funny thing is, Dave Bianconi is my old boss. I worked here for 15 years. And Dave was my direct supervisor, and he's the director of racing operations here now. And Sunday, he texted me just to congratulate me on her win in the Stallion Series. And I just kind of jokingly said, hey, do you need a filler for the Courageous Lady? He says, no, I got it full, but I'll make you AE1. And I'm thinking, okay, he's just being nice to me. And so Wednesday comes along, and the entries aren't posted yet because I got to sort all the fair horses and figure out who fits. Finally, they posted at 5 o'clock. There we are. We're AE1. I'm kind of excited about that. And then I go back to the condition sheet, and scratch time is 9 p.m. Wednesday. It's like nobody's going to spike a fever or pop a quarter crack in the next 4 hours. So I go to bed and say, hey, it was fun. We got to see her on the entries and so on. And then my phone starts blowing up Thursday morning. And it's Thursday on my social. I think I just posted the word surreal. This week, between her winning last Saturday,
which
and the
was a phenomenal win.
Yes. She's, that's the way she races week in, week out. If you go back and watch her Delaware race, the traffic just got in her way. She was 4 wide around the last turn and still making up ground. This is a slight step up in class.
Yes.
When you look at Ozon Chesapeake, Prolific Fire, Rodeo Drive Deo, you're talking about, I think they made,
winner.
among the 3 of them, $1.2 million this year alone. And, we're sitting at under 100,000. But to be able to be in a race, I always said that if I ever had a shot to do it, I would do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's number one. Number two, to any of the naysayers who are out there who say the little guy can't do it, we bought this filly last year at the end of her 2-year-old year for $5,200.
Did you really?
Yeah, and I saw something in her last couple of starts. Some of the partners did. The decision was made to sell her from the previous partnership, and we stayed in. And it's just been an amazing ride. She's got 3 starts here at Northfield. All 3 have been photo finishes, 2 seconds and a first. So I don't anticipate that tonight, but we'll see what happens. And then the other crazy thing is she's never been less than 20-1 at this track with 2 seconds and a first. And you know what? She's not going to be less than 20-1 tonight either.
No, unless you bet her.
Yeah, my $2 across the board. I did better last week, so I got my money out of it.
So
I got
you
my
made
money
a
out
little
of it.
bit
Yeah,
there
we did
too.
all right.
But talking what you liked about her as a 2-year-old, did she race a lot at the county fairs?
She raced a lot at the county fairs, and she hated them. She dumped Luke Hanners in her first start, and the race was declared a no contest. And she's on.
Was that at Paulding?
I believe so, yeah.
Because it was really weird last year. The first race of the year last year was a no contest. We ended it last year at Lancaster
with a no contest. I remember that.
But when let's go ahead and get your post parade.
But please hang on.
Ackerman and David Beachy. 2, Cleveland top rookie, owned by Philip Grove, shared by Brian Georges, using Dan Noble. 3, A Legend Secret, James Day drives and trains for Power Play Racing 87. 4, Center Story, Josiah Miller drives for Elson Miller and Kimber Clegg. 5, Catch the Express, Ronnie Wren Jr. up for Corey Darriman, owns the Cap Equine Estates. 6, Bounding Delight. Manny Miller driving for Rosie Weaver Cones with Heartland Acres. 7, Believe in Tom, owned by Gerald Migel, trimmed by Steve Novak. Mark St. Louis Jr. between the wheels. And the 8, Eddie Nine Toes. Hank Levan drives and trains for the Winchester Bay Acres Incorporated.
There we go. The field of 8 for the 9th. But right now we have Keith Gisser on talking about our Honor Defend.
Yeah, so what we were talking about when we broke for the post parade, she'd been at the county fairs all year, and she picked up a win. I don't remember where, but she did get one win. And then Ty Bates, who was training her for Cedar Point Beach, and he did a great job getting her to the races. Took her to Delaware, was in the county fair race there. She paced in 57-4. I'm sorry, 57-3. Thinking, oh, that's interesting. And then he took her down to Dayton for the Montgomery County Fair. And I was actually doing one of my reptile presentations there. So I told Jason Bloom, I said, hey, I'm taking a 10-minute break, just so you know. And she won in 157-4. I'm thinking, okay, this filly's got some ability. We just need to keep her away from the county fairs. And she's been at the raceways all year. We did nominate her to the Delaware Fair, and we nominated her to Summit up here, although we stayed home at the Meadows where she's stationed. And, Scott Betts, trainer, Case Bates, and they've done such a great job with this filly. She requires a lot of patience. I found out but prior to her filming her yearling video, she broke down a couple of fences. I just learned that this week. When we first got her up here, she tried to break Andy Betts' hand and tried to kill the groom. And her first time that Scott tried to put a head pole on her, she laid down in front of the barn. So she's come a long way. She's a filly. She's come a long way. But that's why she wears the Australian head pole, the belt, is because she will not wear a head pole. And, she's turned into she's got a motor on her. I don't know if she's got enough of a motor to compete tonight, but she's got a motor on her.
Hey, but if you could beat a couple horses, we do have a scratch, and actually you're going to slide down to the 7 hole.
Well, it's funny.
6 hole, you're supposed to slide down 1 to 6.
No, but she drew the 8.
We drew the 8. So we drew the 8, so we move into the 7.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But Michael Carter interviewed me. I said, we'll probably get away 9th. Well, we're going to get away better than 9th. We know that one. So, it's, like I say, it's fun. It's fun to be able to be here. I appreciate that Northfield gave us the opportunity. Mm-hmm. And, hey, we'll see what happens.
Sometimes you just have to be in the moment. It is such a big deal to have a horse that can compete at these levels.
Yeah, and when I got back into the business 5 years ago, I never thought that something like this was going to happen. So got a lot of babies we like this year, and I got a nice 2-year-old trotter who just won at Dayton in 56.
You own a lot of horses all over the place.
Yeah.
You become the voice of the radio for the Little Brown Jug.
That's
you
correct.
Enjoy that.
I love it. I've been doing it on and off since before COVID. I missed 1 year. Loved doing that. This year was fun. Mike Bozich, who's the announcer at the Harris
I got
Philadelphia.
to meet Mike
and we had never met each other, but boy, we just hit it off. And we had people call and say, "Man, it sounds like those guys have been working together for years."
Great.
And again, I'm going to be at the Jug every day, anyhow.
Yes.
That's my vacation week. I get to do the radio. I get my hotel paid for. I get free lunch from the Buckeye Valley folks, and I get paid. So
you're kind of living life right now.
It's a pretty good deal. Yeah, it's a pretty good deal.
Cool. We want to wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Even if you just get a piece of 125, that's a lot of money.
Well, there is 6th through 9th each get $12.50.
Oh,
there's
Michael Carter didn't tell us that.
1% stipend to cover shipping and LASIX, whatever else. So worst we're going to do is make a little bit of money. But just like I say, I was joking with Amy Holler earlier. I've got a heart condition. And I was wondering whether I should double up on the medication today, but we're going to be fine. It'll be good. We're going to have a good time. If she happens to be in it at the end, you guys are up here upstairs for the broadcast booth. You'll probably hear me screaming from down there.
As we should. Yeah. Congratulations for having a nice one. You had a great start last week.
Luck. And thanks. Appreciate it. We appreciate it.
All right. Well, looking at the field of 8 for the 9th race on the rail down by the parade, now trained by Herman Hagerman. It's going to be the first start under Herman. Aaron Merriman's going to get the calls. 5 wins and 28 starts this year. $24,000 made. Lifetime, however, for down by the parade is $148,000.
Number 2, Cleveland Top Rookie. Brian George's trains for Phil Groves. Dan Noble. This is the number 1 point getter. $58,000 lifetime. 56-2 at Salina.
James Day trains and drives the 3, a Legend's Secret. This is a bit of a legend. And Gelding, actually looking to go 3 in a row, was a winner both at Dover and Coshocton. 5 wins and 13 goes this year.
Number 4, Center Story. Joshua Miller. Elson Miller, 3-year-old Bay Gota, son of Well Said. $12,000 purchase, $65,000, 59-2 at Dover. 10 career wins, 3 of those this year, 7 last year.
And the 5, Catch the Express. This is a Corey Dayerman trainee. Ronnie Wren Jr. in the sulky. This is a Catch the Fire gelding. Did make it to the BSS Consolation right here last Sunday. However, just ended up 6th, so unfortunately out of the money. Time before that at Delaware in the Fair Stakes, though, went 153-3, final quarter 27-3. Before the last start, had 4 wins in a row, $45,000 made this year.
Number 6, Bounding Delight. Manny Miller drives for our leading trainer at the fairs this year, Rosie Weaver, with 101 training wins. 3-year-old Bay-Gold son of Fear the Dragon. Bred by Edward Burkholder, 9 career wins, 6 this year, $37,000 this year, $51,000 lifetime, 159-4 at Dover a couple weeks ago.
The 7, Believe in Tom. This is that long Tom pacer we were talking about a little bit ago. So trotting bred and pacing well. This is a Steve Novak trainee. Mark St. Louis Jr. is going to get the call. Actually, Believe in Tom hasn't raced for almost a month. He was supposed to go at Dayton the very end of September. However, was a personal scratch. Last start was at Delaware, and he had made it a second-place finish in 154-2. Final quarter at Delaware, 27-4. 9 wins and 16 starts, $48,000 made this year for the trot and bred Believe in Tom.
Number 8, Eddie Nine Toes, Winchester Bay Acres owns. 3-year-old Bay Gold son of Me So Fast, Hank Levan trains and drives. A winner 8 times in 25 tries, 6 seconds and 2/3. $36,000 this year, 155-1 at Bucyrus earlier in the year.
There we go. A field of 8 for the 3-year-old colt Pacers. Looks like the only horse, so we do have actually 1 through 9. The horse that did not enter that was eligible in the point standings was number 7, Cruisin' Over Fire. So that's why we do have the 9 horse in point standings. A Legend Secret dropped in here. A couple things maybe to note is yes, as I mentioned, the Down by the Parade. This is Herman Hagerman's first start with him down as trainer, and as well as the 4, Center Story. Elson Miller is down to train that gelding. Both of those horses have come from the Betty Clegg stable.
Actually, the stakes record was set in 2020 by Rockin' Daddy O of 151-2 right here at Northfield Park. Cool Wind Farms bred this horse, owned by Phil Belanger and Jeffrey Kesters at the time. Greg Grismore was the driver. Stakes record, Rockin' Daddy O, set in 2020.
See what these boys can give us tonight, Doug. You never know, right? 2020, was it held? I keep asking.
It was held here at Northfield.
It was held here at Northfield.
Yeah, we was going 15-16 at Dayton, then at Northfield a couple years. Then we went back to Dayton in 19, skipped a year, and went back to Dayton in 21. So the last 4 years, this will be the 4th year in a row back here in Northfield Park. So the field getting set. Field of 8 on gate, Down by the Parade, Cleveland Top Rookie, A Legend Secret, Center Story, Catch the Express, Bounding Delight, Believe in Tom, and Eddie Nine Toes. We're going to send it upstairs to Kenny Livingood to give us a call.
Here they come. Often pacing, pretty level beginning. The speeds down the center with Catch the Express, Bounding Delight, and Cleveland Top Rookie. And from the rail, Down by the Parade into the opening turn. Very rough there is Bounding Delight, while 3 or 4 wide. Saving ground is A Legend Secret. Diving toward the inside goes Center Story. At the back are Believe in Tom, and Eddie Nine Toes can see them all. Stepping onto the backstretch and driving to the opening panel, here comes Wren with Catch the Express driving forward. So the son of Catch the Fire hits the front just past the opening quarter as they head into the far turn for the first time. It's Catch the Express on top. Cleveland top rookie second. Bounding Delight parked out third outside of Down by the Parade. They're followed by a Legend Secret who's back in fifth. To the outside, Believe in Tom is angling now into sixth outside of Center Story. And Eddie Nine Toes, the trailer. So it's Ronnie Wren Jr. and Catch the Express out front, a length and 3/4 to the good. Cleveland, top rookie, is second. To the outside, Bounding Delight, tough trip there third. Down by the Parade, good trip in a 3-hole as they head past the half. Believe in Tom is coming 3 wide. A Legend Secret is next, and Eddie Nine Toes and Center Story. Around the clubhouse turn with just over 3/8 of a mile to go, Catch the Express leads the way. Here's Believe in Tom with a big, bold challenge to this big favorite up front. They're nearly stride for stride. Cleveland top rookie is third. Down by the Parade tips off the rail off a good trip as he comes to the outside with only 2.5 to pick up as Believe in Tom is putting away Catch the Express. Down by the Parade and Eddie Nine Toes as they go to the far turn. Believe in Tom's made a clear lead. Catch the Express throws up the white flag as Down by the Parade at 11-1 has an upset shot. Eddie Nine Toes is a huge price. He's third. Coming to the outside, Cleveland top rookie is now fourth. Less than 1/8 of a mile to go. Believe in Tom turns with the length lead. Down by the Parade on the outside. Eddie Nine Toes has still got a shot as he dives down low. He's a huge price, Eddie Nine Toes. He's surging at Believe in Tom with Down by the Parade over the top. Down by the Parade wins. Believe in Tom and Eddie Nine Toes were second and third behind Merriman for a triple.
Wow. Didn't get no fractions, no time. The timer was not working. But Eddie Nine Toes, a very long shot. He would be 49-1. He gets beat for it all. Comes up the inside for Hank Levan. We can watch the replay now as you can at home. Closing on the outside was Down by the Parade. That's
Parade.
Down by the Parade, I believe 11-1.
Yep.
11-1.
You're right.
And coming 3 wide, the 7 Believe in Tom.
He still won a very nice trip.
Yes,
very
he was
nice
3 wide
trip.
here and pretty much cleared. Was right up stride for stride with the leader at the 5/8 going down the backside. So it looks like it's going to be a 1-6-7 or 1-8-7 maybe.
I think it's 178.
1-7-8, 1-7-8.
178 across the wire is what I have written down, but of course we will wait. But Aaron Merriman now, that's 3 on the night.
3, yes.
In the OFCs and 11 all-time wins for Merriman. Down by the Parade, as I said, that was the first start for Herman Hagerman as trainer. I almost mentioned this. The horse hasn't raced since 9:30, which actually was a little bit of a break for him. And I think he really benefited from some, not really time off, but just hasn't raced for a couple weeks and came back very sharp. And he was a nice colt. I think he was the winningest 2-year-old last year, wasn't he? In all of the country. He had 17 wins and 32 tries last year as a freshman. And here he comes now for the 6th win of the season as a sophomore.
It's Aaron Merriman with the 1. Down by the Parade for David Beachy and Herman Hagerman. 3-year-old big element down by the Seaside of the Royal Majesty mare. Gracie's Parade. Bred by Wayne Weaver of Ohio. 23rd lifetime win. 6th this season. Down by the Parade picks up the victory.
Down by the Parade, of course, is a Down by the Seaside. This is just one of 2 that are dropped in all night long as far as the Seaside offspring goes. As I said, he was a phenomenal 2-year-old. He was the winningest 2-year-old last year in the country. Had $124,000 made last year. A little bit slower this year, but he's still been fine on the fair circuits.
Gives him 173,000 plus lifetime now with this win tonight, picking up 25,000. Winner's share of the $50,000 purse. Aaron Merriman, as you mentioned, we're going to get an interview with him and Michael Carter, but he is spot on tonight in these championship series.
Winning driver Aaron Merriman, and Aaron, 2 victories tonight. You got a couple of victories on the night. What's it mean to kind of get that mojo going before the big race?
I mean, it means a lot. You know, you never want to go like being shut out if you drove all night. You know what I mean? Like, but I don't ever want to get shot at anyway. So, I mean, all races are important to people.
I talk about Down by the Parade. It was a little fractious here in the winter circle. Perfect type of horse for you to drive, huh?
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. I drove him a couple times as a 2-year-old. I had some success with him. I think I was second in the next generation for Nick. And, sometimes Shay's just as good as anything, and the horses, he's always been really nice for me. I don't know.
Now, time of the season in the Courageous Lady has been facing some condition cup, but he was kind of up and downing the Grand Circuit stage. Draw post 3 here tonight. You drove last week to a victory. What do you think?
Like I said earlier, I mean, it looks like there's going to be some speed. A half-mile track is going to want position. She can do it anyway. I'm just going to kind of wait till the gate folds.
Now, one thing about you like to be on the front end, and sometimes, being patient in these races is important. But for somebody who likes to be on the front end, what's it like to have to kind of take back every once in a while and kind of have to sit back and see how things play out?
Well, a lot of these horses in the fair finals, show being on the front, but like I've raced them off a helmet today. Like there's a lot of good horses in the race, so you kind of got to go play it by ear. But they're professionals. I mean, they race around these fair circuits and they race a bunch of different racetracks. These horses are, they're professionals like way before they should be.
Now, we're in October. You're still leading the National Dash Championship standings. You're probably, we're almost to December. What's it mean to you to have these numbers just constantly, year after year after year? Obviously, you've got a lot of great owners and trainers who put you up, but what does this personally and professionally mean to you?
I guess consistency, and being there. Like, Justin Irvine, we laughed a couple times. He said the best availability is availability, and I try not to ever miss a day if I'm programmed, I have been taking days off here and there. There's probably going to be a little bit more, in the future. It just means a lot. I think, it says a lot. I really respect the trainers and the owners and the grooms and the horses a lot, horses especially, to be able to do this and do the best I can with the horses every day. I mean, I do race them, but I think that's what, nowadays it is. You got to race the horses. There's not many days off. They train and get groomed during the week. It's my job to race them.
Aaron, congratulations. Best of luck later on.
Thank you very much.
We are official 1782 for race number 9. Nice interview there with Aaron Merriman. That is actually his 3rd win of the evening. And, Michael Carter brought up that he's probably going to notch that leading dash title yet again. Last year was a whole decade that he has taken that. This would be year number 11 that Merriman has had the most wins in the entire country. And he puts in the work. He absolutely does. He drives every single night here at Northfield, but actually not just here at Northfield. He usually does double headers at Meadows.
The driving title, a lot of Ohio guys have controlled that. Aaron Merriman, Tony Morgan from Troy. Had it for several years.
And he's about to hit another milestone.
He very well could be.
I get an email every week from the USTA. I believe Tony Morgan's going to hit
12,000 probably. 12,000 wins.
I'll pull that up, but what we should do is I'll pull it up while we're on break. Does that sound all right? So race number 10 is up next, and we are going to stick with the Ohio Fair Championships yet again. Our 2-year-old filly trotters are going to be coming to you for race number 10. Join us back here in just a moment.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Don't miss the North American Standardbred Mixed Sale, Mount Hope, Ohio, December 18th and 19th. Specializing in high-quality racehorses and broodmare prospects with industry-leading pedigrees. A live auction with online bidding and payouts in 7 days. Our first sale, we sold a Legion for $925,000. Buyers from all over North America and other countries can visit our website, NorthAmericanStandardbredMixedSale.com. Mount Hope, Ohio, December 18th and 19th.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Thanks for joining us. Race number 10 coming up next. We have put, 5 of 8 fair championships away. Race number 10 are going to be freshman filly trotters, of course, a field of 8 going for $50,000. But Northfield wants us to stay here all night long, so we just hung 11. Actually, now it's 11 minutes, but we hung 13 minutes till we go to post parade.
Usually 11, if they hang 11, that's when they're coming out. So they're lining things up. Their simulcast director with other tracks. Dayton would be finished because it is 9:30. Dayton finished about 9. So not only harness, but your simulcast director will line it up with thoroughbreds so they don't go over, so they can get those bets in. It's all about betting.
When we had Michael Carter on earlier, he did mention that he thought that the Ontario Sire Stakes were going tonight. So it is very possible that is why we're going to try to dip and dodge as far as being very strategic about how many minutes we go to hang and before we go to post to make sure that we're giving those wagers some time to. Yes. And I know when it comes to, we don't talk much about handle. We don't talk much about odds, of course, on our broadcast.
No, we're not here to give you a winner, pick a winner.
But at the end of the day, that is the bread and butter of what we do. And as a horseman growing up, I did not understand that. Because we're here to race. But at the end of the day, we've got to take care a little bit of the handicappers too, and that's why they do what they do.
Northfield, one of the better tracks in the state of our, for handle.
Absolutely.
The handle is here.
Absolutely.
They do a great job.
And I've kind of had the conversation with a handful of people, Frank, for example, and throughout the years getting to know some of the marketing between, here at Northfield, Dayton, Miami Valley, and the corporates that we work with as well, and trying to get them to boost their program. And nobody does it quite like Northfield. And, partially, again, having the conversation, is it because they race year round? Do people keep coming back because they know that it's always here? Sometimes the days shift, right? Sometimes they'll race on Monday, sometimes they won't. They'll race on a Friday, whatever it may be. But I really do think having the year-round racing here helps them significantly because if you got nothing else to do on a Friday night, Northfield Park is going to be open.
And I'm sure their on-track handle, which is big for any track, is probably very big of our 4 harness tracks. And they're simulcast as well. But they do get a nice crowd here. Night in and night out.
And we hold, of course, just the regular pari-mutuels all season long, as I've been saying. But they've actually, as Michael brought up earlier, they've started to attract some very nice horses for the Grand Circuit races. Of course, the Milstein, the Aldridge for the trot. We're holding one in a couple of races here. It's a grade 3, the $125,000 Courageous Lady. But regardless, like this track, it is the home of the Flying Turns.
Yes.
Going into the 10th race, though, Doug, you're usually the one that can tell me about our stakes records. What are we looking at?
Our stakes record for this 2-year-old filly trot, Designer Specs. Does that name ring a bell?
Absolutely.
I think she rattled off about a dozen in a row that one year, 57-4. Ryan Stahl in 2020. Designer Specs was bred by Marvin Raber. Jane and Louise Weller, as everyone knows, owned, and Jane Weller trained. Ryan Stahl did most of the driving. She won that right here at Northfield Park. Back then, 5 years ago, it was a $40,000 purse. We're up. You're the guy we've been looking for. We've been talking about. Your ears must have been ringing.
I'm quick on my feet for an old guy.
Okay.
So, do you mind? How do you introduce yourself around here?
Just Dave.
Just Dave.
Mhm.
Just Dave. So we got Dave Beaton-Coney up here. Going to talk a little bit, hopefully, about Northfield Park. We were just paying you a lot of compliments.
Wow.
No, we really were. And
No, she's just saying that now.
Must want to borrow money or something,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, we need money to get home on. We need gas money.
But Doug and I actually don't get up here much. We're from the other side of the state, and so my time has been limited. Doug's even actually has been up here less than I have.
The OHHA knows that Northfield's in Ohio?
I know.
That's an old joke.
But with that, we were saying, like, your crowds and your atmosphere that you produce really is unmatched. As a Southern Circuit kind of girl, I spent a lot of time there growing up, but you've got it going on here.
You know, for the big races, they still do a pretty good job in this day and age to get a decent crowd. Now, Doug and I, we were around when they used to get huge crowds. I mean, before pre-simulcasting, but that's like...
Well, now, how old do you think I am?
39.
Okay. Yeah, you're close.
But, I mean, that, you know, when we're talking about the 80s and 90s, that may as well have been the freaking Paleozoic era. I mean, things have changed so dramatically. But, you know, we still do okay for our live crowd and our live betting in the current, you know, millennium that we're in.
We just talked about that before you came up. Probably the live handle you
See, I wasn't lying to you.
Okay. Because I was here, I think this is only my third time here. I was here in 1969.
Come on.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I was back here 3 years ago with the OHHA broadcast. I was never invited back, so somebody invited me this
I
year.
remember talking to you that night. That was only the second time you were over
That was
here.
only the second time, 50 years later. Now I'm back again. I'm getting to like it. But the last time you had us stuck upstairs where we really couldn't see the track and the grandstand.
Right.
You know, I just didn't realize the crowd you get and the clubhouse, it's the length of the grandstand.
Oh, I mean, in the old days, you couldn't get in here. I mean, Saturday night, you'd have to tip the maitre d' and everything to get a table. I mean, I started working here in 91. And, yeah, like Friday and Saturday night, it'd be sold out.
Sold out.
And, you know, it was pre-simulcasting, obviously.
Yes.
But, you know, now we only open the clubhouse 3 or 4 nights a year.
Really?
So for the big races, that's it. Yep.
So it's not open every weekend, Friday and Saturday?
No. I mean, you can come up here and sit and watch,
No kidding.
but there's no, like, you know, food service or anything. It just sort of dated itself out. I hate to say we have a good concession stand, you know, casual restaurant downstairs, and then the casino has, you know, 4 restaurants. So there are plenty of other options, but no, it's not like you know. I do NB Scioto that they still have a clubhouse,
Yes.
you know. But
and we were talking about that earlier. They Scioto'd us, Phil, there Friday and Saturday night. It's probably hard to get a seat at Scioto in the clubhouse.
I will say I spent my first weekend up here. It's been one of the Sire Steak legs. I came up not having to work. I actually just to come up and watch, and I couldn't find a table downstairs though.
Oh, okay,
It was full. It
Yeah.
was full. So I don't be too humble on that. You guys do a great job, and
Do you get a crowd in the afternoon for thoroughbreds betting down there?
I mean, again, not like we used to before. You could just pick up your phone and do it, but we
Yes.
still. I mean, we handle, you know, it's public record. We handle a lot more than any other track in the state on both live and simulcast racing, and sending our signal as well. So we're proud of that, and you know, we're in a good market here.
Okay,
for sure.
We were just talking about the drag time. We got a lot of drag time here. Tell us why that is. Well,
we
no, I
have
mean,
mentioned it.
Well,
We have mentioned
you know, you're going up against other tracks.
Right.
You got your simulcast director watching, correct?
That's me.
That's you. Okay. Well, who's
Or
watching?
our mutual
who's
manager.
tending the store now then?
Yes. I mean, I get the credit / blame for this.
Okay.
It's like my invention over the years, but it used to be extremely effective when you were the only one doing it. It was extremely effective.
Oh, yes.
But imitation being the most sincere form of flattery, now everybody's doing it. But anymore, if you tried to go right at post time, you'd get destroyed. I mean, it just people are used to it now, and people are procrastinators by nature.
which
and-
is amazing to me. That is such, you know, when it comes to the big money
Right.
handicappers, they will wait until the very last
Now,
moment.
will you drag with like thoroughbreds track maybe going tonight?
The tracks we're watching tonight is no secret or Hoosier and Mohawk.
Okay, we mentioned
and
that.
us. And then, like, when Santa Anita was racing, you try to avoid them, but they go at such odd intervals. They go at like every 35 minutes. You're going to catch them every once in a while. But we do our best to work with, I'm good friends with Gabe. We do our best to stay off a Hoosier if we can. I'm good friends with the guy at Mohawk as well. We try to. But then when you add the Meadowlands in the mix and Yonkers,
now, will you get on the phone like tonight and call Gabe and say, this is going.
Especially if there's a problem, like, hey, I got a shoe off, or there's a super long inquiry or weather.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you do work together like that?
I mean, we're fighting against each other, but we're friendly adversaries as well.
Okay.
And you've been here since 1991.
I have.
How were you hired on? What was your title when you first got started?
I was coming out of the University of Louisville. I went to the University of Louisville Equine Administration, which was brand new at the time. And I was supposed to get a summer internship, and they were trying to find me a summer internship, but it was a brand new program. I went to University of Cincinnati. That's where I graduated from, and just, marketing. And then I went to U of L. I read about it in USA Today newspaper that they were starting an equine administration program, and I asked my dad, God rest his soul, I was like, Dad, I think I want to go to this racetrack management school, and he was like, go for it, so God bless. And I went there for a year. In the summer, they were supposed to find me a summer internship. Well, the only thing they found me was an unpaid internship at River Downs, and I was going to take it in Cincinnati because I was from,
Yes.
I wasn't from Cincinnati, but that's where I went to college and everything. But I started sending out my own resume letters, old school, no email, licking the envelope. I must have sent out 25 letters. The only place that even called me was Northfield, which is weird because I grew up. I'm from around here. I'm from Barberton, which is pretty close to here. And Tom Aldrich was a GM, and Carl Milstein. So I'm, those guys hired me as a summer intern in '91, and I never left. Haven't been able to get rid of me.
But it's been a good career.
I can't believe. I told my wife, I was like, this is really my career. This, I used to be, I'll try it for a while. And
did you meet your wife up this way then?
She is from, she went to high school. He was a military family, so she moved all over, but she went to high school in the Cleveland area. But nothing to do with horse racing or anything. She's a civilian. And, and again, I thought maybe, I do this for 5 years or 10 years. And, I'm 35 years in now, so I think this is it.
Well, if you don't mind, let's go to the post break. But you brought up Milstein.
Yes.
And we were talking, of course, we've got a grade 3 tonight. I want to talk a little bit about all of the Grand Circuits events here.
For sure, yep.
Drives and trains for the Levan Stables, Darmarful Racing, Hurley Racing, and Megan Levan. 2, Jasmine's Diamond, owned by Sue Stockwell. Justin Irvine drives for Gary Martin. 3, Creatine Doll, Luke Hanners drives for Mark Winters. Cones with Benjamin Black. 4, Supreme Dance, Ronnie Wren Jr. drives for Rosie Weaver. She cones with Scott Davis. The 5 is Tom's Queen. Dave Miller in the bike for Rosie Weaver. Cones with Heartland Acres and Cabby D LLC. 6, Lynn Range. Manny Miller driving for Herman Hagerman. Hagerman Racing. Lucinda Belcher and Marlon Yoder. The 7 is Tango L. Louis Levan driving for Hank Levan. The Levan Stables, Levan, and Wayner. And Dan Noble aboard the 8, Viva Magenta for Rosie Weaver and Heartland Acres. Back.
Hanging out just a moment more with Dave Bianconi. We've been talking a lot, of course. Coming up in race 11 is the grade 3, $125,000 Courageous Lady. But that is not the only Grand Circuit race that you hold here.
No, we have 3. We've got the Battle of Lake Erie, which is probably the best known because it's been around the longest. It predates my days here. In fact, I think it was late 80s that Greg Keitel came up with that. And then the Carl Milstein Memorial, which has been called it used to be the Cleveland Classic, and then after Carl passed and everything, and we decided to name a race for him. Years later, Brock, his son, was running the track.
25 years from now, we'll have the Dave Bianconi. Well, I don't want to get
hopefully not Memorial.
Well, I'm 75 years from now.
You never know. Hey, just get my name right on the check every other Friday, and we're good. But no, hey. I've been here so long. I would tell people, how'd you get promoted? Well, you keep showing up every day, Doug, and eventually you get promoted.
They get tired of seeing you, and they'll just keep pushing you up. And now you also, the Tom Aldrich Trot, is that graded?
No, those are Ohio sired. So those races aren't graded. The Charna and the Aldrich are races I came up with a few years ago that are invitationals, but they're for Ohio sired.
Mm-hmm.
So the only graded races by the USTA are opens, open to anyone. So, but those are great races, though. Yeah.
No, but even, tonight we're going to see Rodeo Drive Deo
Mhm.
and the Milstein. You also have phenomenal horses come to that every year. How hard is it to get those caliber horses out here to a half mile?
That's why I made them invitationals, because when they used to be stakes, not that many people would stake. When you're doing your staking, you're like you said, it's a half mile. There's so many big races too anymore. So when I made them an invitational, it was a lot easier to get them and to get full fields. I don't want to have a $300,000 race with 6 horses in it. I know that's every horseman's dream, but that's it's not our dream. I want 14 horses in it if I could. But the Battle Lake Erie's easy because there aren't as many races for older horses.
Is that in June? I'm
That
trying
is.
to remember.
Okay.
Okay,
Yep.
June.
The Milstein and the Courageous Lady are tougher because there are so many 3-year-old races all year.
Yeah,
and
they just finished the Red Mile.
Correct. And like this next week's the Breeders' Crown
Yes,
Elims.
Breeders', yep.
So I was I think we got a darn good field considering where we're spotted for 125,000. But and like you said, 3-year-olds maybe a little bit people a little more skeptical about racing them on a half. So I'm so tired of hearing about a half. And
Right.
I grew up betting a half, and I love a half-mile track. So I don't want to hear that BS. If you're a great horse, you should be able to race on any size track. Yes.
I agree with you, and I really don't think that's an Ohioan problem at all.
No.
Because we've got you year round. We race a lot on the fairs. Delaware is a half mile, and we don't have our biggest is a 5/8.
That's the East Coast elitist attitude a lot of times. But there are some guys that really do support it, though, from Canada and the East Coast. So, I can't complain.
Yeah. Do you have a pick? Do you ever give out your picks?
I used to do handicapping all the time, but when I started being director of racing, I thought it was sort of a conflict of interest. I do. But, I think it's going to be hard to beat Rodeo Drive Deo. She's so good.
But it's pretty cool. We've got a couple of Ohio-breds in there, Odds on Chesapeake, who raced very well, actually, with Rodeo Drive Deo and recently in the Jugette.
And Prolific Fire has been racing great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And then we've got our little long shot all the way out there in the 8-hole.
I usually don't have an AE, but I did this year. The connections were like, hey, at the last, she won last week in the Stallion Series. Like, if you want to throw her on as AE, I said, go, I will. And then we had a scratch, and next thing you know, she's in. And we pay all the way down in this race. We pay all the way through.
We just had Keith up here.
Oh, well, I'm surprised I got on the air.
Yeah.
He sucked all the oxygen out of the clubhouse.
Yeah.
But you knew Keith very well, and I always forget. He tells me, oh, yeah, I used to work here for a long time, and I forget that he was here at Northfield.
And before that, we did a radio show together. We did a harness racing radio show on Sports Talk Radio in the 90s, believe it or not, called Keeping Pace, that Keith was the producer of. And so, I've known him for 30 years. Yep.
Well, good stuff. We are going to go next into the field for the 10th race. But, Dave, thanks for coming up
Thanks
here.
so much. Dave. Great seeing you guys. Doug, you can come more than once every 25 years.
Thank you. I might be back next year. Thanks, Dave.
Absolutely.
Well, Ashley, you better get to work here. 2-year-old filly trotters. Tell us about Hang Tight Honey L.
Hang Tight Honey L, you guessed it. Hank Levan trains and drives as an in-range filly. She did make the BSS championships last week here at Northfield. Unfortunately, did not draw well. She left from the far outside in the 8-hole. Start before that, though, in the BSS at Delaware, she trotted her mile in 1:57.4. She's got 10 wins and 17 tries this year.
Number 2, Jasmine's Diamond, Justin Irvine for Gary Martin. 11 starts, 9 wins in a second, 25,000, 203 and 4 at Coshocton last time out.
Our 3-horse Creatine Doll, Luke Hanner, is in the bike for Mark Winters. This is a Roan Creatine filly. She's got 5 wins and 14 tries. Her last win came back mid-August at Lima in 2:08. However, that is definitely not her best time. 2 back at Delaware. She was 4, so hung on for a check in 1:59 and 3.
Ronnie Wren Jr. drives the 4 Supreme Dance for Rosie Weaver. 2-year-old Bay filly, but full count. This one stands first in the point standings. A winner 10 times and 18 tries, 4 seconds, 2/3, 43,205 and 1 at Athens.
The 5, look who we've got. David Miller is out here. The Buckeye on Tom's Queen. Rosie Weaver trains. This is a long Tom filly out of a Master Levesque mare. She was 3rd most recently at Denver. Starts before that, though, she was really struggling getting around. She made breaks both at Delaware and Upper. However, going further back to the end of August, early September, she had multiple wins in a row, including Van Wert, Burton, and Mount Gilead. She's won 7 of 16 and $28,000 on her card this year.
Manny Miller, the 6, Lynn Range. Herman Hagerman trains a 2-year-old Bay filly by In Range. Hagerman Racing, Lucinda Belcher and Marvin Yoder own. 9 times winner, 12 tries with a second to go along. 34,000, 59-2 here at Northfield Park.
And the 7-horse Tango L, we're bringing out Dad. Louis Levan will drive for son Hank Levan. This is a ready for money filly owned by lots of Levans, as well as our Warner of London, Ohio. 6 wins, 3 seconds and 5 third-place finishes, and 18 seasonal starts. She's looking to go 3 in a row here. She was a winner in the Fair Stakes both at Delaware and Dayton, wire to wire, so we'll see what she can do out of the 7-hole here. Likes to go at about 59, actually. Her last couple of starts have both been in 59 and 1. She's made $27,000 on the year.
Dan Noble will drive number 8, Viva Magenta, for Rosie Weaver. 2-year-old Bay Phillip, a long Tom, a $17,000 purchase. Heartland Acres owned 16 times the start of this year. 5 wins, 4 seconds, 3 thirds, $23,500. 202 and 3 at Piketon. Last time out, finished third. Beaten 6 lengths. Trotted a mile and 5 and 1 at Coshocton.
We do not get to see Louis Levan drive.
Not too much.
Definitely not when it comes to the pari-mutuels. He's hopped on a couple times around the fair tracks. He does, there's a couple that will drive occasionally, but Tango L has really not been one.
Well, Hank's got 2 in here.
Yes.
Talking about the Levans, how many does the Levan stable race?
Yeah.
Will they race an 8 to 10 tonight?
I actually have this all typed out. Hank is racing a total of 9 entries.
9 entries.
9 entries tonight, as well as Rosie Weaver. So those are the 2 busiest trainers we're going to have here this evening. Rosie and Hank both have 9 entries.
And the Clegg stable would have to be right up there most probably.
Actually, they just
and
have
Hagerman.
4. Yeah, so
4.
I can
Hagerman with 7 I can see on your list.
Yeah, so Rosie and Hank both have 9 entries. Herman Hagerman had 7, and the Cleggs have 4. And then everybody else, we've got a couple going down the line that have doubles, but a lot of trainers with just a single entry. But Hank is a very busy person. I don't know how many trailers I would have took them. Probably at least 2, right? I don't know how big their biggest trailer is.
I know they got the one big one. I'm sure they got 2 big ones. That, back in the day, you would just see the 2-horse trailer. You never see a 2-horse trailer.
Ever. Usually, sometimes as small as a 3, but for the most part, it's 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't even know how big the Clegg's biggest trailer is, but they're actually stabled right here at Northfield, so that works for them tonight. Race number 10, the freshman filly trotters. The field of 8, Hang Tight Honey L, Jasmine's Diamond, Creatine Doll, Supreme Dance, Tom's Queen, Lynn Range, Tango L, and Viva Magenta. Here is Kenny Livingood with the call.
Here they come. Off stride the 3, Creatine Doll. Rest of the field off and trotting. Supreme Dance begins well. Lynn Range shows speed, and from the rail, Hang Tight Honey L into the opening turn. Hang Tight Honey L cuts the corner and grabs command as they bend around this opening turn. Then it's Supreme Dance and Lynn Range. They'll tuck into the pocket and 3-hole. Jasmine's Diamond came out racing in the 4th spot. Tom's Queen is 5th. Off stride, Tango L jumped it off entering the backstretch. Viva Magenta just took 6th. Then it's the breakers, Tango L, and far back to Creatine Doll. Opening quarter behind Hang Tight Honey L and a pedestrian 29 seconds. Hang Tight Honey L leads the way. Supreme Dance is 2nd. Lynn Range is 3rd. Jasmine's Diamond 5 lengths off the leader, occupying the 4th spot. Then comes Tom's Queen ahead of Viva Magenta. 3 back to Tango L, who quickly catches up to the tail of the field. Creatine Doll is out of it. Inside 5/8 of a mile to go. It's Hank Levan and Hang Tight Honey L out front, a length and a quarter. Supreme Dance jammed in the box by Lynn Range, who comes first up for Manny Miller. Jasmine's Diamond gets a live second over toe here. The half, 1 minute 3/5, 31 and 3 in the second panel. No excuse for this favorite from here. Hang Tight Honey L has controlled a very modest tempo with now 3/8 to go. On the outside, applying heat, Lynn Range, still locked in Supreme Dance, ready to come 3 wide. Jasmine's Diamond, a perfect second over striking position, only 2.5 lengths off the leader. Pinned in is Tom's Queen, inside of Viva Magenta, then Tango L, up the backstretch, approaching a quarter mile left to go. Hang Tight Honey L, hits 3/4 and 129 and 3, 29 backside, they go to the far turn. Hang Tight Honey L, shrugging off the challenge of Lynn Range. The one that appears to be a late threat is Supreme Dance as she's climbing over the back of Hank Levan, just waiting for the passing lane. Jasmine's Diamond revs it up 3 wide. Off the turn into the stretch drive. Supreme Dance out of the 2-hole now. Hang Tight Honey L with the lead. Tom's Queen has fresh legs up the inside. Here comes Supreme Dance with Hang Tight Honey L. Photo! Supreme Dance outside. Hang Tight Honey L inside. It's very tight. Third to Tom's Queen, 159 and 1.
159 and 1. I'm a little bit off the wire, so I don't know if I'm going to
getting the trip, the 4 Supreme Dance.
You think that's who it was? You going to put the 4 up?
Got the trip. It's going to be tight. It is tight.
We'll
the
see
trip
here.
went to Supreme Dance, Rosie Weaver. Yep. Ooh, I don't know, boy. I can't. It's going to be tough. Right now, they're showing a lot of times when they're showing the 1, but while they're still coming to our replay, I don't know if we're going to be able to see much more here.
I don't know. That's so tight. So tight. I almost think the 4 is going to get up, though. We'll see, though. Just depends on where that photo finish hits and where exactly that wire, where they come across. But Supreme Dance was number 1 in the point standings coming into today. Hang Tight Honey L was number 4, so they're both very
She
nice
raced
horses.
a lot in the Buckeye Stallion.
She did.
Hang Tight Honey L did.
Yeah, she did make the championship up here last weekend. Unfortunately, drew the 8-hole and just got shuffled back and ended up 6th. So I don't think she did not make any money last week in the BSS championship, but she earned her right. That's for sure.
Must be pretty tight. Oh, they're going to call the 4. Hung the 4. Very nice race.
4-1-5-6. Unofficial. Had a couple breakers in there. Creatine Doll jumped it off right behind the gate. Then Tango L, after I was talking about sending Dad Louie out, unfortunately did make a break. I think maybe before even the half, jumped it off.
78,000 now for the winner. Supreme Dance to Obey Philly by full count is owned by Rosie Weaver and H. Scott and G. Davis. This an $8,000 purchase. This was a bargain. 11 wins and 19 tries. 78,000 now lifetime for Supreme Dance. Hang Tight Honey L, who just got nosed out at the wire, finished 2nd. Tom's Queen was 3rd, and Lynn Range was 4th. So Rosie Weaver stable finished 1st and 3rd in here. Tom's Queen with David Miller got up for 3rd.
Rosie, that is going to be her first training victory of the night. Ronnie Wren Jr., that is going to be 2 OFCs for him.
The wire didn't come in time for Hang Tight Honey L. About another wire would have been 5 feet shorter there. I believe it would have been Hang Tight Honey L.
Supreme Dance, this makes, well, let's go down the winner's circle, actually.
Supreme Dance, owned by Rosie Weaver and Scott Davis, trained by Rosie Weaver, driven to victory by Ronnie Wren Jr. for his 2nd on the card. 2-year-old Bay Philly by full count. Out of the Lyco Prayer Mare, Supreme Day, bred by Leon Miller of Ohio, lifetime win number 11. This will lower the lifetime best to 159 and 1.
Supreme Dance, that makes 19 seasonal starts here in her 2-year-old season and 11 victories. Or excuse me, yeah, Supreme Dance. I said the right
11
name.
wins, yes.
I could.
She
It's
had
starting to
rattled
get
off
late
3 in a
tonight.
row from the end of August to mid-September. Wins coming at Marietta, Connellsville, Old Washington. Finished second at Ashland. Was a winner at Dover. Finished second at Coshocton.
Looks like Ronnie Rand's going back, so hopefully we'll get a Rosie Weaver interview. And they're in the winner's circle.
Carter standing by with winning trainer, unofficial winning trainer, Rosie Weaver.
In the winner's circle with a very happy trader, Rosie Weaver. Well, it only took you 10 races to get here. You're crying right now. Tell us what this feels like.
Well, we talked at the barn for a few days, maybe a week, about the horses we had in tonight, and I had 3 fillies in this race, and I got 9 in the final tonight, and I don't think anybody at the barn once mentioned Supreme Dance's name. And tonight when she warmed up, Joe warmed her up and I was watching her. She's never been to a real track. She's just been like at the fairs. She won 9 in a row earlier this year. You could put her up against anybody. She's going to try her best. And I knew that. I knew she'd give it all she had tonight. I just truthfully didn't expect it would be enough. But Ronnie drove her great, and she got a 2-hole trip, which is always the best here. And I knew she would dig and try for all she was worth if she had the opportunity. So, yeah, tears of joy.
Boy, did she really have to dig coming down the stretch. You had to sweat out the photo there for a little bit. But the trip worked out for her, and she raced super well.
She raced great. I was standing at the back of the paddock, so I really didn't know, and I just almost didn't want to believe that she actually won because I really didn't think she could. I think I was third with Tom's Queen, and that's the filly I thought might be a sleeper in that race. She had some struggles early, but I'm just overjoyed with this little filly because nobody in the barn deserves it more. Just quietly being gritty. We have better horses, but I don't think any that try any harder than her.
Now, you go to the Carolinas every year. You work your butt off to get to these fairs and these fair championships, the Buckeye Stallion Series. You've got a few of those sire stakes horses, but the bread and butter of the stable really work really hard on the fairs. What's it like to race on the fair circuit and kind of build these horses up to become stars?
I honestly love it, and I think, just for example, this filly, she wouldn't have made a face, at the sire stake and Buckeye level, maybe the Buckeye late, but sometimes, I don't know, I think it's just as good for him to be able to be confident and race at the fairs like, I take him. And like I said, she won 9 in a row earlier, which all led up to having confidence to race the way she did tonight. And I have a good crew that helps me, and everybody that watches us race knows that when I show up, all the people that work for me are going to jump out of the truck and try their best. And they do that at the barn every day, too. So none of this would be possible if it wouldn't be for my barn and the crew and everybody that helps me the way they do.
Rosie, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Very nice interview.
Oh, yeah. Rosie is fantastic to talk to. The first time this year I really got to sit down and do that was with Freshman Focus and Roger Houston, which they're good friends,
Yes.
obviously. And usually our Freshman Focus interviews go for like 20 minutes. We hit about 30, and I had to finally I had to get in front of Roger, but behind the camera. And I was like, we got to go, Roger. We got to go. And was trying to signal to him. But she's a talker, and it's great. And I think that what Michael brought up about, being the bread and butter of, her stable is the fairs. And she has done fantastic this year, as the stats back that up. But she is one of those trainers that, and she said it, she's a lot about confidence in a horse, especially their 2-year-old year. She is not going to put them in over their heads, and I think that's so important. She teaches them how to race and how to be gritty and how to win from just about anywhere. And that's hard when you're chasing them around, at those upper levels.
Oh,
and
yes.
she places them where they need to be placed and can thrive. Official? Oh, no, actually, we are technically still unofficial. For race 10, we go 4, 1, 5, 6, 2 is what is up. I don't know exactly because there's no inquiry.
Yeah, I
right?
don't know what the holdup would be.
So they did call it, of course, unofficial, but nothing that's going to
I would like
affect
to.
Rosie.
Hopefully, they post a photo on the screen just to see how tight the race was. It was very, very tight. It was just that final half step that got up to beat Hang Tight Honey L, Supreme Dance.
David Miller got that third place finish for Rosie there with Tom's Queen. That's Dave's first drive of the night, but of course
Rosie did have 3 horses in there: Viva Magenta from Post
Oh,
8,
from the outside.
Supreme Dance, and the other one, third, Tom's Queen, Viva Magenta, and Supreme Dance. Yeah, don't know what the holdup would be here. But next up, actually, we got the Courageous Lady. Grade 3 for $125,000. Rodeo Drive Deo. Jugette winner, David Miller for Ron Burke.
It's a very nice group of
Yes, very nice
of 3-year-old fillies.
three-year-old
That is
fillies.
for certain. We don't have to go into them quite yet, but while we're waiting for everything to go official, the 9 horse, we should talk about Poppy Grad. I don't know exactly what's been going on with her. Oh, we are official. Let's go over to Kenny real quick. Well. I don't know if he's going to give us that official rundown, but you can see it on your screens. We do go official now. 4-1-5-6-2. Our 4-horse returns 1860, so not a bad day if you were playing the 4. But in that same vein now, with going official for the 10th, Doug, we started talking about the 11th, and I guess I won't steal any thunder. We can get back onto it in just a moment, but let's take a quick break before we go into the Grade 3 Courageous Lady to thank our sponsors.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year, Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K. Hanover by world record holder Walner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Hey kids, we invite you to join the Backstretch Buddies Club, a fun and free club for kids 12 and under who love horses and wants to be a part of harness racing in Ohio. Once you've signed up, you will be able to join Willie Winnett and exciting adventures and receive awesome surprises. Sign up today using the QR code.
Thanks for joining us. Next, headed into race 11, stepping away from the Ohio Fair Championships, but for good reason. Coming up, we have the Grade 3 Invitational, the $125,000 Courageous Lady for 3-year-old filly pacers. It's a pretty nice group. We actually are scratched out now, though.
There's a photo. It's posted. They can see it at home on the screen. Well, they just took it away, the win photo, so we must have had a photo there for show or 4th or 5th position. Let's see if they bring that.
Flip back there. Between 4 and 5,
Boy,
yeah, that's who that was. That was awful quick, wasn't it?
It was awful quick. It was close.
Very tight, though. I said
Wish they'd show that again, but I doubt if they do.
Well, maybe we'll try to keep an eye on it. But that was
Yes.
very fast.
Yes.
But I guess going back to race 11 that's coming up in post-parade in 11 minutes here. We are now scratched down to a field of 8. The 7, work-life balance, is a scratch. Hopefully you've been tuning in all evening long, and there's been kind of a whirlwind of conversation around this field. And with that, though, so our Honor Defend actually was also eligible and got in because somebody else scratched before scratch
scratch
time.
of the 7. In our Honor Defend, we had Keith Gisser, a partial owner, on here just a few minutes ago talking about our Honor Defend. She must be kind of a character.
Oh, it sounds like it.
Yes.
It sounds like she is a true filly through and through. She's got quite a bit of an attitude and has really been on the come-up story. She just made, $13,000 last year as a freshman. Didn't show too much promise, but Keith Gisser saw something very early, kind of her last, or I shouldn't say very early, but actually in her last couple starts and wanted to keep a piece of her, and she has really shaped up into something this year, specifically her last go out here last week in the BSS Championship. She went off 24-1, so she was the upset winner in the BSS final, but she put in a very nice effort to win by a nose. Of course, our Ohio breds. We shouldn't overlook them outside of our Honor Defend. Odds on Chesapeake. We want another one that doesn't need a whole lot of introduction around Ohio. She raced in the Jugette final, was second in the Jugette final just a few weeks ago, and also stepped it up, but just kept going for the OSS Scarlet Championships last week, was second behind our 4-horse, Prolific Fire. It's a very nice horse in herself, isn't she? Coming off a win in that $300,000 Scarlet Championship, and she's been with some very tough company and proving herself all season long.
And her 9-horse Pappy Grad, Ohio Connections, Steve Carter, Mossbergers.
Before we went to commercial, I kind of started talking about Poppy Grad. She's only had 6 seasonal starts. Actually at Delaware, because she did race. Poppy Grad actually did race in the Jugette final as well. She made it through, and I think I was talking to quickly Steve's daughter. Hey, is it Haley? Haley Carter? Oh my gosh, I'm blanking.
I don't know for sure.
Oh, I'm blanking. But I talked to her really quick, and I don't think she ever mentioned, but she's like, going into the Jugette, they were a little worried. She didn't draw the best to begin with, and then she was so kind of short. She hasn't had many starts, but man, was she a tough one last year. She made $283,000 last year. You almost couldn't touch her.
Tough. Yes.
You almost couldn't touch her. And so I'm not sure what exactly was going on, why she's come back so late in the season, but obviously they still think enough of her to keep her up in this top level of racing with a very nice group of horses. You want to sit? You want to sit? We're going to have Frank Frost jump on here for just a moment
Jump
with
back
us.
on.
You're
Join
having,
again.
I'm going to say, your job has changed quite a bit over the last year, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. I miss doing what you guys are doing, needless to say. So.
Not presenting trophies? Come on, Frank.
Yeah.
You've been around some happy people down there at the Winter Circle.
Rosie Weaver.
Did you get to talk to?
She was in tears. She was in tears.
tears.
She gave that horse a big hug when it came back around, and she was just in tears. She was so happy with the results of that race. It means so much to her. Like she said in the interview, she works so hard. Her crew works so hard, and she passes the credit on. And she does. And I just gotten to know Rosie a lot over the last 5 years. I kid with her, and I was talking to Bob Roberts earlier tonight. Who Bob's got a article coming out on Rosie for us. And he said, he's got to go through the interview that he did with her. And I said, if you want to have some fun, go back onto our YouTube channel and go find the getting to know that I did with Rosie Weaver the first year we were doing the live streams of the county fair racing. We did a little feature, getting to know her, set up the camera, and I asked him a few questions. Well, when I did Rosie's, it was like pulling teeth. Very shy, didn't talk much. And look at how she has changed over the last 5 years. Bob goes, she talked for an hour. I said, yeah. I mean, she just lets it all spill out and just, I mean, very personable. I mean, a hard worker. She works so hard. Her crew works so hard, and to see her have the success that she's had is just unbelievable. 100 wins on the fair circuit alone this year. I mean, just fantastic.
Yes.
I was telling Doug earlier, my first really sit down with Rosie was earlier this year for the Freshman Focus. And of course, Roger's doing that sit down interview. They know each other very well. They can talk for a while. You got two talkers. And usually our Freshman Focus, we like to keep about 20 minutes. Not with those two. I had to get behind the camera, and I was like hitting like a watch. I was like, Roger, we gotta pick it up, because those are two.
Yeah.
And when you first told me, like, she didn't used to talk at
no,
all.
no, very
I almost couldn't
quiet,
believe
yep.
it, because she's very well spoken. And when you talk about horses, she is going to fill
without
in
a
the
doubt.
blanks for you,
Yeah.
right? She's just not going to plain answer yes, no. That's my mom. Yes, no, sure. But
You know, to take a first and a third out of that race
Yes.
meant a lot. And it was funny because I had talked to her earlier in the evening, and I looked at the this, and I said to her, wow, you've got David Miller driving Tom's Queen, the morning line 25-1. And she was like, yeah, she says, this horse is, she's really trotting well. And she goes, if she can stay, get off the gate okay, with David Miller driving, he goes, I think she's got a chance.
Yeah.
So I was hoping to steal, David Miller on a Rosie Weaver at, 15-1 maybe, and it went off at like 5-1. It's like, oh wow. So, but to get a third place finish in that was big for her as well. And she's still got a couple of really good chances
does.
coming up in the final two.
She does. And I say
races we
there's
have.
2 more Ohio Fair champions yet to go, and she's got at least one in each of them.
Yep.
And the way that Rosie has been racing, it wouldn't surprise me if I dig in deeper if she's actually got more than one entry.
Yeah, I think she's got 2 in the 12th and 1 in the 14th, I think is what it is.
Pink Jammies. You can't forget Pink
No,
Jammies.
you can't.
You
No.
can't forget
Yep.
Pink Jammies.
And I mean, with the rail with Pink Jammies, but this next one coming up is going to be a whale of a race. And I mean, when you've got the Little Brown Jug champion, you've got the Ohio Sire Stakes champion, this thing, and it's going to be interesting. And I can't see what is our honor and defend is 65-1. I did no, that's just the show pool.
She's
8-1. 8-1
Well,
right now.
you know,
And that's
Yeah, I'll be darned.
That's Northfield fans
Yes,
going, hey,
Northfield
we're gonna show her a little love
it
here.
might, it might be a little bit of the owning connections too.
Oh yeah.
Maybe that's why Keith Gisser wanted to leave so quick. Maybe he had to go down to the window. I'm sure Keith's going to be happy. I hope, he'd be tickled to death with a win, but he knows what he's in with. I'm sure he's going to be tickled to death if he gets a check.
Yeah, especially with the story of just calling up, going, "Hey, if you need an extra, we're here for you," and then to get in, and then to get a scratch inside of you, so you draw a little farther down, and that horse shows a lot of closing speed, and if they get out front and decide to battle out front, it could set up, for something exciting here, without a doubt.
Especially, she's put up a couple 53 miles around, actually up here at Northfield or the Meadows, but you'd rather have one mature a little bit later, right? And I don't know if she's just starting to hit that peak, and she kind of proved that last week for us, and you want to mature when the money's good.
Oh, exactly. And the nice thing is, they get guaranteed 12.5.
Yeah,
so $1,250. So at least, like Keith told me, he said that covers, the Lasix, covers the
shipping.
the shipping and everything. So and if somehow you can get up there and get a check, and it's like you said, Ashley, 5% of 125.
It's
not too shabby.
It's all right.
Not
It's
too
all right.
shabby. So.
And Frank, you've been downstairs presenting a lot of trophies tonight, as we just talked about. But how's the crowd? I know we're getting a little bit later in the night.
It's thinned out, but they, the MGM folks did a promotion tonight for their club that they have here. So they had a lot of people here early. They had a couple of groups down there. So there were a lot of people inside. Not as many outside because it is a little chilly. But you know what though? It's beautiful weather though. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better night, in October to have racing up here. It's a little crisp. Skies are clear, and it's fun.
So this is something that Doug and I talked about earlier. I don't know if you have the answer. Of course, the BSS and the OSS championships rotate. For the past, 4 years now, this would be the 4th in a row, Northfield has held fair championships. Dayton has previously done it. I guess, why do we flip? When do we flip?
Don't know how that works. In fact, I'm going down to the race secretaries convention this year to learn a little bit more of that. I do know the Sire Stakes rotates. The Buckeye Stallion Series rotates between Northfield and Dayton because Scioto at that point has closed. You know, they move when Scioto hosts the Sire Stakes. It is before Delaware, so then that becomes the second jewel of the Triple Crown, and then the Breeders' Championship becomes the third. But I think the reason that, you know, a lot of horsemen want to have the racing here for the fairs is because it's a half-mile track. And these horses race all year on a half-mile track. The only time they race on a 5/8 is at Dayton for the Montgomery Fair races.
correct.
So a lot of horsemen, you know, are like, hey, you know, keep it here. Now, I actually had somebody come up to me and go, we need to race these at Dayton. You know, we need to race these at Dayton. And then when we talked, I told him, I said, well, that's a 5/8. And the person just looked at me and said, didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
Said, okay, makes a lot more sense.
The only thing I guess I could see is Dayton can take one more horse as far as, you know, the top 9 versus the top 8. But that was my first initial thought, is naturally it's makes sense for Northfield to keep hosting it because we're the home of the Flying Turns. We're a half-mile track. These horses are very comfortable, and it's fun to see them, you know, all season long. They might have a mark in 2:02 in 2 minutes, whatever, but you put them on a nice track like this, and they are.
And it's funny if you look at their lines, every now and then you'll see one that'll have maybe raced at Dayton or raced at Scioto and something. You know, the 3-year-olds have raced, you know, a few times on the 5/8.
Maybe a non-winners.
Right, but the 2-year-olds are mainly just in those, you know, the half mile, unless they are racing in the OCRA and racing down at Dayton, because none of the tracks in, you know, the Southern Valley or the Home Talent or the Ohio Fair Racing Conference.
They do have 5/8, but big track would be also here, but it's not the 5/8.
But you got the fair racing, from Summit County, but it's a half-mile track, so you're still on that half-mile track.
So those would be the two pari-mutuel tracks you would see.
That they do race at.
Yes.
See them at most
but
of the
one
time.
of them's 5/8 and one's a half-mile. So
When we first opened the show, we talked about how, you know, sometimes it can be a little unpredictable with these fields that have come forth tonight because some of these horses have never met up. We have 4 different racing circuits and county fair racing circuits in Ohio. Also, none of those fair tracks are shaped the same.
No.
Are maintained the same. Some of them have dips where you don't want to do.
You know, and that's an interesting thing that you say that. And, you know, I'd like to, you know, if we can find, again, we talked about this, it's slowing down. No, it never slows down. There's always stuff to do. But, you know, it'd be neat to do a Google map of all the 66 tracks that we race at and show the different shapes of them. Because you take a track like, are they coming? No, I thought you take a track like
they are,
the Rock. Okay, yep.
Like a paperclip, they say, right?
long, and then you take some of the other ones that are more of an egg shape sometimes. So, yep. Let's go upstairs for the post parade.
Horses making their way onto the track for tonight's 11th race, the featured event of the evening, the Grade 3 $125,000 Courageous Lady. $20,000 estimated in the pick 4 pool. 1 Sammy Joe Hanover on by Oompa's Farm, and Joe Barbera, trained by Scott D. Domenico. Dan Noble in the bike. Number 2 is Odds On Chesapeake, owned by Odds On Racing, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr., Ronnie Wren Jr. in the sulky. 9 for 13 this season for the daughter of Down by the Seaside. Burnham Wood Farms, number 3, time of the season, is trained by Tim Twaddle. Gets Northfield Park the leading driver, Aaron Merriman in the sulky. Ohio's Sires Stakes Scarlet Champion winner, the 4 Prolific Fire, owned by Greg Luther Racing, trained by Todd Luther, with the services of Austin Hanners. The 5 is the Jugget winner, Rodeo Drive Deo, owned by the Burke Racing Stable. Weaver Buscemi, Beastie, J&T Silva, Purnell, and Libby, trained by Ron Burke. The Buckeye, Dave Miller, drives. 6 Fansville, Jack Pelling aboard for Joe Bongiorno, who won this race as a driver in a historic dead heat 2 years ago. And this one is owned by the Chain Lightning Stables, 3-year-old daughter of Huntsville, second in the New York Sire Stakes final. Scratch the 7, Work-Life Balance. 8 is Our Honor Defend, owned by Keith Kisser, Scott Betts, and Mr. K. McCullough. Trained by Scott Betts, Case Bateson in the sulky. This horse pulled off the near 25-1 upset in the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship last week. And the 9, Poppy Grad, owned by Mossbarger, Hopper, TKO Racing Stable, SCP Stables, and Friedland Racing. Trained by Steve Carter, Luke Hanners in the sulky.
There was your quick introduction for race 11. Scratch down to just a field of 8. However, that 9 horse, Poppy Grad, still will trail. You can move down, but you cannot move up.
Correct. Which is good.
Sometimes you'd rather leave on the second tier versus the far outside.
Yes.
Probably depends on the horse a little bit.
Yeah, it all
don't you
depends
think?
on the horse.
Say David Miller came all the way over here, drove the last one, got Rosie Weaver that 3rd place finish. Now he's going to drive a very nice horse in here, right? Rodeo Drive, Deo. I don't know if he's listed on anything else the rest of the night, though, if he's just driving these 2 races. I wonder how Rosie knew he was coming. You think she called him up?
I don't know.
Think she called him up, or maybe she had to have a driver's change in, and she called the race office. They're like, well, Dave Miller might be here. You might as well try to throw him on there. Oh, good stuff. Well, we will.
Yeah, now David's got one more in the 12th.
Oh, in the 12th. All right, so he might make a check every single one. We never know, right?
Driving for Steve Carter in that race. In the 12th, the number 1.
Oh, and he's on the rail. Look at that. Before, though, let's go ahead and take a look at race 11. From the rail, Sammy Joe Hanover, Scott D. Domenico trains, Dan Noble in the bike. This is a filly by Captain Treacherous. She did go ahead and try to, in the Jugette eliminations, unfortunately finished back there, so did not make the final. However, most recently at Yonkers, she put up a mile in 1:54.2 for a 2nd place finish there. Looking a handful back, she actually is not her first time that she's been in Ohio. August 23rd, she raced at Scioto, and the Nadia LaBelle was 2nd just by a neck. In 150 flat final quarter there, 27-2. In that Nadia LaBelle, she was beaten by Odds on Chesapeake. She's won 2 of 12 starts. Sammy Joe Hanover has, and $64,000 on the year.
Number 2 is Odds on Chesapeake, Ronnie Wren Jr. for Virgil Morgan Jr. This is a homebred owned by Odds on Racing, Boca Raton, Florida. 9 wins in 13 tries this year. $420,000 this year, $578,000 lifetime, 149-3 at at Delaware Jug Day. She won her division of the Jug in 49-3. Finished 2nd in the final to Rodeo Drive Deo. Finished 2nd in the championship of the Ohio Sire Stake to the 4, Prolific Fire, the 2, Odds on Chesapeake.
The 3-horse time of the season, Aaron Merriman's going to get the call for Tim Twaddle. This is a Bettor's Wish filly. She's won 5 of 14 this season, recently coming off of a wire-to-wire win at the Meadows. This was another one who tried her go in the Jugette, did make the final, and held on for a check. There at Delaware in the final, she was 5th in 151-3. I want to go further back, though. Mid-August, I believe that's Pocono. She was 4th, but in 149-3, final quarter there, 26-3. She made $164,000 on the year.
4, Prolific Fire, Austin Hanners for Todd Luther Jr. Greg Luther Racing owns 3 Bay filly by Catch the Fire. Has 3 wins, 5 seconds, and a 3rd. A winner 2 times in a row. Last time out, the $300,000 Ohio Sire Stake at Dayton Raceway. A winner in 150. The start before that won the Ohio Breeders' Championship at Delaware in 151.
Our 5-horse and the Jugette final champion is Rodeo Drive Deo. Ronberg trains, David Miller in the bike. She did try last week. I think that was last week. I don't even know what day it is. But last week down there at Lexington, unfortunately, I'm not sure what happened. I didn't watch a replay. She ended up 8th there. She was sitting at the top of the stretch. I don't know if she just got tired. She still won her mile, though, in 148-3. Times before that, though, she had 2 wins in a row. You guessed it, both on the same day for the Jugette elimination and that Jugette final. And she's got 6 wins, 5 seconds, and 2 third-place finishes in 16 starts this season. $471,000 made in 2025. Lifetime, this Captain Treacherous filly has put up $865,000 in the bank for all of her connections.
Jack Pelling, the 6, Fansville. Joe Bongiorno trains 3-year-old Bay filly by Huntsville. Chain Lightning Racing and owns a winner 3 times this year, $230,000, 51-2 at Pocono. A winner 2 in a row. Those wins coming up Pocono, but 3 back. Finished second, just beaten ahead in the New York Sire State final.
The 7 is a scratch. The 8, Our Honor Defend. Case Bateson, 23 years old, is going to get the call for Scott Betts. This is a lost in time filly. She's got 3 wins, 6 seconds, and 2 third-place finishes in 16 seasonal starts. She has put up $73,000 on the year. We've talked about her a lot tonight for a handful of reasons throughout the entire card, but she has really come into herself this year as a sophomore. Last start here last week on Saturday in the BSS Championship, $75,000. She was a winner just by a nose and won 54-2. What a ride she has been on this year for her connections.
Second tier start for the 9, Pappy Grad. Luke Hanners for Steve Carter. 3-year-old Bay filly by Pappy Rob Hanover is owned by Jay Mossbogger, B. Hopper, TKO Racing, SCP Stable. Lightly raced this year, only 1 win in 6 starts. 6 wins with 4 seconds, actually, and 10 starts last year. $283,000 last year. A mark last year of 51 at the Red Mile. This year, 150 at Pocono. So that's a look at the field for the Grade 3 Courageous Lady.
Roughly about $2.5 million in earnings for these horses in this race.
Lifetime or seasonal?
Lifetime.
Lifetime.
Yep.
That's quite
and
the
you
feat.
added up the fair. What was it?
Yep.
Better than $2 million?
Yeah, so our fair, our 64.
There's $4.5 million.
Yeah, I'm going to say our 64 horses that have dropped in the OFC tonight, combined seasonal total is over $2 million.
Wow.
And that's just fair races. You know?
Tells you that's what we say. There's a place for every racehorse here in Ohio. And, if you want to race in Ohio, get here. Because, with the fair circuit, the Buckeye Stallion Series, and the Ohio Sire Stakes, we have what you want.
Something I failed to mention that I should have for the 8 horse is she was bred by Ohio State ATI. A bunch of college students. And here she is racing for $125,000. We're moving in behind the gate for the Courageous Lady. We're scratched down to a field of 8. Sammy Joe Hanover, odds on Chesapeake, time of the season, Prolific Fire, Rodeo Drive Deo, Fansville, Our Honor Defend, and Poppy Grad. Here we go. Kenny Livingood for the call of the 11th, the $125,000 Courageous Lady.
Miller, Fansville, Jack Pelling, Our Honor Defend, Case Bateson, and Poppy Grad, and Luke Hanners for the $125,000 Courageous Lady. Here they come. And they're off and pacing. Sammy Joe Hanover from the rail gets the first call. Odds on Chesapeake diving to the inside. Went time of the season to try and get in front of Poppy Grad into the opening turn. Rodeo Drive Deo is 1-5 on the board. She just floated out. She's about 5th right now and 7 lengths off the leader. Prolific Fire is off the speed in front of Fansville, and Our Honor Defend is the trailer. Across the backstretch and driving to the opening panel, Dan Noble at 31-1 controls it with Sammy Joe Hanover. Off at opening quarter, a reasonable 27-1. Not quick, not slow. Odds on Chesapeake gets the pocket ride for Wren. Time of the season is 3rd. Rodeo Drive Deo is an unhurried 4th for the Buckeyes. He's trying to flush the cover of Merriman with time of the season, and he did just get that cover at the 3/8 mark. Poppy Grad is next. To the outside, Prolific Fire. Fansville inside of Our Honor Defend. 4 in, 4 out as they come on over to the halfway point. Sammy Joe Hanover hits that half in 56 seconds. Inside, half a mile from the money. Sammy Joe Hanover's got every call. Time of the season to this leader's wheel. Locked in the box, odds on Chesapeake. Rodeo Drive Deo spotted second over. She's ready to come 3 wide as she tries to get a toe from time of the season. Poppy Grad is buried in a 3-0. 3rd over, Prolific Fire. Then comes Fansville in the trailer. Our Honor Defend. They drive toward 3/4. Sammy Joe Hanover still the target, trying to pull off the big upset. On the outside, time of the season plugs away first over. 27-1 third panel speed. And Dan Dan Noble appears to have a handful of Sammy Joe Hanover as they head into the far turn. Here comes the Jugette winner, Rodeo Drive Deo. Let go, 3 wide for her bid. In between time of the season, Odds on Chesapeake needs a way out. 4 wide, Prolific Fire, Poppy Grad buried. They turn for the money. Sammy Joe Hanover with the lead. Odds on Chesapeake, Rodeo Drive Deo needs the fine 4. Sammy Joe Hanover pulls off the shocker. Odds on Chesapeake second, Rodeo Drive Deo. Not her night. She settled for third. Time of the season, fourth, 151-3.
Dan Noble. I don't have any much
31
more
on the
to
board.
say
You get
than
Danny
that.
Noble loose on the front end.
Dan
He can
Noble.
keep one alive.
Man, what a tough trip, though, for our 5-horse Rodeo Drive
Yes.
Deo. And I'm sure she had to go off the favorite, right? Yeah, she was
Oh, yes.
1-5. 1-5. Ends up, I think, coming across third. But
Odds on Chesapeake, it looked like, was second.
I have 1-2-5-3, I think is how they came across the wire. They do have a photo, though, up, but it's not going to affect the winner. That was clearly Sammy Joe Hanover, 31-1. Dan Noble for Scotty D. Domenico. Wow. That was a race. That was a race and a half. You know, I'm sure thinking about next week with the Breeders' Crown eliminations, that filly's got to be in there, right? Rodeo Drive Deo. She's got to be in there. She's got to. But hey, we're gonna use this as a little bit of a tightener. But
Now, the one Sammy Joe Hanover.
mm-hmm.
Don't know if it's eligible. My guess would be not, just looking at her lines where she's been racing, but could be raced in the Nadia Lobel. Finished second, got beaten the league. Danny drove her there at that Scioto Downs on the 23rd. Just got beat by a neck. Paced a mile at 150. Got beat by Odds on Chesapeake.
We do go unofficial. It's up 1-2-5-3, and here comes our winner back into the
This
circle.
one was overlooked.
Hanover owned by
31
Upa's
on the
Farm
board.
and Joseph Barbera, trained by Scott D. Domenico. Dan Noble, the winning drive. It's Danny's third on the card. 3-year-old bay feathered by Captain Treacherous out of the Western Hanover mare, Sammy's Magic Girl, bred by the Hanover Shoe Farms of Pennsylvania. Lifetime win number 5, third this season for Sammy Joe, a 5th off of her lifetime best, 151-3. First courageous lady, his dad, Chip Noble, won it twice in 2004 and 2006. Son Dan Noble picks up his first courageous lady.
Thinking about Danny picking up his very first courageous lady. I don't know. Has he ever driven in one? I'd like to see the stats on that. Has he ever even driven up there for this race? Because again, like Michael even said it, like this is grade 3. It's never been, the jewel of any of the grand circuits that do come to Northfield Park. So I'm not sure if Danny's even driven, but that's pretty cool. I'm glad that Kenny mentioned that Chip, his dad's
Chip
won it twice.
won it twice.
Looks like we're going to get Danny for an interview. I think that's Tessa in the going back with the horse.
Winning driver, Dan Noble.
Thanks, Kenny. The courageous lady goes to Sammy Joe Hanover as I look over my shoulder. 31-1 they dismissed you at, Dan. You drove this filly earlier on in the summer at Scioto. She raced pretty good for you in the Nadia Lobel. You had to have a little bit of confidence after driving her once coming into this race.
I learned a few things about her after the first start I drove her, and I figured, I just got beat there, and I thought she had a little bit more, and I thought it'd be a really good chance to drive her again.
After looking at a program page, she had a couple of wins. She may not have been up to expectations of the connections this year, but she's raced some pretty nice horses. No luck in that Jugette elimination. To come here tonight, you were taking no prisoners off of the rail in a field that has a really nice field of fillies.
I really didn't. I wanted to be on the lead, but I figured David would come out. I was willing to, give up the front end. And, but, she's raced very well with all the competition she's been with all year. I just think that she's been in some spots that just were not real good.
Did you have any idea that David was kind of parked every step of the way behind you and you had Odds on Chesapeake on your back?
Yeah, I was aware of that, and I figured with the cheap fractions early, this filly here has a big burst, so I was really confident after the half.
Congratulations on your first Courageous Lady.
Thank you.
There you have it. Sammy Jo Hanover upsets at 31-1 in the Courageous Lady.
Not sure what I would have expected out of that race, but a long shot for sure. 31-1, and wow, what an exciting finish! It looks like we are official, right?
65.20, $15 and $4.20. We've had some nice payoffs.
We
here
have.
tonight.
We have. If you play Northfield,
Yes.
or if you don't, now you should,
Yeah.
right? You'll learn. You'll learn quickly here. Official 1, 2, 5, 3 for the 11th. Turning the page, though, we're going to head into one of our second to last Ohio Fair Championships. Our 3-year-old colt trotters are going to take us for race 12, the Field of 8. Join us back here in just a moment. Doug and I will tell you all about them.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead Sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K. Hanover by world record holder Wallner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
Do you love horses and the outdoors? There are hundreds of immediate openings across Ohio for caretakers and grooms. Work with these beautiful animals every day. Health insurance, vision care, prescription benefits, and a retirement plan are available to those that qualify. Help care for these beautiful animals. Immediate openings across Ohio. For more information, visit OhioHorseJobs.com. That's OhioHorseJobs.com.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
In Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm has the stallions you are looking for, like What the Hill, Uncle Peter, and In Range, as well as Branded by Lindy, Jug Winner Luz Pearlman, Racing Hill, and Guardian Angel Oz. Hickory Lane will offer a host of Ohio sired yearlings this fall, including 6 by In Range, 5 by Uncle Peter, 4 by Guardian Angel Oz, and 1 by What the Hill. Find out more at hickorylanefarm.com.
Well, we are back at Northfield Park.
What do you mean back, Doug? We've been here all night.
Oh, we've been. Well, that's just a thing.
No, but race number 12, our second to last fair championship for $50,000. It's going to be our sophomore colt trotter is going to come out to us momentarily.
Stakes record, Time Storm, Ronnie Wren, 2020.
I don't think I remember that. Time
I remember that horse. 55-1 is the stakes record.
I said there's a lot of records as you've been going through them tonight that were set around 2020.
Yes,
Which, what an
you're
odd
right.
year for everybody. But it's interesting that so many records fell that year. We must have just had a great crop of horses. I'm trying to remember, and that was the year that we held it at Northfield Park. We went down to Dayton the following year. Sometimes, especially Dayton is the bigger track. It's a 5/8. We will see faster miles there occasionally, but for after that, when did Northfield resurface? Was it 2 years ago now? We had some issues here last
It might
year.
have been 3.
Okay. I can't remember exactly.
Might have been 3.
I remember last year, Northfield had a lot of work to do. They redid their track. We're having some issues, but obviously it is shaped. It is shaped back up pretty quickly, and we've had, I think, well, maybe not everybody, but there have been a lot of new lifetime marks, especially
Yes.
for our fair horses.
Oh, yes,
here.
definitely for your fair horses. You're going to see a lot of lifetime marks fall.
Race number 12, though, for our 3-year-old colt trotters, kind of interesting. So the 1 through 5 horses were dropped in as far as the point standings. 1 through 5 in the points. 6, our boss, was out. 7 of 8, of course, are in. But the 9 and 10, I'm not sure if, obviously they just didn't enter. I'm not sure if they're still racing and just didn't think they'd get in to the final here, so they didn't drop. But the 11 horse, Tiny Tom, is the one who's going to round out the field, actually, for the 8 horses to go up.
The 6 in this race, Hydroplane and Henry, Matt and I watched him race at Wasion. And I think that's where the change came in. Bob Rollin had bought him off of Ernie Ayers, who's a trotting man in the northern part of the state at the fair circuit, mainly in the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. But Bob Rollin, 77 or 78 years old, from Michigan. And I can remember at Dayton, 2 starts back, Chris Page drove his horse. Was a winner in 55 and 2. He could be tough in here. Ronnie Wren Jr. going to drive tonight. Our post-time favorite, the 7, Spend the Prize, Danny Noble. Rosie Weaver got another one in here tonight.
Of course.
And Rosie has another one in.
Yeah.
From Post 2, Silverton.
And that was what I was going to kind of circle back to with you saying might have a shot with Ronnie Wren up. He's already won 2 fair championships on the night. Rosie Weaver just notched her first one with the filly a couple starts ago. But when it comes to overall, now Ronnie Wren and Aaron Merriman have they're tied for the
They've been going back and forth
They
this
have
evening.
been. They both have 11 fair championship wins, and so they are tied on the top of the driving standards. Something we haven't talked about are the trainers. And actually, Mark Winters, who I don't know if he's got anything in here tonight.
I don't believe Mark
I'd
does.
have to look. He's got one.
Really?
He's got
It
one
must
in
be
tonight. Maybe
later.
the next one.
Next
yeah.
race, okay.
He's got 6 wins as a trainer in the fair championships, and Stevie Carter's sitting behind him with 5. Chris Beaver with 4. So those are the top all-time trainers for the Ohio Fair Championships, but our drivers have gone back and forth tonight between Ronnie Wren and Aaron Merriman. They've both had great nights so far. Our busiest of the evening, of course, has been between Rosie Weaver and Hank Levan. They both brought 9 different entries here this evening. Herman Hagerman brought 7, and the Cleggs, who are lucky enough to be stabled right here, aren't traveling too far, but they had 4 in this evening. We've talked a little bit earlier about the breeding. And I found it quite interesting. Our trotter was Long Tom. He's got 7 offspring racing tonight, but one of them was a pacer who did well.
Yes.
I think he ended up maybe 2nd or
Yes,
third.
he's one that I commented. Mark St. Louis Jr. drove.
Huge.
Came 3
huge
wide.
trip.
Big trip. Big
Huge
trip.
But Long Tom has 7 offspring in here. What the Hill follows with 6 from the trotter side, and our pacers, our leading sire there for the Pacers has been Catch the Fire.
Catch the Fire.
Catch the Fire. And I say we've got a handful. One thing that I really enjoy about the fairs versus, it could be the BSS versus the Ohio Sire Stakes, is that the sires are spread all over the place and not just, down by the seaside or Catch the Fire. They're spread everywhere. Here's our post parade. We'll hand it over to Kenny to introduce you to the field.
On track for the 12th one, Mr. Squeeze, on with a part-time stable, trimmed by Steve Carter. David Miller driving. 2, Silverton. Manny Miller up for Rosie Weaver. Cones with David Jury. 3, Power Hill. Alex Honk drives. Front trainer Mike Sowers. 4, Full Moon Howl. Jason Beatty drives for Jessica Smith. Cones with Madison Smith. 5, Tiny Tom. Justin Irvine driving for front trainer Eli Miller. 6, Hydroplane and Henry. Owned and trained by Bob Rowland using Ronnie Wren Jr. 7, Spend the Prize. Dan Noble up for Rosie Weaver. Cones with Heartland Acres. And the 8, Let's Go to Paris. Kurt Sugg driving for Eddie Miller. Cones with Ashley Dunn.
Your field of 8 there for the 12th. 3-year-old colt trotters, $50,000. Somebody's going to pick up from the rail. We've got Mr. Squeeze, David Miller. The Buckeye going to drive for Steve Carter. This is a muscle up the goal gelding out of a Master Levesque mare. Master Sweetie, he has won 7 of 23 this season with an additional 5 second-place finishes and 5 third-place finishes. Most recently coming off of a third-place finish at Dayton Raceway in the Fair Stake in 157-4. Start before that, though, at Delaware. Tried to go up into the Buckeye Stallion Series. Didn't draw the best. Ended up close to the back of the pack. But regardless, Mr. Squeeze has made $39,000 this year and took a lifetime mark at Scioto and 156-1 earlier this season.
Number 2 is Silverton. Rosie Weaver sends out the 3-year-old Brown Goat, son of Marseille. Emmanuel Miller will pick up the drive. Rosie Weaver and David Jury own. A winner 6 times in 22 starts this year, 7 seconds, 4 thirds, $44,000 this year, $85,000 lifetime, 2 minutes and a fifth right here at Northfield Park. Was a winner 3 back in 201-1 at Ashland, the county fair track.
Our 3-horse Power Hill. Alex Hawk going to get the call from Mike Sowers, who also owns this What the Hill gelding of a Yankee Glide mare. 8 wins in 19 seasonal starts with 3 seconds and 1 third place finish. $35,000 made on the year, $71,000 lifetime for Power Hill. This is one coming off of a wire-to-wire win. Drew the rail in protected position there in the Fair Stakes last Sunday at Dayton. Put up a mile in 1:55-4. Final quarter 30-1. Looks like had a string of first-place finishes until he stepped it up at Delaware into that Buckeye Stallion Series. Just couldn't hang on. They went a little bit too fast for him. Actually, he was in with very tough company there at Delaware, but still put up a nice mile in 1:57-4. And like I said, he's got quite a bit of money, $35,000 on the year for Power Hill.
Number 4 is the 3-year-old son of Full Count. Just a $3,800 purchase, $106,000 lifetime. That was a bargain, Ashley. Jason Beatty would drive Full Moon Owl for Jessica Smith. 12 wins this year, 18 career wins, $106,000 we mentioned lifetime, 56-1 right here at Northfield Park.
The 5, Tiny Tom, this is the horse that I mentioned earlier, was actually sitting 11th in the points and still just dropped in the box and got in. Eli Miller owns as well as trains Tiny Tom. He is a Long Tom colt. Justin Irvine's going to get the call here. 5 wins, 6 seconds, and 2 third-place finishes in 22 starts. $34,000 on the year for Tiny Tom. Has showed quite a bit of improvement from last year as a freshman. Just 9 starts, hit the board a handful of times, made about $11,000, but really come into himself this year. Actually, last start here at Northfield last Sunday was the Buckeye Stallion Series Consolation. Didn't quite hang on, but went in 1:58-1. Last win for Tiny Tom came back at Dover, actually, in 2 minutes and 1/5.
Number 6, Hydroplane and Henry. Ronnie Wren Jr. will drive for Bob Rolland. Rolland also owns a 3-year-old Brown Goat, son of Marseille. A winner 8 times in 16 starts. $45,000 this year, $72,000 lifetime. 155-2 at Dayton Raceway just about 2 weeks ago.
Our 7-horse, Rosie Weaver trains. This is our leading point getter coming into the night. Spend the Prize. Dan Noble going to try to go back-to-back after a little bit of an upset there, and the Courageous Lady Spin the Prize, however, is an enterprise gelding owned by Heartland Acres and Weaver herself. He's got 15 wins and 21 seasonal starts, $61,000 on the year. Another one that had a lot of first place finishes in a row. However, Coshocton was his last go out, was second there, just got nipped by less than half of a length in 159.3. Do want to say, back at Dover, I actually was not there, so I didn't get to see it in person, but just taking a look at lines, 2 back at Dover, he was a winner by over 4 lengths. This horse is actually on a break behind the gate. So tell me you don't have a ton of trot. If you make a break at at any point in the race, but specifically, you don't get off very well from the gate and then still come back to make the lead and win by over 4 lengths, you've got quite a lot of talent behind you.
Kurt Sugg will drive number 8. Let's Go to Paris for Ed Miller, 3-year-old brown gelding by Mr. Anson. Miller also owns a winner 9 times this year. $61,000 this year, $92,000 lifetime. 156 right here at Northfield Park. A lot of these 3-year-old trotters must have raced earlier in non-winners or something, or maybe the fair race here at Northfield. Is it the Summit County Fair races they hold here, I believe?
Yep, and I'm trying to think.
About three of these trotters, or 4 of them, have a mark here at Northfield. So that's your field of 8. For the 3-year-old colt and gelding trot, $50,000 on the line. Post-time favorite right now looks to be the 3 at 5-2. Power Hill, Hydroplane, and Henry. 5-1 morning line is 3-1 on the board right now.
Looks like our only homebred of this group, as far as still, owned and trained, actually is our 5-horse, Tiny Tom. Eli Miller, bred, trains, and owns Tiny Tom there. And our most expensive purchase, at least in public auction that we do have record of, was the 2-horse, Silverton, originally from the Blooded Horse Sale, and that's usually one of our lower priced sales as well. It went for $34,000, so they definitely thought this horse could be something, and he's made 84 lifetime. So I guess they got
Talking
it figured
about
out.
sales, Ashley, have you heard the figures from the Classic and the Buckeye sale that we just concluded last week? Was the percentages up quite a bit? Or
Ooh, that is a good question. Susan was there, and I think that she said that she was trying to keep track and know. I think the average was about 10,000 per horse.
That's at the Buckeye.
At the Buckeye. Which I don't know how that stacks up against previous years. It's been such an odd couple of years for breeders in Ohio. You go to the Ohio Selected, which is hard to get into. That's not an easy sell to get your horse dropped into. And so naturally you're going to go for a little bit more money. You hope you go for a little bit more money there. But it was astronomical this year what some of those horses went for. Yearlings that you hope make some money and even get to the track. But because of that, I feel like the other sales almost suffer a touch because, are we running out of money? You only got so much money to spend on yearlings every year. And actually, the Ohio Selected was before the Ohio Sire Stakes Championships. So you almost think those horses actually might have gone for more money.
Yes, that's what you always hear. You hear people say that, yes.
If owners had already made their Sire Stake money. But so I'm not sure how that ranks up, but I think the average for the Buckeye was about 10,000 or so.
Well, we're going to crown a champion for the 3-year-old colt and gelding trotters here within about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The gate is on the back stretch. Mr. Squeeze, Silverton, Power Hill, Full Moon Howl, Tiny Tom, Hydroplane, and Henry. Spend the prize and let's go to Paris, and let's go upstairs to Kenny Livingston to give us the call.
Behind the gate. Off stride the 3, Power Hill. Rest of the field off and trotting. Silverton gets the first call. There goes Spend the Prize. Hydroplane and Henry working over for good early position. Mr. Squeeze toward the inside. Getting away mid-pack is Full Moon Howl ahead of Tiny Tom. Let's Go to Paris, the second last, only in front of the breaker, Power Hill. Entering the backstretch and driving to the opening panel, 34-1. Silverton dismissed on the board, 2.5 lengths to the good. Mr. Squeeze, very loose pocket sitter. Back in third, Hydroplane and Henry. Full Moon Howl is next off a 27-2 opening panel. They're followed by Spend the Prize and Tiny Tom. Then comes Let's Go to Paris in the trailer Power Hill. About a dozen lengths separate them as they round the far turn for the first time, and it's Silverton controlling the tempo here. Silverton out front where he tends to be, over Mr. Squeeze in second. Hydroplane and Henry is third. Full Moon Howl is fourth. Still about 5 lengths off the leader and going to flush out Hydroplane and Henry. Saving ground comes Tiny Tom. Third over goes Spend the Prize. And then fourth up is Let's Go to Paris with Power Hill at the back. 57-4. The half-mile speed as they double tier here. 4 in, 4 out. 7 lengths cover the lot. Silverton controls the tempo. Hydroplane and Henry to this leader's wheel disc. Mr. Squeeze locked in. Full Moon Howl ready to roll 3 wide as Hydroplane and Henry confronts Silverton with 3/8 to trot. Full Moon Howl outside of Mr. Squeeze. Pinned in Tiny Tom to the outside. Spend the Prize. Let's Go to Paris from the back outside of Power Hill. 3/4, 127-2. They leave the backstretch, move around the far turn, and it's Hydroplane and Henry with a short lead. Full Moon Howl on the outside. Spend the Prize. 4 wide from the back. Let's Go to Paris trying to pick up the pieces. Silverton throws up the white flag. In between is Mr. Squeeze. Off the turn into the stretch drive. Hydroplane and Henry inside. Full Moon Howl outside. Let's Go to Paris is up to third. Into deep stretch. Full Moon Howl's gained the upper hand. Full Moon Howl wins. Hydroplane and Henry second. Let's Go to Paris third. Spend the Prize fourth. 157-1.
Final strides. Full Moon Howl come off a cover. Jason Beatty for Jessica Smith. 13th win of the season.
This horse has been one to watch. Truly, Sissy stepped out on the track last year as a 2-year-old. He's been very impressive. And Doug, when you introduced him, said he was just a $3,800 purchase.
A bargain.
And now
he is a real bargain now.
Has made over $130,000. And that was something I caught on to, especially when I first started working for OHHA and just got exposed to a lot more trainers. That's what the Smiths are good at. They will find these cheaper horses. And it's not just 1 or 2 freak accidents. They're very good at finding them, and they make them nice race horses. In Full Moon Howl, and was just a clear winner here, 157.
Either working with the OHHA or calling Full Moon Howl. I always enjoyed when he the 3-year-old bay got a son a full count by Howl Me In. I always liked that name, Howl Me In.
And Jessica Smith does train and co-own with daughter Madison. Jason Beatty. I think that was his only drive of the night.
Only drive of the night, yes.
Makes it a winning one. Hey, that's a good wagering angle, right? Looks like unofficial. We are posted 4, 6, 8, 7. That's how I saw him come across the wire as well. Got just a couple more races to bring you once we go through the winner circle presentation here. Race 13, I believe, is just an overnight, and then race 14 is going to wrap up our $50,000 fair championships. Here comes our winner, Jason Beatty for Jessica Smith. Full Moon Howl.
Back to the winners are the 4, Full Moon Howl, owned by Madison and Jessica Smith. Jessica Smith, the winning trainer. Jason Beatty, the winning drive. 3-year-old big on by Full Count. And Don't You Forget It, Mare. Howl Me In, bred by Andrew Kaufman of Ohio. 19th lifetime score, 13th this season. 157-1.
I was trying to see there in the picture. Is Bobby Joe down there with Jason? I'm sure she is. She's got to be, right? No, I can't. We don't have a good angle on our view here. They had a horse race in the Consolation. Oh, who was it? Was it Skyway Slick? It had to be. Consolation, the BSS Consolation last week up here. That horse was parked every step of the mile and still ended up second. Okay. It was remarkable. But they do a pretty good job themselves getting trained out there. But of course, I love seeing Jason on the fair circuits. He can eat them up.
Oh, yes.
He eats them up.
Full Moon Howell gets the job done in the 3-year-old colt trot Ohio Fair Championship. Winning driver Jason Beatty. First and foremost, this guy seems to be pretty consistent all year long.
Yeah, he has been. He's been a little tricky at times, but he's got through it.
Let's talk about the trip a bit tonight. Couldn't have mapped it out any better being second over.
Yeah, I drove him at Coshocton a couple of weeks ago, and we've always been putting him on the front. I tried him from behind, and he was good that day.
Ronnie's horse made a big move there up the backside. You kind of got your guy into gear a little bit after him. Looked like you're pretty confident, though, at the wire, even though Ronnie was getting after his bit.
Yeah, he was chasing Ronnie up the backside, but once I got outside him, he relaxed, and he wanted to do his job.
Nice job.
Thank you.
There you have it. Jason Beatty, Jessica Smith, Full Moon Howell get the job done. 3-year-old colt trot Ohio Fair Championship.
We are official 4, 6, 8, 7. Our winner returns 1060. During his interview, I was trying to think, how long has Jason been here? He's from New Zealand, right? Is where he's from?
6-8 years for sure, I think.
Yeah.
And maybe longer. I mean, I can't tell you for sure. But he's I'm surprised he's never, he's never really, he's a top driver to fair, don't get me wrong, but he's never won 2 or 3, I don't think.
Right.
Very often as far as total wins.
He's had a pretty decent year,
Yes,
though.
yes.
He really has.
Yes, he
and
has.
I remember when I first started working for OHHA, he would just pop around the fairs occasionally. I'm like, man, I wish I'd seen more. Man, I wish I'd seen more, because I knew that he could put it to some of those fair drivers, and yeah, he's definitely been around, and it's helped that Bobby Joe's had that Skyway slip
talking
around
about
the fairs
fair
this year.
drivers, we have so many good fair drivers, but we have a young drivers colony like here at the 3 tracks, Miami Valley, Scioto, Dayton. It's just tough to break to get in there.
It is, and that's what earlier while we were driving up here, you talked a little bit about Luke Hanners.
Yes.
25 years old. Did he have a win tonight? Well, he's driven a handful.
Driven.
I don't know if he's had a win quite yet.
Well,
tonight,
he had 2
but
wins last week in the and he got
Yes.
number 1,000 here.
Yes, and he actually had to go out east to get a
for a
little
while,
bit
yeah.
of an opportunity, learn
And then
something.
he came back, yes.
And then came back
and
here.
he's having a good meet at Dayton this fall.
Yes, absolutely. Off to a very good start. Actually, we just hung 2 minutes to race 13, so let's go ahead and take a break before we introduce you to the field of 9.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres' experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
Don't miss the North American Standardbred Mixed Sale, Mount Hope, Ohio, December 18th and 19th. Specializing in high-quality racehorses and broodmare prospects with industry-leading pedigrees. A live auction with online bidding and payouts in 7 days. Our first sale, we sold Allegiant for $925,000. Buyers from all over North America and other countries can visit our website, NorthAmericanStandardbredMixedSale.com. Mount Hope, Ohio, December 18th and 19th.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Thanks for joining us. Headed next into race 13. We've got just a couple more to bring you this evening. We're going to step away for just a moment from the fair championships. Looks like we've got an $11,000 purse for our fillies and mares, non-winners of $5,000 in the last 4 starts. We should have them coming out here just momentarily. Looks like we are 0 minutes to post, and I'd hate to get going on something and then be cut off by the post parade. I do that enough around the fair circuits, you know. Doug, you've been calling races for
56 years.
56 years, but this is your first late night, and not your first. Is technically your second late night at Northfield because you work the.
Yeah, yep. I've been here 3 times in my career. Once as a kid, probably 16, 17 years old, and then 3 years ago, and now tonight. Maybe next year.
Say next year. I'm trying to think. Technically, what would, well, probably the fair championships, but I don't know if they're going to hold anything else next year because they just held the BSS finals, right? Yes. So they'll probably rotate back to Dayton and
Sire Stake
Scioto
will be at, so I'm sure the fair finals will most likely be there. That would be my guess.
Let's go to the post parade.
For the 13th one, Tiny Bit of Sky. James Day drives and trains for Power Play Racing 87. 2, Ribbon Ridge. Kurt Zug in the bike. For Jessica Milner, comes with Andy Koblenz. 3 is the Lady Rita. Greg Grismore drives for Sam Scalacci and Paul O'Neill. Number 4, the Dragon Queen. Tyler Angus driving for Kent Sherman and John DeSantis. 5, Love That Smile. Aaron Merriman up for Tisha Symes in the Big Fred's stable. She comes and goes. The 6, Dan Noble in the bike for Corey Kreiser and Todd's Auto. 7 is Annie Up. Justin Irvine driving for Whitney Johnson and David Miller. Hey Miss Cadet. Josiah Miller drives for Elson Miller, who comes with Jenna Lee Rocker. And from the 2nd tier, the 9, the Magical Woman. Ronnie Wren Jr. in the bike for Shane Webb, cones with Webb and Pompeo.
A field of 9 for this race. Non-winners, fillies and mares, non-winners of 5,000 last 4 with some also eligibles. But from the rail, Tiny Bit of Sky. James Day trains and drives. This is an 8-year-old mare by Major Stone out of Medina by Power Play Racing. Just a single win on this season, but she still made $19,000 in 19 seasonal goes. That win, that sole win, did come wire to wire, 2 back right here at Northfield. Was down quite a bit in class, but went 155-4, final quarter 29 in that race. Tiny Bit of Sky has made $320,000 lifetime.
2, Ribbon Ridge. Kurt Sugg drives for Jessica Milner. 31 starts this year, 3 wins, 13 lifetime wins, just under 200,000, 191,000 lifetime, 154-1 here at Northfield Park last year.
The 3-horse, Lady Rita. Sam Scalacci does train. Greg Grismore gets the call. This is a 5-year-old mare by Always Be Mickey, owned out of Saratoga Springs, New York. Paul O'Neill is the owner there. 3 wins, 2 seconds, and 4 third-place finishes in 21 seasonal goes. $68,000 made on the year, $215,000 made lifetime for Lady Rita. She's actually just recently gone into the Scalacci barn. This is her 2nd start under Sam. But if we look a handful back at Northfield, very beginning of August, she was in the Fillies and Mares Open right here. Was a winner there, and by a neck, in 154-4.
Tyler Agnes will drive the 4. The Dragon Queen. Kent Sherman trains. John DeSantis owns. 99 career starts. Her 100th start will be tonight. 11 wins, 17 seconds, and 12 thirds. So been on the board quite a bit. 132,000 lifetime. 154-2 as a 4-year-old here at Northfield Park.
The 5, Aaron Merriman for Tisha Symes. Love That Smile. This is a 6-year-old mare by Sports Rider, owned out of Dublin, Ohio. Big Fred Stables. Coming off of a 3rd-place finish last week right here in the same class. 154-4. Final quarter last week was 28-4, so she did a little bit of closing. She's got 4 wins, 2 seconds, and 3 thirds on the season. She's had 23 starts so far this year and made about $25,000 lifetime for this 6-year-old mare. She's made $291,000. Actually, it looks like up at Woodbine at 3 years old, she had a lifetime mark of 151-4 up there.
6, She Comes and Goes. Dan Noble for Corey Kreiser. Todd's Auto owns this 4-year-old bay mare by Better's Delight. She a $100,000 purchase a couple years ago. 11 career wins, 6 of them this year, 106,000 lifetime, 53-2 here at Northfield Park. And actually, that was the last time out on October 4th.
Our 7 horse is Annie Up, Justin Irvine for Whitney Johnson. She's a 5-year-old mare by Betting Line, owned by David W. Miller of Brookfield, Ohio. Actually coming over from the Claiming Series. 2 back. Actually would be on September 27th, right here at Northfield. Was in the A Claimer. Was a winner there in 153-3. She had 2 wins in a row throughout that Claiming Series, the very end there of September. 4 wins, 5 seconds, 2/3 in 24 seasonal starts. $35,000 on the season, almost $90,000 lifetime for Annie Up.
Josiah Miller, the 8 Miss Cadet. Elson Miller trains 5-year-old bay mare by Always a Virgin. $174,000 lifetime, 18 career wins, 151-3, 2 years ago at Hoosier Park.
And our 9 riding out the field and starting from the 2nd tier, Ronnie Wren Jr. for Shane Webb, the Magical Woman, 5-year-old mare by Travel Playlist. 3 wins, 4 seconds, 3/3 in 28 starts in 2025. Coming off of a win, but actually a little bit lower in class was that previous win. Last week here at Northfield was a non-winner as a 2,500 last 4, so we are jumping up a little bit. However, winner mile in 155-1. She's got 31,000 on the year, quite a bit better than last year. She's made, however, lifetime 135,000. We've got a lot of nice horses as far as back class goes, rounding out our 13th race
a lot
here.
of back class here. Just about everyone here, 125,000 or better. We have 89,000, just one horse under 100,000 lifetime. That's the 7 Ante Up.
Looks like we do have one. I don't think, no one was able
Miss
to hear
Cadet
that.
going to the barn area for a shoe repair. So,
but you know what that means, Doug, because we do have to be done by midnight.
yes.
And we've got 2 more races after this that Northfield has to get done. So I'm going to assume the next couple they're going to
We're
have
going to be here for one more race.
We are definitely.
Well, we'll be here for the last, most probably, but not on air.
I'm trying to see exactly what's going on with Aaron, the 8-horse Miss Cadet, leaving, because he's not quite getting off the track, though. They had the groom come out, grab the horse, but then did not go back into the barn.
Matt Clark putting his windbreaker on. Matt, you getting a little chilly? I am too. I'm about ready to grab mine. How about the Lions? They play tomorrow?
We've got the evening game with the Kansas City Chiefs.
That's right.
The Chiefs haven't been very good this year, have they?
Well, they're good, but they're not winning. I mean,
Well,
they're a good team, but
that's
the ball hadn't been going their way. What are they, Matt? 2 and 3, or
I believe so. We're going to run into an angry Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, you're probably
tomorrow
most
at
probably.
home.
So you stayed up all last night and watched that 15-inning game.
I did. I really regret that now.
Are you?
What time did you get to bed?
It took me a while to calm down after that, so it was probably 3-ish. And I'm more of a 10 o'clock kind of guy.
What was it? A home run that the one?
No, it just was bad bullpen pitching. When we got down to like our third to last guy. Choked a little bit. My opinion was we should have left Scooble in, as the last pitch he threw was 101 miles an hour in the 7th inning. Struck a guy out, and we pulled him. I think he had plenty left. Could have gone a little more. I mean, if you lose that game, you're out of the playoffs. So, yeah, I give these guys a lot of credit being able to do this every night. I mean, it's a whole different schedule, you know.
Well, you
you would
used
get
to
on.
it, but
Yeah, for sure.
We were up here last weekend for the consolation, and we didn't go to post till probably 11:15 or so. And our horse just didn't care if the sun came up, and because they're used to racing. I mean, Sciota's got some late nights too anymore, but now even on the Dayton schedule, and especially if you're a fair horse, you're kind of racing in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
Nobody goes this late at a fair.
No.
And it can just be a lot to adjust to. Now the horses like these, these ladies here race here week in and week out. You get used to it, but it is a tough schedule by all means for everybody involved. And I don't know how these drivers, like Aaron Merriman, for example, we were talking about earlier, he just drives a lot of races. He's been the leading dash a title earner for probably 11 years by the time this year wraps up, and he doesn't just drive here. He starts earlier in the day and goes all the way over to the Meadows.
But, yeah, most days he's at the Meadows. Late nights here and then gets to the Meadows.
We aren't cut out for it, are we?
No.
OHHA. I don't know. There's been some late nights. I should have kept track a little bit better. This was a tough season. I did a lot more with OHHA than I had previous years and just traveled a lot more miles. I was all over the state. Very rarely did I stay close to home around the Dayton area. I actually spent a ton of time on this side of the state between Old Washington, Burton, Canfield. I went to a lot of new fairs this year, and so on top of working some pretty long race cards, we just had a lot of miles, and there were some times I definitely got home at 1 a.m. and had to either get back into the office at 8 a.m. in Columbus, which is an hour and 15 for me, or just had to go to another fair the next day. It's just part of the grind.
We are going to the gate, so the shoe repair is finished. Up next after this condition pace is the 3-year-old Filly Pace for $50,000, our final championship. Let's go to Kenny Livigan to give us a call of the 13th.
They're on gate. And they're off and pacing. Lady Rita first away off the car. She comes and goes show speed. Love That Smile between and from the rail. Tiny Bit of Sky will get up into the 2-hole early on. Back in 5th from the second tier, The Magical Woman as they enter the backstretch. Then it's Ribbon Ridge in front of the Dragon Queen, Annie Up, and Miss Cadet, the trailer. Driving to the opening quarter, the favorites mixing it up here. She comes and goes with the tougher go of it from Lady Rita, who's yielded and takes the pocket off an opening panel in 27 flat. She comes and goes, moves to the lead. Grismore wants to retake with Lady Rita, so here comes the 3-5 race favorite. Back out and around, she comes and goes. The favorites 1-2. Tiny Bit of Sky 3rd. Love That Smile 4th. The Magical Woman 5th. Ribbon Ridge sent to the outside, now 6th. The Dragon Queen is 7th. Annie Up and Miss Cadet 8th and 9th. Down to the halfway point, Lady Rita is the leader over She Comes and Goes. Tiny Bit of Sky flanked there by Ribbon Ridge, who was first up all the way from the backfield, up to challenge for second after a half and 56-2, 29-2 in the second panel. Lady Rita has the lead. Ribbon Ridge at 48-1, engages her with 3/8 to go. She Comes and Goes locked in. Second over, The Magical Woman 4th. Tiny Bit of Sky buried 5th. Third over, Annie Up 6th. Love That Smile is 7th. Miss Cadet's in the flow. And the trailer, The Dragon Queen, 5 in, 4 out. They're double-tiered and only 6 lengths separate the entire field as they trip 3/4 and 125-1. Grismore going to work on Lady Rita, asking her to polish this up. She's got a length lead. Ribbon Ridge continues to pour it on. She Comes and Goes could be a late threat. She's had a good trip since she got the pocket spot. 3 wide, Annie Up outside of The Magical Woman. Tiny Bit of Sky at the inside. They turn for home. Lady Rita turns first. She Comes and Goes. Dives down low as they're into deep stretch. Lady Rita still clinging to the lead, but She Comes and Goes. Pocket rocket winner. She Comes and Goes wins. Lady Rita second. Love That Smile was third from Tiny Bit of Sky, who's fourth. Then either Ribbon Ridge, Annie Up, or The Magical Woman in 154-4.
154-4 up the inside. She Comes and Goes. Dan Noble for Corey Kreiser. 27, 56-2, 125-1. Second to 3, Lady Rita. Third to 5, Love That Smile. Fourth to 1, Tiny Bit of Sky. Dan Noble gets another driving win. I believe that's his third of the evening. He opened things up with a win tonight.
I don't watch Northfield Park every night by any means, but it's a little bit of a slow night for Dan Noble. Only have 3 wins.
Yes, 3 wins, yes.
The other day, I mean, he's been...
Sunday night, I believe, Page was up here and Dan Noble. They took turns. If they didn't win, they was second.
Yes.
Danny won
Yes.
6, I think, and Chris won 4.
No, actually, they both, by the end of the night, it was 6-6.
Was it 6-6?
Yes.
Is that how it was?
But
Okay.
the first 10 races, Danny took 6, Chris took 4.
Okay, is that how it was?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, but by the end of the night, Chris did get him, and not that that's literally, I think they had a 15 race card, and 12 of them were won by 2 people, but that tells you the kind of quality of the driving colony on the southern circuit too.
Oh, this whole state, the drivers.
It matters what kind of quality horse you're put up on for sure, but we've said it all night long. Danny and, Chris, and there's Ronnie Wren. They can make a mediocre horse good.
Finisher the 1, Tiny Bit of Sky, possible pylon violation. Hold all tickets, 63512 unofficial. Returning back here to the winner's circle is the 6, She Comes and Goes. It's a Kreiser triple and a Dan Noble Grand Slam for Todd's Auto. 4-year-old bay mare by Bettor's Delight, the well-said mare, well-spoken lady. Bred by Garth Bechtel of Ontario, Canada, 12th lifetime win, 7th this season, 154-4.
We were, I guess, incorrect on that one. Kenny caught us. We've got 4 wins for Danny Noble on the night, and Corey Kreiser had 3. So at least we had a triple in some capacity correct on that. Still unofficial, but they do have posted 63512 but we do have an inquiry against the 1. It sounded like for a possible pylon violation for a Tiny Bit of Sky. We'll hang on just a moment until we go official, but coming up next, that means we hopefully will go pretty quickly through the rest of the evening. Just one more race for us to bring you. We're going to round out the Ohio Fair Championships. Our 3-year-old filly pacers, who are going to close us for the evening. It's been a very long season, but short in all the same breath. We got going earlier this year. I believe June 9th was the opening day of the Paulding County Fair. We just closed out on Thursday at the Lancaster Fair, and here we are. Going to, of course, wrap up the fair season, but in general, the entire broadcasting season is coming to a close for 2025. I think the next time we go live, Matt, will probably be... Ooh, when is the next time we go live? We put out quite a lot of pre-recorded content, especially around the springtime. We'll probably be bringing you Freshman Focus, maybe in a different format this upcoming year. But Freshman Focus to come. Of course, Matinee Madness will get us kicked off before the fair season next year. And I think Bill Peters let us know the other day that in 2026, the Paulding County Fair will actually open on June 8th. That is one of the earliest days in our county fair racing history for us to get kicked off. So there's going to be another long season. It's so funny. I know Doug and Frank talked about it earlier. There's no such thing as a slow season, well, for anybody in the horse racing industry, but definitely not for us either, although we're, the office, and business side of the industry. But now maybe a little bit less traveling as far as that goes, but we really start to plan a lot of our publications that everybody will use, the Huff's Guide, the Stallion Directory, etc., for the rest of the season, as well as planning our banquet in January. That is a huge undertaking for us, and it just does not slow down in any capacity. It just maybe a little bit less traveling, a little less mileage and gas put into my car, but still, hopefully we'll get back pretty late tonight. That's part of the game. I can't imagine every night being up here at Northfield Park, and I guess like we said earlier, you just get used to it, but it's going to be a late one again. We still are unofficial 6351, and our 1 horse is who we have the inquiry against for possible pylon violation. Didn't think it would be too long for them to go back and take a look. Hopefully it won't be too much longer now, but it does not affect our winner of the 13th. She Comes and Goes in 154 and 4.
This is where they get playing with fire a little bit with the drag.
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
we've got 2 races to go, and it's 11:33 right now, and we're still flashing an inquiry sign. I mean, they know how to do it. It's down to a science, but
Because that's what Matt, you might know because you spent time at Raceway. They get fined if they go past midnight?
the window's closed.
The windows.
So there's no money to be made.
Is now the order of finish. The one tiny bit of sky disqualified from 4th, placed 5th for a pylon violation.
There we go. Now official. So at least Tiny Bit of Sky does stay up in the money. But we do go now 6, 3, 5, 2, 1. That should be official. We'll let you see it. There we go. Prices are going to be up on the board, hopefully, for everybody. 6, 3, 5 there for the try. That's going to make us official for the 13th race. Up next, we have made it to our finale, Doug. Our finale, the 14th, is a total of 15 to bring you this evening, but the 14th race, the Ohio Fair Championship for sophomore filly pacers. A field of 8 coming up momentarily. Take a break. We'll come right back.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year, Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K Hanover by world record holder Wallner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out, Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at BigD'sWeb.com. Sign up for text messaging and receive $10 off your order. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. They're often racing in the Southern Valley Colt Circuit. Catch the excitement of Ohio harness racing at one of the county fairs in the Southern Valley Colt Circuit. For over 150 years, people have gathered at county fairs to cheer on their favorite racehorses. Keep the tradition alive. Visit one of the 10 fairs in the Southern Valley Colt Circuit this summer. Horses, racing, and winning. It's the Southern Valley Colt Circuit. 10 great fairs in southeastern Ohio.
In Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm has the stallions you are looking for, like What the Hill, Uncle Peter, and In Range, as well as Branded by Lindy, Jug Winner Luz Pearlman, Racing Hill, and Guardian Angel Oz. Hickory Lane will offer a host of Ohio sired yearlings this fall, including 6 by In Range, 5 by Uncle Peter.
On track for race number 14, the one is Pink Jammies. Dan Noble does the driving for Rosie Weaver, comes with Heartland Acres. 2 legendary Al Hank Levan drives and trains for Levan Stables, Darmarful Racing and Megan Levan. 3 Kylie Cash, Josiah Miller drives for Elson Miller and Kimber Clegg. 4 Ella Joe, Ronnie Gillespie drives and trains for Stephen Eric Butler. Manny Miller drives the 5 Section Line Flame for Herman Hagerman. Hagerman Racing and Charles Reeve. 6 Maddie's Delight, Ronnie Wren Jr. driving for Steve Carter in the SCP stable. Justin Irvine on the 7, Really Are You Kidding Me, for owner trainer Dan Veneer. Holly and Hunter Holton, Adam Friedland in the SCP stable own the 8, Racing Like a Star. Luke Hanner's up for Ryan Holton.
Wasted no time to get to the track
No, they did not.
after that last race. We had quite a bit of delay for the inquiry, but here we go, race 14. We have finally made it. Thanks for joining us, first of all night long. We're about 6 hours into it. It's been
and all year long since last June.
Yes, I shouldn't even just say all night.
This is going to be the wrap for the season.
And that's what I was saying, Doug, when you stepped away for a moment. This is it. This is going to be not just the fair season, but the broadcast season in general. I want to say the next time we go live might be, the God, like charity night,
Yes.
live draw or
But
something.
live racing, I believe, begins June 8th of next year.
And we'll have some
Paulding.
pre-recorded content come out between Freshman Focus and matinees. But
yes, matinee madness.
It's
yes.
going to be a minute. And so just taking a minute before we introduce the entire field here to thank everybody for just hanging out and being gracious enough. We know that occasionally we'll have the audio issue or the internet connectivity issue, and we are still sometimes up against the county fair racing, but it's been a pleasure. And we've gotten to know a lot of people through even just the comments, Doug. And,
yes.
And it's quite a wonderful community that we've built. So thank you for being patient and being so kind to us throughout the years.
Every year it seems like at Delaware, when we're back in the tent before we go on set, they know your face or your voice from being on set. And a gentleman this year, about the last 3 years, somebody always comes up, and a gentleman this year came up and said, "Oh, we watch you all the time, but we come here to Delaware. We enjoy the broadcast and just meet so many great people."
It's a pretty cool thing, isn't it?
Yes,
it
meet so
really
many
is.
good people.
It really is, and this is what's going to do it.
Yep. It's been a long summer. Kind of ready for it to be over with, but on the way down, we talked 2 weeks from now.
We'll be ready.
We'll be ready.
And every season it's like that.
Yes.
I'm about dead tired. You get me through Delaware. I'm about done by Delaware, and then you got to do 5 days at Delaware. But then give me about a 2-week break, and we'll be itching to be back into it. 14th race is going to round us out for the $50,000 Ohio Fair Championships. Next up are our sophomore Philly Pacers. From the rail, Pink Jammies. Dan Noble's going to get the call for Rosie Weaver. This is a Fear the Dragon filly. Now, she did make the BSS Consolation last week. Unfortunately, another one that just did not draw well, drew the 8-hole and got shuffled to the back of the pack. But if we go 3 back to Dover, she was a winner there just by a nose, went wire to wire in 159 flat. She's got 7 wins, 5 seconds, and 5 third-place finishes, and 24 seasonal starts. She has made $48,000 on the year, $136,000 lifetime. Took a mark up here at Northfield earlier, her 3-year-old season, and won 56-1.
Legendary L is the 2. Hank Levan trains and drives. Levan Stable. Dharma Fall Racing. Megan Levan owned the 3-year-old Bay filly by Bit of a Legend. She a $9,000 yearling purchase, $103,000 lifetime, $83,000 of it this year. 15 wins this year, 19 career, 152 earlier in the year at Souda Downs. A winner 2 starts back at Dayton in 52-1.
Kylie Cash, Elson Miller will now train. Recently came over from the Clegg barn, but Josiah Miller will drive, just 18 years old, going to get the call of this Fear the Dragon filly. 5 wins, 7 seconds, and 8 third-place finishes, and 33 starts for Kylie Cash. If we go 3 back to Delaware in the Fair Stakes, she did put up a mile in 156 flat. She's made $38,000 on the year, $96,000 lifetime.
Ronnie Gillespie, the 4, Ella Joe. Gillespie also trained Steve Butler, and Eric Butler owned the 3-year-old Bay filly by Racing Hill, a $12,000 purchase, $65,000 lifetime, 52-2 at Dayton, a winner 7 times this year, 12 in her career.
Section line flame, Herman Hagerman. Manny Miller is going to be up on this Catch the Fire filly. She had 2 wins in a row, 2 and 3 back. She was a winner at Delaware as well as Dover. Of course, put up that faster mile at Delaware. She was a winner there by a nose in 155-2. She had 5 wins, 11 seconds, and 3 third-place finishes and 26 seasonal starts. $40,000 made this year, $78,000 lifetime.
6 is Maddie's Delight, Ronnie Red Jr. for Steve Carter, 3-year-old Bay Phillip, a lather up, owned by SCP Stable. Probably the richest horse in the field, lifetime of $156,000. Took a mark as a 2-year-old, 53-4, 24 career wins in her lifetime.
And the 7, Really Are You Kidding Me? Dan Veneer owns and trains. This is Justin Irvine who's going to get the call behind this Racing Hill filly. She was another one last week, made the BSS Consolation, but looking 3 back at Delaware, she was a winner there by a head in 155-1. I do see some best beaten times in my lines, though, as fast as 54 and a piece. She's had 7 wins and 19 starts this year, $38,000 made in 2025.
And Luke Anders will drive the 8, Racing Like a Star. Ryan Holton, the 3-year-old Bay Phillip of Racing Hill. 9 wins this year, 11 career wins, right at 80,000, 51-4 at Scioto Downs. Was a winner 2 back at Delaware on the 18th of 54-3.
Looks like Pink Jammies is going to get some help there. One thing that Matt and I learned very early when talking to Rosie is Pink Jammies has always been a bear.
Yeah, that's what Rosie says. I thought of Pink Jammies when she would, looking at her scoring across here. She is a good looker.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and that's what you
But
got.
she's a handful.
She's always been like that. She's got some quirks. When you have a nice filly like that, nice animal period like that, you're going to put up with them. But she was trying to tell Dan Noble she was ready to go back to the barn. It is a little late for her. It's 11:45. It's a little late, but this is what's going to do it. Race 14 now moving behind the gates. The wings are open for our Ohio Fair Championship, $50,000. Sophomore Philly Pacers. Thanks, everybody, for sticking with us all night long. Let's go ahead and give it up for this field of 8. Kenny Livingood is going to take you through the race.
Here they come. Off and pacing. Good start. Pink Jammies inside. Maddie's Delight and racing like a star from the far outside, showing speed. Legendary Yell down at the inside right now is second. Kylie Cash works over to race from third. So the top 3 are going to line up 1, 2, 3 as Pink Jammies and Dan Noble secure the front. In second is Legendary Yell. Third is Kylie Cash. Parked out fourth, racing like a star. Maddie's Delight found the cones back in the 5th position as they drive across the backstretch. Ella Joe, section line flame, and really, are you kidding me? The trailer. Opening quarter, 27-3. Pink leads the way. Like a star on the outside will go the long mile. She takes air second. Legendary Yell at 4-5. Kept the pocket a touch there third. Kylie Cash is in line fourth. Ella Joe out and moving as Levan looks like he's going to vacate the pocket here as they come on over to the halfway point. Pink Jammies leads the way. Racing like a star drops into the pocket, so that leaves Legendary Yell uncovered. Kylie Cash into a 3-hole. Second over Ella Joe. Only 4 off the top as they go to the half and 56-3. Third over section line flame. Buried Maddie's Delight. Fourth up, really, are you kidding me? 6 lengths separate them. 4 in, 4 out as they pair up. Pink Jammies leads. Legendary Yell on the outside has gotten to this leader's wheel. Racing like a star off the tough trip is back to third and 3 lengths behind. Ella Joe on the outside now takes that third spot as they drive toward 3/4. Pink Jammies by a half, trying to hold off Legendary Yell, who was forced to make an early move out of the pocket at the 3/8. Kylie Cash weaving between rivals. She just dove back to the inside around the plummeting Racing like a star, and she's got a shot. She is 99-1. 3/4, 125-2. They round the far turn. Pink Jammies with the lead. Kylie Cash looks like she's got horse. 3 wide, Ella Joe. Legendary Yell won't do it tonight. They turn for home. Out of the pocket, Kylie Cash up the inside. Maddie's Delight's got fresh legs, and she's loaded down at the inside. Pink Jammies almost home, though. Pink Jammies goes all the way. Maddie's Delight got a nice trip there, and she was second. Kylie Cash is third, 155.
Oh, Pink Jammies.
What can you say about Dan Noble?
Oh, I know. That's 5,
can he
right?
keep
No.
one alive? 5.
5.
That's
5. And this filly really hasn't been showing that.
No.
She has not been showing that. She was so
she's
tough.
a good looker out there.
She is so tough last year, and she's just been, again, we saw her. She was clearly trying to go back in the paddock. She was done. That's why our outrider had to go grab Dan. But that was the driver to have on that filly. Dan Noble. Rosie Weaver is going to notch her second OFC victory of the evening. Dan, that's going to be his first. It really is remarkable, though, isn't it?
Oh, yes. It is unreal. He gets to the front end. He is tough to beat.
Well, he said early on after his first race win, the front end speed's holding up tonight. He just knows. And again, it is hard. This track, it's tough to have some movement. When you've got a horse up front that is live and you can kind of dictate those fractions, because really they didn't go 27-3 opening quarter.
She's a classy looking thing.
Yeah,
Look at her
she
coming
is.
back.
She is. I'm sure.
Ears are perked.
I really hope we do get to talk to Rosie after this, because I think she's been a handful. Maybe a little
Rosie.
bit of a heartbreaker.
Rosie's had a good night. 2 wins.
And a third place with that one. I don't
Yes.
even know how our other horses have ranked up. I'd have to go back
Rogers,
and look.
Eckert Hill Brady was third.
Yeah, he came big after making that break. Look, here comes Rosie. Man, she's tough. I would love to hear. I really hope they're going to do a
No, she's going to get her because she knows she's a handful.
Is the one Pink Jammies. Dan Noble, the winning drive. It's his 5th on the card for Dan Noble. Rosie Weaver, the trainer, her 2nd. Cones with Heartland Acres. 3-year-old Brown, feathered by Fear the Dragon on the Yankee Cruiser Mare Think Pink. For the Lindy Farms of Connecticut. 17th lifetime win. 8th this season. Pink Jammies. Rosie Weaver, the only trainer to double up in the fair championships. She picks up 2 victories. 1-6-3-4 is official.
Went official very quickly on that one. 1-6-3-4. I'm going to say maybe we will not have a winner's circle interview for that one, which is kind of a shame. That'd be, I would love to hear, even from Danny, when she was trying to take him back into the paddock.
Nope. They got to get this next one in.
They do.
10
Good
minutes.
point. Good point. But there we go. Doug, I guess that's what's going to do us, isn't it? And there. Official, we do have 960 return for our winner, Pink Jammies. I think we'll say it one more time for the evening. It's just thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us all. I shouldn't say all
For
night.
all of
It
our
has.
broadcast team, I don't want to, Matt Clark, you and I tonight, everybody that was involved this year. It's been a great year. As we mentioned, it started on the 9th of June. It's going to end on the 11th of October.
And congratulations to all the horsemen that had winners here tonight and even just
To
had a
all of our
horse
champions.
good enough to compete.
Yes. Well, so long for Northfield Park. Till next year at Paulding.
We'll see ya.